Welcome to the Mara News Desk at Bitcoin 2024, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor-at-large at Kraken, editor at Bitcoin Magazine, and Bitcoin historian on X. And today, we are making history here in Nashville, Tennessee. And, of course, yesterday we saw history. Thanks for the people who have joined us yesterday and today. And, of course, we went through a packed lineup. We saw a keynote from Michael Saylor, chairman of MicroStrategy. His headline, "The life is being sucked out of you." His plea, the U.S. should buy $4 million Bitcoin. And his bull case for Bitcoin price, $49 million, followed then on stage by Robert F. Kennedy Jr., giving 4 executive orders. Quote, "I will sign an executive order directing the U.S. Treasury to purchase 550 Bitcoin daily until the U.S. has built a reserve of at least 4 million Bitcoin. Direct the DOJ and U.S. Marshals to transfer 200,000 Bitcoin held by the U.S. government to the U.S. Treasury, and directing the IRS to issue public guidelines that all transactions between Bitcoin and the U.S. dollar are unreportable." Wow, amazing stuff, and we've got more to come. The reaction panel here, an all-star lineup. David Zell to my left, founder of the Bitcoin Policy Institute. To his left, Frank Corva, lead business reporter at Bitcoin Magazine. And last but not least, Nico Moran, host of Simply Bitcoin. Let's dig in. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on stage. What do we think? The U.S. government buying Bitcoin? How do we feel about it? David?
It's an interesting idea.
You like it? Okay, great.
Yeah, I mean, I can see why it's rational for the United States government to hold Bitcoin.
Okay.
I don't know about buying 4 million. I don't even know what the logistics look like of buying 1 million. But I think that there is some rational, grounded argument that isn't just sort of bag pumpy for America having a strategic reserve of Bitcoin. We have a strategic reserve of all sorts of assets, and I see it as maybe a prudent hedge.
I want to stay with you for a second. Of course, you're in Washington talking to politicians, engaging, educating. Is this idea new, bold, radical? How would you describe it?
I would describe it as something that radically shifts the Overton window. I mean, I think even the rumors sort of swirling of a strategic reserve of 1 million, and then RFK kind of just quadruples that yesterday. The Overton window has been set way farther. And so it is a crazy and radical idea, but by comparison, it makes a lot of other ideas a lot more sensible.
Nico, I want to go to you. The plea that the United States should buy 4 million Bitcoin. Obviously, this is close to 20% of the Bitcoin supply. There's only 21 million Bitcoin. Is this a good thing?
I mean, before I get to that, what's really interesting also is that we found out a couple days ago that Kennedy said that the majority of his wealth is in Bitcoin. Right. And no one is better than their incentives. So it doesn't surprise me whatsoever that he's saying, you know what, IRS, no, the U.S. government should buy Bitcoin. That's going to pump his bags, right? So, aligned incentives are beautiful. Now, in regards to the U.S. government owning 4 million Bitcoin, how are they going to do that without massively, pumping the price? I would rather Bitcoin be in the hands of individuals. I think this started as a grassroots movement. I think it should continue to stay as a grassroots movement. I think I saw a graphic, I think it was posted by River Financial, but essentially they were making the case that out of the 21 million Bitcoin, 11 million Bitcoin are still held by individuals. So I would prefer it to stay that way. But in regards to the U.S. government, I mean, yes, it does put them in a good position. I think Michael Saylor made a great case for that. RFK is going to make a good case for that. And now RFK set the bar up so high, I don't think the Overton window shifted. I think it shattered into a million pieces, 21 million pieces to be specific.
Well, let's talk about that number, Frank. Your reaction, I mean, if you were to explain this, did people come up and ask you 4 million Bitcoin, the U.S. should buy that much?
I think what's really interesting is that now we're post-halving, right? And I think about 450 Bitcoin get produced a day. I think that's about it. And so what he's saying is that we're going to not only buy the 450 Bitcoin that get produced every day via mining, but another 100 if he's buying 550 was the number, or
550 a day.
550. Well, that's what I'm saying. So they'd be buying every single Bitcoin that gets produced by mining plus some, which is a pretty staggering thing. We were here on the desk with Preston Pish yesterday, who did the math. I think it would equate to the price of Bitcoin going sky high very quickly. So yes, logistics are a concern there. One of the things that I find interesting is that you have someone like Kennedy talking like this. It sounds almost hyperbolic, but we have someone that will be on stage today at 2 p.m. that does not like to be one-upped or overdone. So you have someone that might say, well, if Kennedy said that, then we're going to, I say this, we're actually going to buy this many per day, or we're going to acquire this much Bitcoin. So it'll be interesting to watch this escalate.
Well, of course, politicians here to appeal to voters. We'll have Donald J. Trump later. I want to stick with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and this policy platform. We talked about buying 4 million Bitcoin, but there were other policy proposals. Let's talk about the IRS, right? He's talking about issuing public guidelines to stop reporting for transactions. David, why is this needed?
Well, because if we're going to preserve anything like cash in the future, is pretty much the answer. And I think it's very prudent, this policy proposal. There's a war on cash. I mean, you can look at any chart of whether it's cash acceptance, whether it's cash usage. You can look at other Western liberal democracies that have made a concerted effort to make it harder for their citizens to pay for things in cash. And it is a fundamental, if not codified, like sort of an implicit right of every American. I don't think the Founding Fathers could have ever imagined a world where it was difficult or impossible for me to give value to you, peer-to-peer, without anybody else getting in the way. And I think if we have any hope of preserving the sort of intrinsic freedoms that physical cash provides, making a digital bearer instrument treated the same way is kind of our best shot.
Well, of course, around the venue, Bitcoin payments being made, and under the current legislation, these need to be reported to the IRS. Nico.
Yeah, I mean, it makes it completely inconvenient. Like, how are you going to use that as a currency? How is that going to function as a currency if the reporting requirements are so severe, right? I also don't think it's fair, and something regarding RFK's speech, I don't think it's fair that you have to pay capital gains because you chose to use a better money, right? So that's definitely something that has to be addressed. I'm very, very excited to see how Trump is going to try to one-up him. Let's see what happens. Yeah.
Well, it sounds like really what RFK is proposing is that Bitcoin be allowed to compete with the dollar. Is that how you would view it, Frank?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, this is the United States, right? The land of competition. And if we found if better money has been invented, we should celebrate that. People should be able to use it freely. As David just mentioned, we do need something where there's no intermediary third party in the middle of us, saying what transactions we can make and what transactions we can't make. For the average person, they don't really think about that too much. They swipe a debit card, credit card. They're permitted to make their transaction. But we do know that there's been people who have been debanked, deplatformed for different things. And as we move into a future where things are more surveillable, we have to be careful. And we need an alternative, and we should be allowed to use Bitcoin if we want to.
But one counterpoint to that is, I saw people on Twitter yesterday were saying, is the call for America buying a strategic reserve of Bitcoin a form of a sort of speculative attack on the dollar?
Right. I was actually just reading a comment about that.
But I think what's interesting to note is, like, if America does have and commit to holding some material amount of Bitcoin, then the extent to which, like, Bitcoin is actually competing with the dollar is sort of in question, right? Like, as Bitcoin grows and more people adopt it all over the world, if America, A, is holding Bitcoin and B, still retains some taxation ability, then it's not really like shorting the dollar. America sort of puts itself in a position where it gains asymmetrically from Bitcoin's adoption. So the question of whether or not Bitcoin is a sort of a competitor to the dollar is, I think, a policy question rather than some sort of innate property of Bitcoin itself. If we choose to let its growth benefit us, it will.
Well, I think the economy, obviously a huge focal point in election 2024. I guess, how does this relate to the economy? The average person thinking they're struggling. Now they're hearing that RFK wants to buy Bitcoin with America's money. How do you think the average person would react to that, Nico?
I mean, like, it depends. Like, we still have a tremendous amount of work to do in the education front. Right. The reality is that people still commingle Bitcoin and a lot of the alternative cryptocurrencies. People are still not even aware of what inflation is. People still believe that inflation is just part of Mother Nature, like it's just inherent in money. So until we really get the message out there and get people to understand that the money is fundamentally broken, I think it's going to be very difficult for them to understand that.
Well, want to read a reaction from Twitter, X now. We've got Peter Todd yesterday reacting. RFK is pitching what's basically backing the U.S. dollar in debt with hard assets like gold and Bitcoin. This is economic nonsense and actually really fiat. You don't get it both ways. Either you're for Bitcoin or for the U.S. dollar. Frank, your reaction to that take?
We had a similar conversation here yesterday. Preston Pish we were both talking about this, and I don't think that you really need to be backing a currency that exists already, the US dollar, with something like Bitcoin that has all the properties you need to transact. So Bitcoin is a permissionless network. We can use it to transact freely. Yeah, technically you could use it to back it up. Other countries back up their money with commodities. We used to be on a gold standard until 1971 here in the United States, but I don't really think you need to do something like that, in that it sort of defeats the purpose of Bitcoin in a way, and it only sort of lets it be the store of value narrative versus allowing it to become more of a medium of exchange.
Well, of course, more to come today, a stacked panel of guests. We're talking now about Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s speech yesterday, and want to just get the reactions from you on the panelists as voters, right? We've heard this idea that Bitcoin owners are single-issue voters. How do you think the Bitcoin voter, how do you think that speech went over with the single-issue Bitcoin voter, and did that change your vote, Nico?
100%. RFK went above and beyond, and I got to say, he won me over, and he won my wife over.
Oh, wow.
I was extremely surprised by how hard in the paint he was going to go.
Okay.
But I'm going to mention, it also doesn't surprise me, because a couple days before at the karate fight, or the karate battle, he said, yeah, I have the majority of my wealth in Bitcoin. Right? So it doesn't surprise me at all, but from a Bitcoiner's perspective, as a single-issue voter myself, because I truly believe a lot of these symptoms, a lot of the wrongs in society right now are symptoms of broken money. And I truly believe that if you fix the money, you fix the world. RFK really, really impressed me with his speech, and I'm extremely excited to see how Trump is going to respond.
So Nico's vote changing as a result of RFK Jr.'s speech. Frank, your position as a single-issue voter or a voter in America?
And maybe a bit more of a cynic, but he said a lot of things that were, I hope come true. I hope he does go and purchase 540, 550 Bitcoin per day. I hope, everything else he mentioned that was pro-Bitcoin, it all comes to fruition if he does become the president. My thoughts were that for someone who's not very divisive and tends not to be super extreme in his views, I was sort of taken back a little bit when he started talking about how he's not blue, he's not red, he's not purple, he's actually orange, he has an orange heart. And I was thinking, okay, well, he's sort of getting into a little bit of the theatrics here, right? Gaining some attention for saying things that are sort of a little bit over the top. So all I can say is, if he does become our president, I simply hope that he does follow through. Personally, I've been a fan of his since 2023 when he was here last year and spoke. He does have my vote. That is the person I'm voting for. That was my thought before I came in here. But yeah, I liked what he had to say. I just hope, again, he's a politician, and I hope he follows through.
David, quickly before the break, your reaction, did this change your vote?
No. I'm not a single-issue voter either. I agree with Nico that, Bitcoin is, good in a lot of ways that are counterintuitive, and that, a large chunk of society's problems are downstream of the fiat monetary system. But I also think there are an entire set of issues outside of Bitcoin that matter a great deal to people. And so I sort of agree with the first part. I don't necessarily agree with the fixing the money, fixing the world in its entirety. And I think in that space, there's, reason to cast a ballot for issues other than Bitcoin. So it didn't change my vote, but I thought it was a very interesting and very bullish speech.
Talking RFK Jr.'s speech yesterday here, we'll be broadcasting to X, YouTube, and Rumble all day. Still so much more to come here at Music City Center in Nashville. Alex Gladstein, director of the Human Rights Foundation. Marsha Blackburn, a Republican senator from Tennessee. Khanna, Democratic U.S. representative. Of course, it all leads to Donald J. Trump, 45th President of the United States, will be speaking today at 2 p.m. We'll be back after this message from our sponsors.
The Bitcoin Conference. We started with a dream to build a community focused on Bitcoin. It all started in 2019 in the heart of San Francisco, the first major Bitcoin conference in years that kickstarted a revolution. And then Miami, a place where enthusiasts, developers, dreamers, and innovators could come together to make Bitcoin better. It has been an amazing 5 years and 8 conferences, thanks to all of you. Bitcoin Conference has become the largest premier global Bitcoin gathering in the world, leading hyper-Bitcoinization. While Miami was incredible, it was time to set the stage for Bitcoin in a new city. So we took the conference on the road. Nashville, Tennessee was the obvious choice, a city known for music and freedom. Next year, the conference is hitting the road again in search of the next global stage. We are headed to a new city next year. With hyper-Bitcoinization right around the corner, we have no plans to take the foot off the gas. Find out where we are headed next. Scan the QR code and be at the main stage for the big announcement.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk of Bitcoin 2024, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. Of course, people are pouring into Nashville right now, into Bitcoin 2024, lining up already lines around the venue to see today's headliners. Donald J. Trump speaking at 2 p.m. Got a packed power panel here today, or here right now, talking about the reaction to yesterday's speech, as well as what we might see today from the 45th president. So, want to start with some of Trump's past comments, right? I think we saw in 2019 Donald J. Trump not always a fan of Bitcoin. His quotes, "Bitcoin just seems like a scam. I don't like it because it's competing against the dollar. I want the dollar to be the currency of the world." We've got Nico, Frank, and David here giving their reactions. Let's talk about this change of mind that Donald Trump has had. David, I'll stick with you. Why has Donald J. Trump changed his mind about Bitcoin?
Well, because he was wrong first, and he's more or less right now. I mean, I think we have this like crazy culture in American politics where we love to like wag our fingers at people for changing their minds, but you know, like 180ing on an issue is like a sign of intellectual honesty, and so I think it's reasonable that Trump had the take that he did, because I think a lot of the most convicted Bitcoiners start by thinking it's a scam. I mean, you know, look at David Bailey, you know, the CEO of Bitcoin Magazine in 2012. The reason he fell down the rabbit hole and the reason this whole conference is happening is because his friend in college told him to buy Bitcoin. David said, "That sounds like a scam." He locked himself in his dorm room for a month trying to prove his buddy wrong and came out, you know, converting all of his assets into Bitcoin.
So your view, Donald J. Trump's retraction here, a natural change of mind, proof of the adoption curve of Bitcoin. Nico, do you believe that Donald Trump is a Bitcoin believer?
You know what I believe? I believe he wants to get elected. I believe that there were some events. The first thing, and shout out to Vivek also, because I believe he was influential in this. He mentioned that he would be anti-CBDC if he were to get elected. Then he was very surprised by the reaction of the crowd when he said that. It's not a coincidence that 2-3 weeks later he's at the Libertarian Conference basically saying, "I'm going to free Ross, I'm going to, you know, protect the right to self-custody," and he got a huge reaction from the crowd. So it's not necessarily that I believe what Trump is saying, but I do believe in his incentives. He sees that Bitcoin is a huge voting demographic. He's seeing that the current administration is taking an anti-Bitcoin stance from a regulatory perspective, and he sees this as an opportunity to get into the White House once again.
Well, let's talk about that reversal coming back in May. Some of Trump's first comments, we'll read them now. Quote, "They are against it. Biden doesn't even know what it is. He has no idea. Gensler is against it. The Democrats are against it. I'm fine with it. If you like crypto, you better vote for Trump." David.
Yeah, I have thoughts.
Great.
You know, I think it's pretty important that Bitcoin not become like a partisan football.
Absolutely.
I think this notion that like Democrats are anti-Bitcoin and Republicans are for it is like definitely wrong. I mean, one of the most treacherous pieces of legislation vis-a-vis Bitcoin that's ever been proposed is Elizabeth Warren's DAML bill. Who co-sponsored that? A Republican, Roger Marshall. And, you know, he did take his name off that bill a couple of days ago. But, you know, you've got Democrats like Khanna. From my work in Washington, I can tell you there are more Democrats who are, you know, sort of neutral or pro, who are sort of have been scared to rebuke Elizabeth Warren and the Biden administration. So I don't think it's a left-right thing. I don't like that framing whatsoever.
Can I add to that, Pete?
Sure.
Yeah, I 100% agree. It is not a left and right thing whatsoever. And I don't think that the current Democratic Party is properly representing their constituents. I truly believe that it's Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives that are all holders of Bitcoin. They believe in Bitcoin. They see that Bitcoin is going to make the world a better place. So I do hope that, the powerful elements of the Democratic Party, change their mind.
Well, there are some Democrats here. We have Khanna on stage later, U.S. representative from state of California, Frank.
Yeah, but I was going to say, to piggyback off that as well, Democrats should be fans of Bitcoin in the fact that it promotes financial inclusion, right?
Absolutely.
The word inclusion gets used a lot in progressive circles. Bitcoin is inclusive money. It's money that anyone can access with nothing more than an internet connection or maybe a phone. So I think for the Democrats that are maybe a little bit more hesitant to speak up, I hope that someone like Khanna coming here to the Bitcoin conference to speak in front of 20,000 people today, maybe more. Hopefully that sets a tone for, okay, we need to be a little bit more vocal. Maybe there were certain dynamics happening with Elizabeth Warren that were holding them back from saying what they wanted to say, but it's time for Democrats to speak up. The last thing that we want to see is this become a partisan issue.
Well, and Nico is so right, too, in terms of the sort of gap between where voters are and where politicians are. I mean, this went viral on Twitter the other day, but Troy Cross, one of our fellows at BPI, just put out a really sophisticated report on ownership data of Bitcoin. And the craziest part of that report, I really encourage anyone watching this live stream, especially someone who's looking at this and thinking, well, is this just sort of an orange Republican National Convention? Fair characterization. But you look at that report, and the stunning thing is that the graph of the sort of political axis, like left, right, Bitcoin ownership, is a perfect bell curve. Like, if you own Bitcoin, most likely you identify as politically neutral, and then it sort of just equally kind of slopes downward as you go left and right. And so there's absolutely no reason for more Democrats not to step up for their constituents who are more likely statistically to hold Bitcoin if they're young, if they're minorities, if they're lower income, people who are using it for remittances. So, I mean, there is a huge gap, like Nico points out, and I think if the Democrats are strategic, and Khanna is a trailblazer here, they're gonna sort of try to neutralize the advantage that Trump's gaining by being pro-orange coin.
Well, I want to interject some of Trump's own words. He said, quote, "I will end Joe Biden's war on crypto." Quote, "I will keep Elizabeth Warren and her goons away from Bitcoin." Has this played into the partisan, making Bitcoin seem partisan, maybe more partisan than it is? Nico?
I think he capitalized on an opportunity created by the Biden administration. The reality is Operation Choke Point 2.0. Caitlin Long's bank, the Custodia, got denied a federal banking charter. The proposed 30% mining bill, tax bill. So all of those things happened, and it created a situation for an opposing political party that's trying to get elected and say, you know what, if you're going to disenfranchise this huge voter base that's coming up in the United States, we're going to capitalize on it. And that's exactly what Trump and RFK did. And I think it was a huge drop ball by the Democratic Party because, like what David's saying, I don't think they're properly representing their constituents. So hopefully this member of the Democratic Party today, I'm really excited to hear what she has to say, and hopefully they change course. And they could take away that political advantage from Donald Trump. All they have to say is say, you know what, we're going to back off crypto, back off Bitcoin, and also we're going to pardon Ross. Joe Biden has the ability to do that right now. He is currently the president of the United States.
Yep.
Well, we'd love to compare and contrast. We were talking about RFK's historic speech yesterday, obviously preparing for Donald J. Trump's speech later today at 2 p.m. Want to compare and contrast the issues and talk policy here and dive a little bit, see how you think about both candidates. So Donald Trump, obviously the issues he's touting, Bitcoin is good for energy independence. He's against CBTCs. He recognizes this as a growing industry, and he doesn't want to lose foreign influence. How does that contrast with RFK? How would you describe their policy differences, David?
There honestly don't seem to be all that different. I mean, I think RFK, is just like slightly more radical, but I mean, the core things like Nico said, I mean, I don't think we're going to see much of a difference. I mean, Trump has pledged to free Ross. Like, I think if you polled people at this conference, well, I would hope if you polled people at this conference and you said, if you could have one public policy or one thing from the president, with respect to Bitcoin, I would hope that, the majority answer would be commute Ross Ulbricht's sentence immediately.
Of course, Ross Ulbricht, the founder of Silk Road, an online marketplace. We're talking about RFK's differences with the Donald J. Trump platform. Nico, Frank, do you see any big differences here, or is it, as David said, the competing platforms that offer really the same?
I want to give a shout out to RFK. Again, he spoke last year at the 2023 Bitcoin conference, and when he spoke with great nuance. He talked about the importance of holding your private keys. He talked about the importance of miners being able to mine in America. These things that now I think are Trump talking points, right? And I think that part of that process is an educational process. I think someone like Nick Carter had spoken with or helped to educate someone like RFK. At least he cited Nick Carter in his talk last year when RFK spoke. Yesterday we had Trump's son, Donald Trump Jr., here on the live desk with us. And when he spoke about Bitcoin, too, he was speaking in a way you could tell that it was pretty authentic. And we know that, I think, David Bailey, the head of BTC Inc., has been instrumental in educating not only what's the difference between Bitcoin and other crypto assets, but telling them, these are the things that are important to people, being able to self-custody their assets, to use it the way that they see fit. And I think that it's a real thing, but I just want to give credit to RFK for sort of setting that tone, saying we need to talk about this, and we need to talk about it with the proper nuance.
Well, of course, we know what Robert F. Kennedy Jr. said yesterday. We've been going over the talking points. Unknown is what Donald J. Trump will say today. So the question I want to pose to our panel, Nico, Frank, David, does Donald Trump need to come out and say that he will buy Bitcoin today?
I think if he wants to one-up Kennedy, absolutely. I mean, Kennedy might have taken, look, why is Trump coming to this conference? To get votes, right? And if RFK's policy is better, Trump is at risk now, right? So he has to at least match or come close to that for him to convince Bitcoiners. And I know all of us aren't single-issue voters, but I know a big portion of this conference are single-issue voters. So I'm very curious to see what Trump has to say, but also because Trump is, tied to a mainstream political party, does he have the liberty? Does he have the ability to be, to use David's words, as radical as RFK was in his policy proposals? I also don't know if Trump, I could probably say this for a fact, Trump probably doesn't have the majority of his wealth in Bitcoin. RFK does, right? So I'm very curious to hear what he has to say, and potentially, I'll change my mind. I'll say, I'm actually going to vote for Trump. So let's see what happens at 2 p.m. today.
So it sounds like you believe Trump needs to come out and say that America will buy Bitcoin.
Pete, he needs to. He needs to. He needs to be able to match RFK. And I'll say this, Trump is a showman. He's a showman. He knows how to work a crowd. So I know for a fact that he watched RFK's speech, and I know he's been thinking about it. How do I one-up this man? How do I make a bigger splash?
Well, of course, he could say that he's buying all 21 million Bitcoin. Frank, the question on the table right now is, does Donald J. Trump need to come out and say that he will buy Bitcoin to win over the Bitcoin voter base?
Oh, I think for sure. There's no question. I think that now, the bar, like we talked about, the bar has been set by what RFK has said, and I would imagine that he's not only going to say he's going to buy Bitcoin, but he'll do it in greater mass than RFK promises to do it. So we'll see what he says, but my guess is yes.
David, your thoughts quickly before the break.
I'll take the other side. I don't think he needs to. I think it's an interesting idea. I think it's prudent for a government to hold Bitcoin, just as it's prudent for an individual to hold Bitcoin. But does Trump need to one-up RFK or even announce that he's going to buy it to get what he needs? I don't think so. I think if he commits to pardoning Ross, if he commits to not infringing on the rights of Bitcoin holders, if he commits to America leading in public policy vis-a-vis Bitcoin, maybe he could get away with saying we're not going to sell the Bitcoin we already have. Maybe he could get away with saying that when we seize Bitcoin as a result of crime, we'll add it to our stack. But I don't know if he needs to do this.
He won't get my vote.
Well, votes are at stake. Of course, we're talking about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. So much more to come today at the Bitcoin conference here in Nashville, Tennessee. Howard Lutnick, CEO at Cantor Fitzgerald, Ro Khanna, Democratic representative from the state of California, and, of course, Donald J. Trump, former president of the United States, potentially future president of the United States. We'll be back after this break with another packed panel.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
Dollar will dramatically lose its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk at Bitcoin 2024, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. Once again, I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. It is getting wild in here. People are lining up around the block. We've seen the lines outside. It is absolutely crazy in here as people pack the house here at Music City Center to see the headline speakers today at the Bitcoin conference, including Donald J. Trump. We've been talking politics with our reaction panel right now. Introduce the guests again. To my left, David Zell, founder of the Bitcoin Policy Institute. To his left, Frank Corva, lead business reporter at Bitcoin Magazine. Last but not least, Nico Moran, host of Simply Bitcoin. Guys talking about the history we saw on stage yesterday. Want to go to the Michael Saylor keynote. Some quotes. Quote, "The life is being sucked out of you, your savings." And he talked about a strategy of going double, triple, even quadruple maxi in terms of investing. His plea for the U.S. government to buy Bitcoin, him laying out his bear, base, and bull case for the Bitcoin price. Bear case, $3 million a coin. Base case, $13 million a coin. And bull case, $49 million a coin. Of course, the price right now hovering around $67,000. That would be quite a move. Reaction to the idea of a $49 million Bitcoin. Nico, let's start with you. Sounds good, right?
I mean, it sounds great, but if I was holding 250,000 plus Bitcoin, I'd want to get everyone hyped. And it just seems, that every conference just continues to get more and more bullish. And I got to say, that $49 million prediction, personally, I love what Saylor's done for the movement. that is very, very, very bullish.
Well, he's
optimistic.
Talking about something that is just starting to happen, which is that corporations are putting Bitcoin on the balance sheet. Frank, obviously you're reporting on the industry for Bitcoin Magazine. Can you talk about this movement that Saylor has led and the momentum that might back up the idea of a $49 million Bitcoin?
Yeah, I was actually at his Bitcoin for Corporations event. I think it was about 2 or 3 months ago out in Las Vegas. And the tone was very, very different compared to years past in terms of the way businesses are thinking about Bitcoin. One, not only putting it on their balance sheet, but also accepting it as a form of payment. So yeah, I think the team at Lightspark was a big speaker there, which is the team that's implementing Lightning, helping businesses accept more Bitcoin as payment, especially for international business. I think this is really important. But I think people are looking at Bitcoin as less of a taboo, like just purely risk-on asset, and thinking about allocating anywhere from maybe 1% to 5% of their treasury to Bitcoin just no longer seems like a totally crazy or wild thing to do as a company.
David, of course, you're in Washington. Is Michael speaking to this audience? Obviously, his plea for the U.S. government to buy Bitcoin. What do you make of his price predictions?
Well, I think it's important to remember that there are a ton of asset classes out there that have a monetary premium. You could look at things like art. You could even look at things like real estate. You could look at things like public equities, right? There's, when you buy a public equity, you're sort of buying a sort of stake in the future cash flow of the business, but there's a monetary premium on that. And so I think that when you realize that Bitcoin is probably the only asset that should have that like monetary premium, you can sort of start to see why a really bullish price prediction is not so crazy. Now, I saw on Twitter like a good comment, which was, I would have asked Michael, what's the price of a loaf of bread or a gallon of gas in a $49 million per Bitcoin world? But I mean, look, there's a lot of value globally, and a lot of things have a monetary premium that shouldn't. So,
well, Saylor talked a lot about the weaknesses of other asset classes. We see him really skewer stocks, bonds, real estate, really saying that they shouldn't have monetary premiums. Nico, your thoughts on just this idea?
No, he's absolutely right. Like, it is crazy that we live in a world where you have to become a part-time investor just to maintain your purchasing power. That is absurd. And I think Saylor in his keynote yesterday highlighted that. You know, there's no other asset that's going to be able to maintain your purchasing power like Bitcoin. So I absolutely agree with you, David. Like, the fact is that real estate definitely has a premium because people are just trying to, like, what a lot of people are doing from overseas is that they'll come to the United States, buy pieces of property. They'll just leave the properties empty just to maintain their purchasing power, just to keep their wealth. Now that you have something like Bitcoin, where you can memorize a 12-word seed phrase and you could store theoretically millions, trillions, billions of dollars in your mind, that's an absolute game changer. By the way, I definitely don't recommend doing that. You should definitely write down your seed phrase properly.
Well, of course, Saylor inspiring a movement of his own. We heard on Thursday from Semler Scientific, Metaplanet, of course, other companies putting Bitcoin on the balance sheet, Reddit, Bitcoin Depot, DeFi Technologies. David, your thoughts on just this idea, should corporations buy Bitcoin?
Yeah, I mean, I think they almost have a fiduciary duty to have some Bitcoin. I mean, I think at this point it is very obvious. I think the most conservative thing I could say is that it is riskier to have 0 Bitcoin than it is to have some Bitcoin. So I think if you have shareholders, you have an obligation to have some percentage of your corporation's treasury in Bitcoin.
Well, let's go back to the numbers, though. The $49 million Bitcoin, right? I think at some level this seems unimaginable to people, right? How would you, if the people at home were hearing $49 million Bitcoin, how do you make that real for people?
What I would say is, like, it came as a shock to me, too, especially, again, Michael Saylor, he's done so many good things for our movement, right? He's, public companies are following his footsteps.
How can you fulfill that, right?
But what I'm saying is, okay, so if we thought back 10 years ago and we looked at the price of Bitcoin 10 years ago, and if I would have told you this is where the price of Bitcoin is today in 2024, back in 2014, you would have laughed me out of the room, right? So, if you want to learn from, if you want to have a good idea of what's going to happen in the future, it's probably a good idea to study the past, right? Now, does that mean that the same thing's going to happen? No, but I do believe that Bitcoin is a superior asset, and I do agree with David. I think people are going to sell inferior assets to the superior asset, and the superior asset is Bitcoin. And by the way, I got to say, the crowd is getting rowdy because the Orange Man is coming to the Orange Conference, and Orange Coin, good.
Yeah, just narrating it for the people at home. There's a stacked line around the venue now. People are throwing orange hats, so we'll try to get a look at what they say. Really, the atmosphere here is electric already. Let's just talk about Bitcoin conferences. What does it mean to have Donald Trump here? Is this good for Bitcoin?
Yeah, I mean, I think it is, because as Bitcoin grows in price, it grows in political and geopolitical relevance. I mean, the sort of issues that matter with a sort of non-state money when it's a $1 billion market cap are very different than the issues that matter for a non-state money with a $1 trillion market cap. And so, look, I expect next year we're going to have something like the B7. It's like a joke I've been making, but there's no reason we shouldn't have our own G7 summit here. I think world leaders should be discussing Bitcoin because if they're not, they're going to get blindsided.
Yeah, I think it's important to have the recognition. And with that said, I don't think we should be pandering to politicians. I don't think that's necessarily should be the strategy, but to be recognized by the powers that be, to recognize that this is something they're recognizing, that this is something they can no longer ignore, that they have to be here to address 20,000 people here. I think it is important. We live in a civil society. We live in a democratic society where we vote for our leaders. I'm glad to see that they're concerned with something like Bitcoin now and that they're paying attention.
Quickly.
Yeah, so I got to say is, I think that it's not that Bitcoin needs these politicians. It's that these politicians need Bitcoin in order to get elected. And I think it's a testament to the power of our movement.
Well said. And, of course, the $49 million Bitcoin, maybe not so crazy when you have the likes of Larry Fink calling it a flight to quality. Of course, we'll be right back after this break with a more all-star analysis of what we'll see today at Bitcoin 2024 in Nashville. Stay with us.
Why?
What's the second best? There is no second best.
We will ensure that the future of crypto and the future of Bitcoin will be made in America.
So yeah, today we're going to be talking about runes.
We're talking about runes.
But first,
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk at Bitcoin 2024, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. Once again, I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor at Bitcoin Magazine. We've got an all-star panel here talking about reactions from yesterday. Excitement for today, of course. David Zell to my left, founder of Bitcoin Policy Institute. Frank Corva, lead business reporter at Bitcoin Magazine, joined now by Femi Lunge, Human Rights Foundation's global Bitcoin lead. Femi, would like to bring you into this conversation. We've been talking about Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s speech yesterday, coming out saying that America should buy Bitcoin. There's anticipation for Donald J. Trump. Speech today. How is the world looking at what's going on here at Bitcoin 2024?
I think, particularly from the Global South where I'm from, unfortunately or fortunately, our policymakers typically look at the U.S. and in many ways copy what's coming out of the U.S. So I think it's a good signal. For lots of them, I think there is lots of opportunity for countries in the Global South to actually custody a lot of their foreign reserves in Bitcoin. And seeing politicians in the U.S., presidential candidates in the U.S., putting that forward as policy, I think is a good signal. That said, I heard RFK say the U.S. is going to buy 550 Bitcoin a day to 4 million Bitcoin, so they have equal proportion to their current size of GDP. Well, I'm not sure the rest of the world really wants that, because we don't want to still have the U.S. as dominating the rest of us.
Right. Well, let's talk about that. Obviously, you spoke about the Global South. El Salvador at Bitcoin 2021 coming out, adopting a Bitcoin strategy, adopting a Bitcoin standard, adding to their treasury. They're now buying Bitcoin. David, what would you say to the people who would say, maybe we don't want the U.S. buying this much Bitcoin. Maybe we want the Global South to have an opportunity to become free from the U.S. financial system that has oppressed it.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, right? Like, to sort of make normative judgments about what, other countries, like, look, if you believe that it's prudent to buy Bitcoin for yourself, then I don't think you can fault any head of government or nation state for believing it's prudent for them to buy Bitcoin too. So I think there's sort of an is-ought distinction here.
Frank, let's talk about El Salvador. Obviously, I gave a little bit of context there. What in terms of the companies that are working there, what have you seen on the ground? What are you hearing about how effective their Bitcoin policy has been?
That's great. There's been adoption. I was in El Salvador last year, about 6 months ago. There's been adoption. What I see on the ground, actually, there's a ton of grassroots educational efforts, and I want to give a shout out to Mi Primer Bitcoin. I think one of the best Bitcoin education systems or curriculums out there. The team does amazing work. So I think the initial rollout of Bitcoin in El Salvador, the reaction was sort of people didn't know what to make of it. They thought it was very much a government thing. The government was imposing this new money on them. The Chivo wallet, I think there were some technical difficulties. But since then, we've had a lot of educators doing really important grassroots work, teaching people how to use Bitcoin, very practical things, technical things, but then also the philosophical things, learning how to save a little bit. And I think that when we talk about sort of the Global South and some of these bigger things like will governments buy it, we also need to pay attention to will people really learn what Bitcoin is, why it's valuable, how to use it, all of these things.
Of course, Femi, there are real problems in the Global South in terms of, the monetary technology simply isn't good. Hyperinflation is a real concern. Even Zimbabwe recently introducing new currency. Can you talk about some of the problems that you've seen and observed and that Bitcoin has entered the conversation in those regions?
So, very good question. I'm from Nigeria. we've seen hyperinflation in the last 1 year in Nigeria. A year and a half ago, a US dollars was worth about 700 naira. Today it's worth 1,005. So people have lost a lot of their purchasing power. In the middle of that, I mean, in Africa we have 46 currencies. We want to trade amongst each other. A few years ago, the government in Africa signed the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. One of the big problems is settlement, because if I want to trade with my neighbor in Benin or Togo, we're most likely going to denominate in US dollars at the moment, which is not neutral currency. So I see Bitcoin playing a role of an independent arbiter currency. In Nigeria right now, we suffer from foreign currency shortages. And we're seeing lots of retailers or importers who are paying suppliers in the West using Bitcoin and USDT. Of course, I think we also see, and I work with the Human Rights Foundation. One of the things we work in repressed democracies or repressed countries across the world. Unfortunately, in those countries, when the government see you as an opponent, the first means through which they get at you is your money. And so part of what we're doing is training human rights activists, training non-profit organizations, training young people, protesters, to be able to move as much of their wealth into Bitcoin, to be able to pay their staff, to be able to flee if they need to with their assets intact. We're also at the moment tracking central bank digital currencies, right, which are a big thing. Again, I'm from Nigeria, and the Nigerian government launched the central bank digital currency. They haven't fully maximized what it's possible for, but we know that in that kind of system where we have governments that are not necessarily always acting in favor of the people, there are many nasty things that they could actually do with that.
Well, of course, Frank, you've been writing about this as well. I want to go to your recent reporting. You just did a feature profile on Maya Parpo. She's running for president of Suriname on a Bitcoin platform. Why is she doing this, and what is her story?
There's a ton of corruption. They're experiencing about 60% inflation per year in Suriname, and part of this is a result of corruption within the country. Also, it's a pretty wild story. If you can, go check out my piece in Bitcoin Magazine on this. For her, because of corruption, something that was happening, both sort of an alliance between politicians and bankers, her father was murdered when she was 13 years old. And I think a lot of what she's doing now, she's trying to say, like, look, I've been personally affected by this corruption. I want to do something about it for my country. What's wild about her and what's different about her and Bukele is that she's the first president in the world that's actually running on putting her country on a Bitcoin standard, talking about using it as a medium of exchange. Yeah, what she's doing, I think it's unprecedented, and the eyes of the world should be on her.
Take a quick break now. Going to our roving reporter, we're going to bring you not only great analysis today, but looks at what's happening around the venue. Of course, thousands of people streaming in. We've got Q Gahimi, our roving reporter, with a special update from the ground floor.
Thanks so much, Pete. We are standing in the expo hall right now, and as you can see over here to my right, the line has already started to form to get in to just see the opening remarks. All the way down in the back, you can see where the line is leading to. Now look, that line is twisting round and round over there. Yesterday, leading up to RFK's speech, we saw the line go all the way around the expo hall to the other side. Things are abuzz. We are still so early. We haven't even had the first talks yet, and people are lining up, getting excited. I see people in line with books, getting ready to park their butts there for the day to make sure they have the best seat in the house to watch Donald Trump's talk. We're all getting really excited to hear what he has to say. Rizzo, back to you guys at the desk.
About what you do at HRF and the challenges you're overcoming. Is that good?
And we're back here at the Mara News Desk, of course, engaged in conversation about the hot issues of today. One that we just discussed, adoption. So obviously a big challenge here, or not a challenge here in Nashville, Tennessee, where we have lots of Bitcoin users. But talking about the Global South, Femi, your view on just the challenges of adoption on the ground that you've seen?
I think before I talk about challenges, I think it's probably important to clarify what adoption means. I think, and my theory is that we have the problems of moving value that Bitcoin addresses, and we here being people in the Global South. Yes, we have challenges around storing our value, but I think a lot of the bigger problems we have is how do we plug into the global monetary system? How do we plug into global trade? without going through intermediaries that fleece us all through the process. And I think Bitcoin helps us do that very well because it's permissionless. Part of the challenges I find with adoption, though, is a lot of the stories of what you can do with Bitcoin that's coming to people in Africa and developing world is not necessarily coming from our worldview. It's coming from the Western, the American worldview. And so for a lot of the people, it's not landing properly because it's not speaking to what's important to them. So what we try to do is actually start from the other way around. Understand the people, understand their needs, understand the challenges they have, and then find a way that they can see how Bitcoin solves a very important role in helping them solve their problems. Yeah.
Well, of course, the bigger vision here is not just freedom of speech, freedom of transaction, right. More freedom for the world. David, would love to get your take of you're interacting with policymakers and talking to people. How do you interject freedom into the conversation?
I think by reminding people of the financial privilege they enjoy by being a holder of one of the 5 largest currencies. I mean, if you are born today randomly, you have a greater than coin flip odds of living in an authoritarian regime where you have no property rights, you have no civil liberties, freedom of speech, freedom of movement, freedom of commerce. If you are born today randomly, you've got like a 2 in 7 chance of living in a country with double or triple digit inflation where you can work your entire life and not make $1. And so when we're talking about Bitcoin in the context of global freedom, the most important thing that I think we remind people of is how blessed and fortunate we are to be dollar holders, and remind people that if you're living in most parts of the world, you don't enjoy the same freedoms by the government that we do. And so what Bitcoin does is take those freedoms, those civil liberties, freedom of speech, association, transaction, codify them in code, and ensure that regardless of your government, you have the ability to own and transact.
Frank, the topic is Bitcoin as freedom. Yep. Your thoughts?
Yeah, there's someone actually, one of Femi's colleagues at HRF, Anna Chekovich, who she was the CFO, right, for Navalny, Alexei Navalny, the opposition to President Putin, the current leader of Russia. Putin, one of the first things he did when Navalny announced that he was going to run against him was he shut down his bank accounts, which is something that Femi spoke to earlier. What they did, I think as far back as 2016, is they began using Bitcoin. And they did it for a bunch of reasons, not just to have the freedom to transact, not just to have the freedom to run their political campaign, but also have the freedom to have donors donate to them. The donors could not use the traditional financial rails because those donors, those Russian donors, would have been persecuted by Putin as well. So even our ability in the United States to donate to a politician without having any sort of repercussions, this is something that we take for granted here.
Femi, we'd love to get your talks. Obviously, when people hear that the Human Rights Foundation is at a Bitcoin conference, how do you answer that question?
Like I said, so if you are a human rights activist, one of your biggest points of vulnerability is your money. Like Frank mentioned, not just you and your accounts, but even the people that want to give to your cause. But that's even at a national level. If you go down to the individual level and individual liberties, there are parts of the world where just be a woman counts against you, or be from a certain sect or a certain race counts against you, and it limits the kind of things that you can do. They say money makes the world run, and so your financial freedom, your ability to earn value, be sure that you can retain that value and share that value with whoever you want without fear that it causes any repercussion, for us is a big thing. And so at the Human Rights Foundation, we have a very strong focus and a strong team that's looking at financial freedom. People don't typically think about money when they think about human rights, but we've seen the examples like you gave. One of the things that Anna said occurred when Putin was going to go after them was they woke up one day and she opened the bank account, the banking app for the foundation, and they were negative more than close to $1 billion in their bank account because the government could just go talk to the bankers and take all the money out and put them in debt for generations. We don't think that's right. We don't think it's right that governments are working on central bank digital currencies that potentially can make them create money that can expire, that can give them the opportunity to track you, everything you do, everything you spend on, without going through the legal means. So it's something that's in the blind spot. It's in the blind spot of donors who are giving funds, supporting human rights activists. It's in blind spots of people who are thinking about human rights from the traditional right to vote, right to association, right to free speech, but which we think is very important.
Of course, running down on time here before we go back to the main stage here at Bitcoin 2024. David, I want to go back to you just for a topic that Femi brought up, central bank digital currencies. Is this a real threat in the United States? Do you want to see Donald J. Trump later speak out strongly against it? Do we need legislation against a central bank digital currency?
It's an interesting question. I am pretty against legislation or public policy that tries to ban central bank digital currencies, because I don't think that public policy should ban technology stacks like outright. I think that we should engage with our policymakers and civil society to reject central bank digital currencies. I think they're a horrible idea for human flourishing and freedom, like Femi mentioned. But I am skeptical of a law saying we're going to ban outright an entire technology stack. I think we got to retain the cypherpunk in us and recognize that we can't legislate all of our problems away.
David, thanks for your thoughts. Obviously, it's heating up here. We'll be bringing you all the news, insight, and analysis as it happens here at the Mara News Desk. The lines are wild. The vibes are wild. Bitcoin 2024 is underway, and it's the final day. We're throwing it back to a special sponsor advertisement message before we go to the main stage as day 2 begins here in Nashville, Tennessee. Stay with us.
Absolutely. To open us up, we have an incredible session with 3 amazing candidates who are running for Senate. We have John Deaton, Bernie Moreno, and Sam Brown. They will be moderated by David McIntosh. Please give them a wonderful applause, and let's get this show on the road.
Good morning, Bitcoiners. It's a great day today, huh? Yes. I'm plugging for Bitcoin to go over 70 and even higher when the president speaks. But today, this morning, we're going to have a panel of 3 gentlemen who are competing to join the United States Senate, change the majority so that they will be pro-Bitcoin in their outlook and pro-economic growth for the country. With me today, these 3 gentlemen are in some of the most competitive Senate races around the country. Bernie Moreno, in the middle, is running in Ohio against Sherrod Brown, one of the worst senators when it comes to Bitcoin and digital assets. Next to me is John Deaton, who is taking on Elizabeth Warren.
I got some fans over there. Wow. Fan club.
And on the far end of the panel is Sam Brown, who's taking on Senator Rosen. Now, we all know the last 4 years has seen a war on digital assets. The Biden-Harris administration made it known almost from the beginning that if you weren't Sam Bankman-Fried, they didn't want anything to do with you. They've sicked the IRS. They're trying to take away self-custody. They've issued banking regulations, one thing after another. Well, the way we resolve these issues in America is through an election. And each of these men is standing for election in order to make those changes. So I want to quickly get to them. I've introduced who they are, but I want each of them to tell you a little bit about themselves, their background, and their view on Bitcoin. Bernie, why don't we start with you in Ohio?
Well, thank you for being here. Thank you for caring so much about your industry. I'm Bernie Moreno. I'm the Republican nominee in Ohio. Born in South America, was in the retail automotive business, bought my first dealership when I was in my 30s, built a group of 15 dealerships that represented 30 brands, sold that, started a technology company that allowed car titles to be digital using blockchain. We had to pass a law to allow that to happen because the federal government insisted that one piece of paper had to be signed in triplicate with wet ink, which was insane. We got that done. It opened my eyes to public policy. I never thought I would run for office. The guy I'm running against is Sherrod Brown. He went to Yale University, majored in Russian studies, went into elected office when Richard Nixon was in the White House. And the next time you're at a big sporting event, throw a ball out into the stadium. Whoever catches that ball is more qualified to regulate cryptocurrency than Sherrod Brown. He's Elizabeth Warren's youthful idiot, has no interest in understanding what Bitcoin is, because at the end of the day, what these guys care about is centralized control. They don't want to have decentralized control. They want to have all the power to themselves. We got to get rid of these people that want to die in office. That's why I'm running.
Sam, tell us a little bit about Nevada and your race there.
Yeah, hey guys, I'm Sam Brown, and I never expected to be here as I started my adult life. Right after 9/11, I went to the United States Military Academy at West Point, and must not be any Navy folks out here. Oh, you got one over there? All right, go Army. But look, service asks a lot of us, and there's risks involved in it. And ultimately, as I deployed to Afghanistan in 2008, I encountered one of those risks, a roadside bomb that sent me back stateside on a 3-year journey of recovery. Ultimately, I was medically retired out of the military, but there were blessings in it. And if any of us have been through hardship, which certainly Bitcoiners have been through some hardship, we know that there is, with persistence, with determination, we will reap the rewards of that. So I've got a beautiful family, been married for 15 years, have 3 kids, and went back to school, got my MBA, started a business in pharmaceutical services. But a couple of years ago, our country has taken a radical turn to the left. And I'm just curious, how many folks out here have been politically engaged before? I'm talking about voters. How many of you vote? All right?
All right, good.
All right. How many of you have volunteered or contributed to a campaign? Okay.
Nice.
Handful. All right. What is required of us at this time is to take the next step. If you've never voted before, you've got to vote. You've got to vote because the issues you care about are on the line. If you've never volunteered on a campaign before, you've got to get involved. If you've never contributed to a campaign before, you've got to get involved. How many of you want to see the left attack Bitcoin, attack our energy industry in a way that hurts us? Do we have any single issue voters out here on Bitcoin? Anybody? All right. It's time to get involved. And my next step in service to country was running for United States Senate. And I'm taking on Jackie Rosen, who, if you're familiar with Harry Reid, she came in with his machine, and it's time to retire her and get some new leadership in office.
Thank you, Sam. And our next speaker, I've first noticed him when he took on Gary Gensler in a lawsuit against the SEC and won. And now John's taking on Elizabeth, and he's going to win. John, tell us about your race and what's going on.
Thank you, and it's great to be here. Listen, I'm from Detroit, Michigan. That's where I was born, single mother on welfare and food stamps in one of the worst neighborhoods in America in the last 40 years, called Highland Park, Detroit. And listen, when I read the Bitcoin white paper in December of 2016, I thought of my mother, because I remember standing in line, watching her debase herself because she couldn't keep a minimum bank deposit. So she had to go to those check cashing stores that you see in the hood. And I saw her beg them, can you please take not 20% or 15%? We need that money for food. So when I read the Bitcoin white paper, I thought of her, and I thought of how we can eliminate the predatory fees of the banks and the middleman. When I was in college, I would send my mother money to help with my younger two siblings. I'd send her $100. It would go through Western Union. They would take $12 or $15. And so, listen, when they're not looking, that's where you pay attention. I just disclosed to the Federal Election Commission that my net worth, 82% in Bitcoin, baby. And I'm going against Elizabeth Warren, who wants to ban the self-custody of Bitcoin in the United States. She went on Meet the Press, and she told Chuck Todd that America is ready for a Federal Reserve-issued CBDC. George Orwell is rolling over in his grave, and I'm looking you in the face and telling you, I'm going to beat Elizabeth Warren. Woo!
Thank you, John. I run Club for Growth. We have a bipartisan pro-Bitcoin group called BIP that fights on these policy issues up on the Hill. We've also got a Bitcoin Freedom PAC to help them all these gentlemen all get elected. But I want to ask each of you, what do you think the most important issue is that we need to take the left on, take Elizabeth Warren, take Sherrod Brown, Rosen? What do you think are the most important issues in this area that you guys are going to be facing? Bernie.
You know, fundamentally, what I've seen in this country for the 50-plus years that I've been here, moving here from South America, is that our Declaration of Independence was very clear. We have certain inalienable rights. And everybody reads that section, except for Joe Biden, he forgot it. But at the end of that sentence, it's really important. It says, in order to secure these rights, governments are constituted among men deriving their powers from the people. We are the ones that are in charge of this country. These politicians have got it backwards. They think they're in charge. They think they get to tell us what kind of car to drive, what kind of stove to own, whether we can own Bitcoin or not. That's what's on the ballot this year. We're going to take this country back. We're in charge, not these politicians.
Sam.
Yeah, I'll just jump off from there and say that one of the things that we've seen is an abuse of the executive branch that creates, all sorts of bureaucratic roles, and Congress has unfortunately allowed the executive branch to run amok. And we've had a really important decision come out in the Supreme Court this year, Chevron deference, which is going to help reverse that power balance there. And what we need is people in Congress who are willing to go to war against the bureaucracy and the regulations and rules they create. And so one thing that we can look at is our energy policy and the way that we see different places trying to really, frankly, attack Bitcoin miners and the pursuit of that mining. We cannot allow government and especially bureaucrats go unchecked and attacking broad industries as energy and specifically targeting folks like Bitcoin miners. So that's one of the things that I'm excited, not just within this particular industry, but broadly speaking, to be a part of a Senate majority come November that is actively going to work on behalf of the people, as Bernie said. We need to represent the people and not allow nameless and faceless bureaucrats to create rules that impact so many of us.
Thank you, Sam. John, what do you see as some of the most important issues facing us?
Well, it comes down to self-determination. When you look at me, you're looking at the living embodiment of the American dream and everything that's possible in a great free country. And so Elizabeth Warren, if she actually were for poor people and expanding the middle class, she would adopt Bitcoin. She would be a proponent of Bitcoin. And at the end of the day, it's about self-determination. And I look at Bitcoin, I look at economic freedom. And so I think that economic freedom, Massachusetts just became the single most expensive state to live in the country. So I think that this message is going to be a good one.
Terrific. Thank you. Now, let's move from Washington back to the campaign trail, because you all have to win your races in order to go and change that city, which won't be easy. But you'll get a mandate from the voters in your state for the things that you want to do. How are you coming up against your opponent and on these issues, on the questions of Bitcoin and digital assets? And what are they using that against you? Are they using it in the campaign? What's the dynamic there, Bernie, when it comes to on the ground winning the race?
Yeah, so my opponent, again, as I mentioned, 50 years in elected office, never had a job other than being an elected official. Again, one of these guys that wants to die in office, which is insane to me. His attack ad against me is, I'm a car dealer. Not a good car dealer, not a bad car dealer, just a car dealer. It's not enough of a pejorative for him to say I was a car dealer, though. He calls me a used car salesman, which I fully embrace, by the way, fully embrace. Because the reality is, somebody who sells used cars wakes up every single day, has to go to work, has to get to a result in order to provide for their family. These career politicians do nothing, do terrible things, wreak havoc, get us $35 trillion in debt, and guess what? Somehow that guy's a millionaire. Explain that one to me. So from my perspective, what he thinks is honorable, which is to collect a government paycheck your whole life and not have to be accountable, shows who he's really all about. So this is about, again, the people standing up and making it clear that the politicians work for us. They're not supposed to be there forever, and we need people who've at least had some sense of reality in their lives that isn't Washington, D.C.
Sam, what's it like there in Nevada?
Right now it's a lot hotter than it is here, but as we get into the next 100 days, the campaign's going to really heat up even more. Look, I mentioned earlier, Jackie Rosen was the protege of Harry Reid. And, you know, for those who remember how much he ruled the Senate with an iron fist when he was a leader there for the Democrat Party, know that they built a machine to get people elected in Nevada. But we're breaking that apart. And one of the scary things about Jackie Rosen is she goes wherever the wind blows. Wherever the political winds blow, she will be. And so the warning to all of us is, especially at a time in an election like this where there is so much at stake. So much at stake in the presidential election and so much at stake in our Senate elections and the House elections. There's no margin for error. And if we sit back and we allow folks like Jackie Rosen, who, by the way, David, is now taking very conservative policy positions that I have been talking about for the last 2 years and repeating them as if they are her own, we have got to be wary of someone like that. She is, in fact, voted 99% of the time with Joe Biden's policies. Now, she might come out, especially because here I am at the Bitcoin conference, and I have been very supportive of our efforts, of the industry at large, and she's probably going to say, hey.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor at Bitcoin Magazine. The grand finale of Bitcoin 2024 today. We've got a bunch of great speakers ahead. Marsha, Blackburn, Vivek Ramaswamy, Khanna, Howard Lutnick, Donald Che, Trump, of course, last but not least. John Deaton, you just heard, taking aim at Elizabeth Warren and her anti-crypto army in the U.S. But, of course, Bitcoin, a global movement. So we're going to transition to that subject with our panel. Carlos Torriello to my left. To his left, Rafa Cordon, both of the immutable proof of storage blockchain network Simple Proof, and last but not least, Frank Corva, lead business reporter at Bitcoin Magazine. So the topic right now is how the Bitcoin blockchain is fighting fraud in Guatemala's presidential elections. Of course, election accuracy, a big topic in America, but it sounds like in Guatemala it's getting a little bit more accurate with the help of Bitcoin. Carlos, why don't you take us in?
Thanks. Well, it's a pleasure to be here. Guatemala, for those that don't know, is right after Mexico. So it's just the next cul-de-sac over. And we have elections every 4 years. It's a beautiful process that mobilizes over 200,000 people, all paper-based, paper ballots, and also paper tallies. So at these voting tables, there's over 24,000 of them. Citizens gather, they vote, their totals get tallied into a document, and it's all paper-based. That's fantastic. But then these paper documents get scanned and published onto the internet, and that's when things can get a little weird sometimes. And so what we proposed is to, at that moment when the paper meets the internet, we introduce a filter called Bitcoin. And so these documents, as soon as they are digitized, are time-stamped to Bitcoin, so that when the media and the public goes to the internet to verify the results for themselves, they can trust, not because of what Simple Proof did in our databases, but rather what mathematics and cryptography allows in open source code to just verify the integrity of the information produced on election night.
Rafa, I want to go to you. Obviously, people coming from the stream familiar with Bitcoin as money. Bitcoin $69,000 right now. Now we're talking about time stamping. Where does that come in?
So a Bitcoin transaction has a little part where you can put arbitrary text. You know, when on a check there's like a memo space. In the Bitcoin transaction is the op-return function. So you can put any arbitrary data there. And so what we're doing is we're using an open source protocol called Open Timestamps that was developed by Peter Todd. He launched it back in 2016. And we're using it to store the proofs or the hashes or digital fingerprints of these files inside the Bitcoin blockchain. So in a sense, we can have a proof in time. So we're taking time from Bitcoin. Bitcoin's like our source of time instead of some arbitrary time that somebody can add to the digital file.
Well, Frank, want to get your take. Obviously, it sounds like Bitcoin is a software, has applications beyond money. Take us in.
Yeah, so actually I want to piggyback a little bit on what Rafa was saying there. I spoke with Rafa. I did an interview with him a few months back, and I was just absolutely amazed by what he had created. So with Bitcoin, we talk a lot about fairness, right? The importance of fairness, right? Fair money, we know the cap of it, right? Everybody can use it. It's permissionless. But he found this other use case for it with this with Simple Proof and with this protocol, Open Timestamps, where essentially you can keep the election results sacred, preserved, well preserved, right? And part of the story that we haven't mentioned yet is that there were powers that be in Guatemala that did try to do away with some of those paper ballots that Carlinho mentioned, but they did not necessarily know that because the Bitcoin blockchain is immutable, right, which makes it fair in some of the ways that we're talking about here, those ballots were preserved. The integrity of the election was preserved. And I wanted to point out one thing. With Simple Proof, they're not looking to have one party or the other win. They just want a fair election. And I think that that's commendable, and we should be really looking at that from the United States. We should be looking at what Guatemala did.
Now, Carlos, want to talk about the election problems. Really, how plagued were Guatemala's elections prior to what you did?
So in 2019, I was an election auditor tapped into the system, and unfortunately it collapsed very publicly, and the election authorities attempted to reboot it over 6 days, failing every single day in the process. And so 6 days after the election is when we finally got the data. At that point, 6 days is an eternity in the digital world. There was just no way.
You've got two parties that want to take power. Nobody knows who's winning.
It was like 10 parties because we got way too many. But so all of them from up, down, left, right were accusing the system of election fraud. People went to jail. Specifically, the IT provider, the IT directors of the election system went to jail. And so in 2023, we said, look, you should take precautions and reduce your risk of having that happen again, particularly because it's not fair to put your IT people on the line if something were to happen. And so as soon as the documents were produced on election night, they get timestamped. And so as a result, with what Frank was mentioning in the upset, the accusations against the election authorities of election fraud, which exist and are going through the court system, there was a mistake. People made a mistake, and the timestamps on the files in the metadata produced by the hardware were wrong, basically because of misconfiguration of the hardware. Had they not used Bitcoin, like Rafa said, as an independent time chain, like the final arbiter of what time is real, they would not have had a second source, an immutable source, a trustless source to compare that time, and then potentially our democracy could have failed and we could have gone to civil war.
Rafa, I imagine these conversations were difficult, right? They're talking about this problem of election verification. You say Bitcoin.
I think when you talk with public officials, we need to sort of change the language a bit. And so we talk about blockchain, we talk about not being able to alter documents. We don't say hash, we say the digital fingerprint. And so we modify the language to something that sort of is in the realm of their world. For example, legal speak. Well, we talk about notaries, so we make make examples of how this compares to a notary, like a digital witness, things like that.
Well, of course, winding down here before we send it to Q, our roving reporter around the venue. I want to talk about how successful this most recent election was before we continue. So we talked about the problems in the past. What were you able to achieve in this most recent election, 2023?
So the main success is that with these election fraud accusation arguments, now everyone who believes in mathematics can prove for themselves. They don't need to trust us. They can just download the data and see for themselves that no, actually every data that we have on the election can be traced back to election night. And so the days of data changing days and days after the fact are gone. And most importantly, if you want to sit down and do an audit today, you do so knowing for a fact that you are working with official data.
And Rafa, is there confidence that this technology will continue to be used in Guatemala's elections?
So this was the first example of a nation state using Bitcoin in an official manner to protect information, but we're seeing interest all over the world. So we believe that this is just the first time that's used, but it's not going to be just in Guatemala, but in the rest of the world.
Well, of course, a lot of people, I think, hoping that you have some conversations here about the U.S. where election verification is still a hotly debated issue. We're going to send it now to the floor of the conference here at Music City Center. We've got Q Gahimi, our roving reporter. He's out there with the crowds, and folks, it is wild out there. Temperatures are high. We're going to go to our roving reporter. We'll be right back on the Mara News Desk.
Welcome back to Bitcoin 2024 in Nashville, brought to you by Mara. I am joined right now for a very, very special announcement from the Ledger booth. I am with the Chief Experience Officer of Ledger, Ian. Ian, please tell our audience what is going on.
Thanks a lot. Pascal and I were on stage earlier this morning, and we announced two things, really. Ledger Stacks, which we announced a year ago, is back on sale again at ledger.com if you head over there. And then we announced a new product. You know, Ledger Stacks has this incredible curved e-ink touchscreen, and that makes it expensive, and it's supply limited. So we wanted to make something that was supply unlimited and very affordable, and we came up with Ledger Flex, which we're selling in a vending machine right over here. Oh my God, the top row is sold out already. You better get over here and get your Ledger Flex. But Ledger Flex is same security you expect from Ledger. Really beautiful, secure e-ink touchscreen, just like the Ledger Stacks. But we're going to be producing these in bull market quantities. And this is the Bitcoin edition Ledger Flex. So when you buy one of these, it contributes to Bitcoin core development. So we make a donation to Bitcoin core dev. So you can get these on ledger.com or right here in this Ledger vending machine at the Ledger booth here at Bitcoin Nashville 2024.
Come check out the Ledger booth, grab your new Ledger over in the vending machine, and if you are at home, be sure to check out ledger.com. Back to you guys at the desk.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, don't need approval to use it. It's power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
The Bitcoin Conference. We started with a dream to build a community focused on Bitcoin. It all started in 2019 in the heart of San Francisco, the first major Bitcoin conference in years that kickstarted a revolution. And then Miami, a place where enthusiasts, developers, dreamers, and innovators could come together to make Bitcoin better. It has been an amazing 5 years and 8 conferences, thanks to all of you. Bitcoin Conference has become the largest premier global Bitcoin gathering in the world, leading hyper-Bitcoinization. While Miami was incredible, it was time to set the stage for Bitcoin in a new city. So we took the conference on the road. Nashville, Tennessee was the obvious choice, a city known for music and freedom. Next year, the conference is hitting the road again in search of the next global stage. We are headed to a new city next year. With hyper-Bitcoinization right around the corner, we have no plans to take the foot off the gas. Find out where we are headed next. Scan the QR code and be at the main stage for the big announcement.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. Once again, I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. The grand finale of Bitcoin 2024 well underway here at Music City Center in Nashville. Turning it more to a somber, reflective note, we have a new guest here, Cris Cyborg, Bitcoiner and American, who was at the rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, where former President Donald J. Trump was involved in an assassination attempt, or almost assassinated. Cris, your story.
Yeah, so at the rally, just went with my family, my wife, my sister, my brother-in-law, my dad. Just went to go have a good time, and we were promoting Bitcoin there. My wife and I were wearing our Bitcoin bright orange shirts, trying to just spur more adoption, see if people would ask us questions about it, because it was a few days before the rally where the conference announced that Donald Trump was going to be the keynote speaker. So this is like the perfect culmination of Bitcoin and politics just about to happen, and people should know what's going on, what's important, the policy. And so we just wore our shirts just to see if somebody would talk to us. There were, 60,000, 40,000, I don't know the number, but maybe 2 or 3 people, even said, what the heck are you wearing? Why are you wearing bright orange shirts to a Trump rally? What's that be? We're just so early, The politics coming into Bitcoin, though, I think is one of the greatest things for Bitcoin, for not only adoption, but just to solidify Bitcoin itself.
Well, why don't you take us into the moment? Obviously, many Americans, saw this at home, saw this on the news. What was it like being there? Did you understand what was happening in real time?
Yeah, so in real time, you're watching everything, the snipers up on the roof. Trump comes out.
These would be the Secret Service, though.
This is the Secret Service, yeah. So Trump comes out, everybody's having a great time. Started out great, and then you just heard this loud crack. Nobody really knew what was going on immediately. I personally thought maybe somebody brought in fireworks or something like that. But then you quickly realize that was gunfire, especially when the sniper, fired. So we got down, my family, we all got down, and everybody got down. It was amazing how calm still people were. There was no mass rush, stampede, anything like that. And then I kind of, stood back up a bit, and I watched Donald Trump put his fist in the air, and I said, hey, he's fine. I said, let's get out of here. So looked at my brother-in-law, he looked at me, and we just got everybody out and started running.
When did you really know the political gravity of the moment? When did it hit you that it was an assassination attempt?
Well, I personally did not know he was even shot when it happened, because I saw him stand back up. I didn't even know till we got back to our car. I didn't really understand the gravity of what was happening until probably, an hour afterward.
Imagine friends, family texting.
Yeah, just making sure we were okay, because where we were if you're looking at, the stage, Trump, we were to the right of that. It could have been a lot worse day for a lot of people. It was a horrible day, of course, but it's just sad that somebody, anybody would think to do such a heinous thing like that.
I hope for a better day here at Bitcoin 2024, and we're all excited for Donald J. Trump's speech. I want to talk a little bit about what you were saying, this engagement with Trump supporters. You mentioned that many of them are hearing about Bitcoin for the first time.
Yeah, and I think that's the most important thing. There's a lot of Trump supporters out there. There's a lot of Americans out there, and they're going to hear this speech today or see the clips on the news or on, X, Twitter, wherever. And then they're going to say, why the heck is the president, the former president.
Talking about magic internet money.
Exactly, talking about this. Like, should I maybe know what's going on? So I think this hopefully will just spur more adoption. And there's 3 guys up there on the stage, just finished running for United States Senate, pro-Bitcoiners, pro-policy. And I think that's just going to solidify that much more Bitcoin moving forward as something that's safe. Because, most people, you hear about it, you say it's for, it's a scam, it's for criminals, and then you start realizing it, you see the price, and then you say, wow, this might change the world. And it's
how do you counteract those negative narratives that maybe Trump supporters are more familiar with?
Well, it's difficult, because I'm sure you, like everybody else, if you try to talk to somebody about Bitcoin, it's not something you can typically easily explain in 5 seconds. So most people don't want to put in the time to even, do the research, do the work, Like Michael Saylor says, you got to put in, 100 hours of
10,000 hours.
10,000, yeah.
But he likes big numbers.
Right. The bigger, the better. So, it's just something that hopefully there's half the country, who's maybe a Trump supporter is going to start realizing and growth case.
So you're at a rally, you're talking with another supporter. When somebody asks, why is Bitcoin good for America, what's your response?
Well, and personally, I would say, it's digital property. We're a great nation because we have 2 wonderful oceans surrounding our large landmass. The world's digital now. If we can hold the hardest digital asset in the world and have that digital property, we can be even a stronger nation. And think about, Louisiana Purchase. We got more property for our country than ever before. That worked out well for us. The Alaskan Purchase, we got Alaska. They traded these paper assets for a hard asset, property, and it made our country stronger. But then everything that just was built off of that, all the rails, the Transcontinental Railroad, the Intercontinental Highway System, all those things that were able to flourish because we had that. Things that we can't even probably think about right now could benefit our country just by having that asset. And being global, our world's smaller on a digital scale. So, yeah, I think Bitcoin itself is just something that's going to continue to grow in adoption, and hopefully, our nation gets on board.
Well, wrapping up here a little bit, we're talking, of course, about your strategy for talking to Trump supporters, the messaging you're sending. What message do you hope the former president sends today at this conference when he takes the stage at 2 p.m.?
Boy, that's a great question. I wish I had the answer right now. But
if you're writing Donald Trump's speech as a Bitcoiner and a patriot, what do you hope he says?
Boy, I would love to see it as a reserve asset. I don't know if saying backing the dollar quite yet is something that would, politically for him right now.
Right.
Because, again, people don't understand this. So if we can get it as a reserve asset like gold or a strategic reserve like oil, I think at that point moving forward, it's going to solidify its use case, and just like the ETF solidified, its durability and its staying power. I think when you have the former president and likely, hopefully, the next president talking about it, it'll solidify it that much more. And I think once we get started on it, at least there's a position that the door's open, the foot's in the door, so that way, whoever presidents down the road have the ability to add it to that reserve.
Of course, Bitcoin money for the world, for the future. Cris Yond, a Bitcoiner and American here, and of course was at the rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. Thanks for sharing your story, Cris, with the people at home.
Yep.
We're going to send it now over to the main stage of Bitcoin 2024, hearing from the other party. We have Khanna, a representative from California, on the main stage. Stay with us at Bitcoin 2024.
The waste, energy waste, so you're not increasing fossil fuel emissions by using Bitcoin. And that's something that government can do. But the bottom line is that you want America to lead when it comes to Bitcoin and make sure that the appreciation of it is something that benefits the United States and that we're setting the financial standards.
Great. So over the course of the past 2 days and into this afternoon, we're going to hear about a lot of executive orders or proposals for executive orders. But I know that there's some bipartisan legislation that has popped up from time to time in Congress. How far are we away, in your mind, of getting something passed that is actually a bipartisan approach, sensible regulation, and some sort of term defining that everybody can agree with and knows what the rules of the game are? How far away are we from that?
Well, I've supported 2 bipartisan pieces of legislation. One, a Republican bill by Patrick McHenry, FIT 21, that applies not just to Bitcoin, but to all cryptocurrencies, to say that we need regulatory clarity. We need to say what the SEC can do, what the CFTC can do, and we need to make sure that the software developers aren't caught up in being penalized. And that passed with 70+ Democrats in the House. We now need it to pass the Senate. And I voted to overturn SAB 121. I don't know how many folks followed it, but that would basically make it hard for banks to hold Bitcoin because they'd have to show it as a liability. They don't have to do that with any other asset class. And so I was one of 20-some Democrats who said, no, we don't, SAB 121 doesn't make sense, and I voted to actually overturn the president's veto of that.
Right, great, yeah. I think people here are paying attention to that, for sure. Congressman Khanna, earlier this month you hosted a crypto roundtable where you invited industry leaders and other politicians from the left. And I want to get your read on that. How did that, what was the motivation behind you doing that, and what was the intention, and how did that go?
Well, it was that America shouldn't rest on its laurels. We have the best financial system in the world, and so sometimes we don't appreciate how important Bitcoin is in other parts of the world. There are many other countries which have currency that's inflating. The dollar is a great currency still. So we don't have as much of a need, but there are other countries that do have a desperate need for it. And they have a desperate need because of authoritarian governments. But if we don't have Bitcoin, if we don't have cryptocurrencies, we're going to cede leadership in the financial innovation of the 21st century. Why would we do that? Why? Yeah. We need to be the leaders. This is a payment that's going to be cheaper. It's going to be faster. It's going to have the ability to move a few cents across the world without the fees. It's going to make us more connected in a global society. I mean, all the Democrats who preach that we don't want to be isolationists, well, isn't rejecting cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin being isolationist because the rest of the world is using it?
Absolutely.
So this is actually connecting to the rest of the world. So the conference was saying, let America lead when it comes to the instruments of financial innovation. And you have the Fed payment now, FedNow, and you have Zelle with the banks. I don't want a monopoly of the Fed and the banks deciding how to have instantaneous payments. Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies are competitive alternatives so that we don't have monopoly power. I thought the Democrats were opposed to monopoly power.
Me too. That's great. So as we look forward, there's a lot of people in the Bitcoin space who claim to be single-issue voters, and I'm not one of them. I'm infamously not one of them. There's other things I care about. So if I go to your website, there's a lot of policies that you and I agree on, but a lot of the other Democrats where I look and I don't see things that I agree with everything else except for their Bitcoin or crypto policy. How do we get more people at the grassroots level energized or talking to their representatives to actually get that message to go from the bottom up to say, you know, we can't keep voting for you if you have these damaging policies on crypto or Bitcoin. How does that happen in your vision of it? Like,
well, make your voice heard. I know Bitcoiners aren't shy, and I know you're bold. I mean, be on social media. Talk to your members of Congress. Talk to them on social media. Talk to them in person. And make the simple case of what this technology is and why you care about it, because of freedom, because of making it easy to transport payments, because it's a hedge against inflation, and just help educate people of what it is. It's a technology.
Right, great. And so maybe we'll sort of wrap it up with this final question, which is on dangerous ice here. But do you think that in the future, if you held another crypto roundtable, somebody like the Vice President might be willing to attend?
Well, I hope so. I think there's a new generation of politicians in both parties who have values that support innovation, who support more freedom for individuals, who support decentralization of economic opportunity, and who understand the value of Bitcoin and of many cryptocurrencies, and want America to lead. And we are people who champion builders, who champion entrepreneurs, who champion innovation, who want America to have that innovation. And I'm going to make that case, and I'm going to work in a bipartisan way, because this is important for the country. And what I would love is for the next Bitcoin conferences, not to have Republican or Democrat, but to just have Americans embrace this, because this is the right thing for America.
Great. Appreciate that. Couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you, Congressman.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
I think okay, long time no see. A second Democratic sitting representative here on the main stage of Bitcoin. I just can't possibly imagine how it's going to get any better than this today. Thank you, Congressman Wiley Nickel. There is a distinction a little bit between you and the last person that was out here, right? So I think that Congressman Khanna leans a little bit more liberal, and you would consider yourself a Democrat, but more moderate. So can you just at least introduce that as an idea and how it intersects with your Bitcoin view?
Yeah, I mean, I think the point that is important to make is, in the Democratic Party, we have a wide range of opinions, but when we're talking about digital assets, it runs the gamut from left to right to center, and the future of Bitcoin and crypto has to be a bipartisan future. That's the only way we're going to ever get anything done in Washington, is if we work together on this in a bipartisan way. That's been my focus in Congress when it's been, passing FIT 21, the digital assets market structure bill. This, I think, folks, by the way, in Congress, we have done almost nothing, least productive Congress in our nation's history. We've done must-pass bills like the budget, the debt ceiling, supporting Ukraine and Israel, but crypto has the chance to be the big bipartisan thing we do in this Congress. So that's been our focus.
Great, yeah. And I've always said in the space that Bitcoin provides maybe one of the only opportunities to actually have an important substantive discussion that isn't about a political football, right? Going back and forth and playing gamesmanship in that way. So I can appreciate this attempt to bridge that political gap and work on both sides of the aisle. And so to that event, or to that idea, what kind of support are you seeing in Congress as you sort of walk the halls and you're talking about these digital assets and Bitcoin and the promise that it has? What kind of reactions are you getting from your colleagues in Congress?
You know, it's been great. It's been the first time Congress has never ever voted on crypto in our nation's history. We're operating off of a 100-year-old securities law, so it was a big deal that we passed Fit 21 with 71 Democrats. I was part of a group, including Khanna, you heard from, organizing to make sure we kept this as a bipartisan issue. It was a big deal that we were able to get those Democrats on board. But the job for everybody here, it's about education. If we educate folks in Congress on these issues, we're going to get more and more support.
That's great. And I think, like we were talking about with Congressman Khanna, right, a common sense approach to legislation, to regulation, to make the space work, function properly, not hurt people, but not overstepping to stifle innovation is really the key. And so, you know, in your view, how are the ways that Bitcoin can actually work towards making something more transparent, fair, and open for your constituents?
Yeah, no, I mean, crypto has the chance to totally democratize finance, turning, you know, dictatorships into democracies, to empowering folks to have control of their money, to bring down costs, to increase speed of transactions. This is revolutionary technology, which we need to embrace. And, you know, and I look at, you know, I'm here in Nashville. I used to work for Al Gore, a great Tennessean. You know, we had the internet. Everybody was behind it, this revolutionary new technology. And the folks who are against Web3 and crypto, they're going to look back in 10 years and just be like, what were you thinking?
Right. I mean, you can imagine somebody proposing that we ban the internet from, you know, in the early 90s or something like that, right? It doesn't make sense. And if you ban it here, or if you try to stifle it here, it's going to go someplace else, right? And so one of the things that Congressman Khanna mentioned is like using more sustainable green energy, right? So if you make the mistake of banning it in America, you don't know where that mining power is going to go, right? And it's probably going to be a lot less clean than it is here. So these kinds of unintended consequences where these politicians saying, well, we should do this or do that, we need to think through all of those.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I know that you know, you are into the Bitcoin space, into the crypto space. You want to advocate for common sense sort of legislation, regulation around the space. So what are some of the things that you're doing, hopefully making connections with people, you know, across the political aisle? But yeah, tell me about some of that.
Yeah, no, you know, obviously we've got the former president coming on the stage. This is a big issue. We had a total reset of the presidential, you know, election just less than a week ago now with Kamala Harris. And we've been working hard since then to get a reset from Vice President Harris and the administration on crypto. So something newsworthy and noteworthy. I've just led a letter of Democratic officials to the DNC advocating for a new approach to digital assets policy. This is a letter with 28 Democrat electeds, including 14 members of the U.S. House of Representatives, including Roe, asking for 4 things from the DNC and the next Democratic nominee for president. Pro-asset digital language in the party's platform, selecting a vice presidential candidate sophisticated in digital asset policy, selecting a pro-innovation SEC chair, and engaging with the industry in a meaningful way. Those are the things that I think are...
Yeah.
And I'm very optimistic. We have been working hard behind the scenes, having senior level meetings with folks, with the Office of the Vice President, with the campaign, to get a reset. Vice President Harris understands this issue. Her husband is someone I know who gets it, and I think we're going to get to see a reset, which will be a big deal in the space. And again, you know, my hope is that folks who come out of this conference understand that the future has to be a bipartisan one. If we politicize the issue, we will just poison the well for 10 years in Congress, and it's going to be really hard for folks who are pro, you know, innovation like me to get things done.
That's great. Yeah, no, I appreciate that effort, right? And I do think it speaks to this idea that the polarization in the crypto and Bitcoin space can often seem a lot more exaggerated than it really is behind the scenes, right? On social media, or if you hyper-focus on 1 or 2 politicians on the left in particular, you might get the sense that everybody on the left doesn't like Bitcoin, but that's certainly not the case. So the efforts like this, where you're actually making some demands and there's a group of lawmakers behind it, is great news, and I'm happy to hear it. Yeah. So more generally, when we think about this bipartisan approach, which, as you said, right, we're going to hear all about these executive orders, but things like that don't last, right? So we need legislation. And are you finding that people on the right side of the aisle are willing to work with you on these innovative technologies too?
No, it's been, again, one of the biggest things we've done in this Congress so far in a bipartisan way. We've got, we know that Schumer and the Senate Democrats are very committed to getting this done. I think we're going to see some news out of Washington in the next few weeks. So, there's a very good collaborative approach on this issue. And I think for folks who are at this conference, it's so important to continue to make that push to educate Democrats and Republicans in Congress and at all levels about the amazing transformational nature of this technology.
That's great, yeah. And, there's people who are in the audience here or maybe watching at home who maybe they themselves are more conservative or Republican, but they live in a Democratic district, right? So you are allowed to contact your representative and voice your support of Bitcoin, and you should be doing this no matter whose district you're in and who's representing you in Congress. So just another plug for making your voice heard. Speak to your Congress people and your elected representatives so that they know how important it is for you and the people around you, right, for all of these ideals. So you think about the political landscape now, and again, you said a lot's changed in the last week, and that's an understatement, right? But in my mind, I had one reaction when Donald Trump came out in support of Bitcoin. I feel like it's great to have a presidential candidate in support of Bitcoin, but of course I worried about the backlash against that, right, from people on the left who would just dismiss it out of hand just because Trump supported it, and that might be a reality that we have. So what is your feeling on the importance of liberals, progressives, Democratic moderates to just stand up for Bitcoin in the light of Donald Trump supporting it?
Yeah, no, I think it's important to be here right on the same stage, making a progressive case for Bitcoin and for crypto. But you're going to hear from Donald Trump later, and I think it's worth pointing out his own words on this issue. In 2019, Donald Trump said, and I quote, "I am not a fan of Bitcoin and the other cryptocurrencies which are not money." He said all the bad talking points. He said they facilitate unlawful behavior, including drugs and illegal activities. And that's right. And in 2021. And folks, in 2021, he called it a scam. That's right. Folks, I can tell you one thing, and I want to say this as politely and respectfully as I can. Donald Trump was president for 4 years. He did nothing on this issue, and right now I can tell you he is totally full of shit.
So that's very brave of you. And you know what? As Bitcoiners, I think that we can respect some bravery. And I do think that people would say, yeah, thank you. Donald Trump, like every other politician, is allowed to change his mind on this, right? And you all need to remember that that's exactly what's happening, right? And that's okay, because we have people now who are actually talking about Bitcoin and digital currencies in a really productive way. And if Donald Trump is at the top of the ticket talking about Bitcoin, and a lot of the Democrats who aren't at the top but are actually talking about it, that's really good news for me, right? I think that we need a bottom-up approach and actually convince the rest of the Democrats, and there are many who are supporting what you're doing, convince the rest of them too, right? And so I think that that's really what our focus needs to be on.
And I wanted to talk to everybody here because I think it's so important that, again, we're gonna have folks who want to use this issue for their own benefit. But if you're looking long term, you've got to make sure we keep this as a bipartisan issue. And I agree. I agree too. We've got what I think are 1 million single issue voters on this issue. Yeah. So presidential candidates, and Kamala Harris included, need to make their position known. Right. They need to come out with strong messaging. And I think we're at a reset on that, and I'm very optimistic about what we're going to hear.
Yeah, that's great. No. And I do think that we should be excited about a reset and a continued dialogue, right? It's not as if the discussion is over, and there's a lot more work to be done, and I appreciate the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks.
Anyone can be a part of the Bitcoin economy. It's like a good church.
Because it's an ethical ideology, there are many people that feel very spiritual about it.
I think that Bitcoin has those characteristics to be not just the most Islamic form of money, but the most Jewish and the most Christian form of money as well.
Bitcoin is just another step in the technological development of how we can serve God better.
It is trying to remove politics from money.
Bitcoin can make the world a better place.
The Bitcoin Conference. We started with a dream to build a community on Bitcoin. It all 19 in the heart of Sao, the first major Bit conference in years that started a revolution. And then Miami, a place where enthusiasts, developers, dreamers, and innovators could come together to make Bitcoin better. It has been an amazing 5 years and 8 conferences, thanks to all of you. Bitcoin Conference has become the largest premier global Bitcoin gathering in the world, leading hyper-Bitcoinization. While Miami was incredible, it was time to set the stage for Bitcoin in New City. So we took the conference on the road. Nashville, Tennessee was the obvious choice, a city known for music and freedom. Next year, the conference is hitting the road again in search of the next global stage. We are headed to a new city next year. Hyper-Bitcoinization right around the corner. We have no plans to take a foot off the gas. Find out where we are headed next. Scan the QR code and be at the main stage for the big announcement.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. It's the grand finale of Bitcoin 2024 here in Nashville, Tennessee. You just heard from Khanna. Democrats support Bitcoin but are, as a competing alternative to monopoly power, Wiley Nickel, a representative from North Carolina, quote, Bitcoin has to be bipartisan, calling for a reset on crypto. We've got another all-star panel here to react to the news as it's coming across the stage. All the way to my left, Frank Corva, lead business reporter at Bitcoin Magazine. To his right, Bernie Moreno, a businessman running for Senate in Ohio as a Republican. And last but not least, John Deaton, successful trial attorney, U.S. Marine veteran, running against Elizabeth Warren. So I want to start there on the panel. Obviously, here are a lot of negative sentiment about the Biden administration's approach to Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. John, can you lead there and tell us why is it so bad?
Well, first of all, when you look at her bill, I call it the bankers' ban on Bitcoin bill, written by the banking industry. It actually is a de facto ban on self-custody of Bitcoin in the United States of America. It doesn't get any worse than that.
Right.
And she represents the epitome of what happens in Washington. 12 years ago, she promised to go to D.C. and hold the bankers accountable. We fast forward a day later, they're writing her bill. Couldn't beat them, so she joined them, and I think she's the epitome of what's wrong in Washington, D.C.
Bernie, your stance on the current administration's attitude towards Bitcoin and crypto?
They hate the industry. They want to destroy the industry. If you think about it, government derives its power from the ability to have control over currency. So for the people who view the world from the lens politicians should be in charge of lives, the idea of a decentralized currency gives power to the people, the antithesis of what they want. So you may see some signaling around maybe softening about a position on Bitcoin. That's an election year ruse. They fundamentally want to destroy Bitcoin in America.
Interesting. Frank, you've been reporting in the industry. Is that the person in the industry that the Democrats' current administration are out to destroy Bitcoin?
Sadly, it is. I think it's creating a lot of uncertainty. We even saw in the ruling around the ETFs, when the courts ruled, they said that the SEC was acting in an arbitrary and capricious manner, if I'm quoting them properly. So what's happening is that because we don't have proper regulation, because we know that sort of under the hood that the powers that be don't really want to see this industry progress too much, what you're getting is sort of like, well, we're not really going to do anything, but we'll just sort of apply pressure and you'll get fined, you'll get sued when we want to. And when we do that, it creates a lot of fear. The sad part there is in America, we should be leading innovation, and we're not when this sort of stuff is happening with the regulatory bodies that are the people that are currently in power now.
John, let's get into your specific policies. I mean, how would you change this if elected?
Well, the first thing, everyone asks me, am I a pro-Bitcoin or pro-crypto candidate? And I say no. But I am as a pro-freedom candidate, and Bitcoin represents freedom. It certainly
That's a much better answer than the first one.
It certainly represents economic freedom. Matter of fact, I call Elizabeth Warren the crypto candidate 2024. With illegal immigration, debt crisis, opioid crisis, inflation crisis, foreign wars, why did she, when she announced her re-election, focus, I'm going to ban Bitcoin, I'm going to come up with an anti-crypto army. Right. So she's the one that's really at the root of the cause, I believe, in the administration. And once we feed her, we're going to see a new future.
Well, this is someone who had power in Washington promising solutions for this, right, involved in the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and its creation, sort of rising to prominence around the great financial crisis. Going over to you, Bernie, and your reaction to Elizabeth Warren's trajectory here.
Well, she made a deal with the administration where she could pick her people to control the agencies, and she's the one who allowed Biden to get into power. So they made that. You see her going into these regulatory agencies. But to your point, they don't want to give the industry regulatory certainty because that allows the industry to flourish. Because what we want as entrepreneurs, give us the rules of the road. Tell us where the guardrails are, and then we'll develop technology accordingly. But they purposely want uncertainty because it's uncertainty that allows them to punish people doing different aspects of Bitcoin. But this is a philosophical war between freedom and liberty, centralized control. Freedom and liberty versus centralized control. And what Elizabeth Warren doesn't hate banks. She just loves banks that she controls. So don't mix that up. So she's not on the side of small banks or little banks. She's on the side of her wanting to tell us how to live our lives. Fundamentally, she thinks she's smarter than we are. Sherrod Brown thinks he's smarter than we are. They look down on us and say, you're too ignorant to live your own life, so I'm going to have to do it for you. That's how they view it.
Well, obviously, John, you're promising to displace or remove Elizabeth Warren from power. Bernie, I want to stay with you. Your specific proposals, how would you fix the issue in Washington?
We have to give the industry regulatory certainty so that if you're a miner, if you're somebody who's doing work in this industry, you understand the rules of the road. We have to separate Bitcoin technology innovations from the money side of Bitcoin. Very different. We also, by the way, need people who actually understand the technology writing these regulations. Right now, in Sherrod Brown, who's actually the head of the banking committee, he's just Sherrod Brown's Elizabeth Warren's useful idiot, but it's Sherrod who's actually in charge of the banking committee. He just doesn't even understand any of it. So he takes these left-wing talking points that Bitcoin's for money laundering and drug dealing and sex trafficking, because none of that, of course, existed prior to Bitcoin, right? It's obviously absurd. But we have to give that certainty. If we do that, this industry has to grow here in America. That's the most important message. It will happen. Bitcoin's inevitable. It's just, do we want it here or do we want it somewhere else?
Well, obviously the narrative around Bitcoin and crypto in Washington changing. We've seen the rise of the Fair Shake PACs. We've seen the Harris polls. Franks, maybe you can give us a little bit more of the context for people just joining at home.
Yeah, so we see PACs. We see for the first time, and I think this is the first election where you're seeing the power of the political action of the crypto industry. They put together different lobbying groups that are now pushing back and stopping bills from going through, bills that are not favorable for the industry. They're by no means as powerful as something as maybe the NRA or some of the bigger lobbyists out there, or the bigger lobbying groups, but we're seeing that crypto is now represented in Washington. It has a voice. We had David Zell on the desk earlier from the Bitcoin Policy Institute. So there's now money in this game, and politicians are listening as a result, I think.
Well, John, coming back to you, we heard Khanna on stage calling for bipartisanship, not to make Bitcoin a partisan issue. What would you say to his comments on stage?
I'd say he's on point. I mean, when you look at this technology, it should not be a partisan issue. In fact, if you look at people like Elizabeth Warren, who claim to be for the unbanked or underbanked and for the poor and the middle class, you would adopt this technology. You would be a proponent of Bitcoin and its potential. But it comes down to what Bernie talked about control. I couldn't figure out, to be honest with you, for a long time why she was focusing on banning this technology and Bitcoin when we have those real world issues, immigration, debt, everything I talked about. Then she went on Chuck Todd's Meet the Press and literally told him America is ready for a central bank digital currency. And that comes down to the control. She wants to tell us how to live, what to own, what's better for our families. And the one thing I can tell you is that I think we know what's best for us and our families, and not to be told by the government.
Well, Bernie, over to you. How do we keep Bitcoin nonpartisan if we all vote Republican?
Well, again, sadly, that's not where we are today. Roe's a nice guy. I know him. I know his father-in-law really well. Good person. But at the end of the day, this is election year politics. What he's trying to say is enough positive signaling so that it's not the money that's in Fair Shake that matters. It's the people. Yep. Look at this convention, 24,000 people. This Bitcoin movement is much more just money and politics. It's back to we the people. I think, what is it, tens of millions of people in this country own Bitcoin. The idea that somebody like Sherrod Brown or Elizabeth Warren tell us, after they've confiscated our tax dollars, used it for illegal immigrants and for foreign countries that hate us, and then want to tell us what to do with the money that they didn't take, is fundamentally insulting. And no matter what Roe says or what some of these Democrats try to do to try to get this not to be an election year issue, I think history will look back at this moment and say, what saved this country from going down the path of Venezuela and tyranny? It's the Bitcoiners, because our founding fathers would have been Bitcoiners.
Well, obviously, election 2024, the media in some ways on trial. Frank, I want to go back to you and talk about the context of this reporting. There's politicization in the air, even about this conference. Can you talk about some of the negative headlines you've seen just because of the political engagement we've had at this conference?
Yeah, I think people just now think, you mentioned this a little bit earlier, that this is just, Bitcoin is now just a Republican thing, when it's not. It's an apolitical money, right? It's just a technology. It's a neutral technology. Here's what I would say, though. So if Republicans are embracing it, I would second guess the party that's not embracing it. So it's an inclusive technology. Progressives, people on the left love to use these words, financial inclusion, and I don't see why they wouldn't embrace a technology that doesn't require you to KYC, to AML, to do these things where maybe someone doesn't have an ID, whether they're in the United States or outside, a money that's accessible to everyone who has an internet connection around the world, in a way that's sort of spreading the American ideology. No? Freedom, the ability to transact, the ability to store wealth. So I think that pushing back, moving forward, I hope that this becomes less of a partisan issue, but I want to thank the Republican representation that's come out, both of you included, for coming out and saying this is a technology we support because we think it's a pro-freedom and pro-American technology.
Well, we're streaming live on X, YouTube, and Rumble. So much more to go today in terms of headline speakers. I want to back up to yesterday. Obviously, we saw Robert F. Kennedy Jr., independent candidate for president, coming out very strongly in support of Bitcoin and the industry. I'll read his executive orders. I will sign an executive order directing the U.S. Treasury to purchase 550 Bitcoin daily until the U.S. has built a reserve of 4 million Bitcoin, promising to transfer the Bitcoin that is already owned by the U.S. government to the U.S. Treasury, and then offering to sign an executive order that would treat Bitcoin as a currency, allow it to compete maybe against the dollar in retail transactions. Sean, your thoughts on RFK, maybe not your party, but his policy proposals?
No, listen, I think it shows you that Bitcoin has arrived, because I think we're going to hear from President Trump later something similar about making Bitcoin a reserve asset. And listen, it makes sense in this way. The United States owns the most gold in the world. So if you look at Bitcoin and you look at it as a form of digital gold, then why not own the most Bitcoin along with gold? And so I think we're headed that way. We have to control the narrative, though, right? The narrative that Elizabeth Warren and others are saying criminals and illicit activities and all of that, and that it's going to be a threat.
They might say it even sounds a little bit out of touch that we want to buy 4 million Bitcoin at a time when Americans are struggling.
Well, no, look, when you look at 80% of all U.S. dollars were printed in the last 3.5 years. So we have to have a way. And if you look at, we want to bolster the dollar. Smart, tailored legislation with stable coins and all of this is a way to drive the dominance of the U.S. dollar. And so we just got to educate that. Bernie made the point, we have to have leaders who understand the technology in order to write the appropriate laws.
Running out of time before we go back to the main stage. Bernie, I want to turn it over to you as someone who's running for a Senate seat. Should the United States buy Bitcoin? Will the United States buy Bitcoin if you're elected?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I want to go back to what you said for a second, though. This shouldn't be a partisan issue. I think most people here are not really political people, but we do have a two-party system. So for those of you who are independents, libertarians, you're not sure, am I a Republican or a Democrat, join the Republican Party. We're the party of common sense. We're the party of freedom and initial values. The Democrats are currently hijacked by the lunatics in their party. We're going to save some of those moderate Democrats and bring them over to just common sense.
It's the grand finale of Bitcoin 2024. It's a packed house here at Music City Center. We're sending it over to our roving reporter, Q Kahimi. He's out on the floor looking at the action, and wow, it's wild over here. We're going to head over to him to give you a look at what's going on the floor.
Thank you, guys. Look, we made it. I am here. It's GA Day 2. I have no idea how I made it, but we made it out. I was doing a lot of research for everyone at home, everyone at Bitcoin Magazine. We had over 50 different after-hours parties last night. I was doing deep research. I made it to 48 of them, and then the sun came up. So thank God this robot is here to give me some coffee so I can make it to the last 2. I'm going to send it back to you guys at the desk.
The Bitcoin Conference. Dream to build a community in 2019 in the of San Francisco. First major Bitcoin conference in years that kickstarted a revolution. And then Miami, a place where enthusiasts, developers, dreamers, and innovators could come together to make Bitcoin better. It has been an amazing 5 years and 8 conferences, thanks to all of you. Bitcoin Conference has become the largest premier global Bitcoin gathering in the world, leading hyper-Bitcoinization. While Miami was incredible, it was time to set the stage Bitcoin in a new city. So we took the conference on the road. Nashville, Tennessee is the obvious choice, a city known for music and freedom. Next year, the conference is hitting again in search of the next global stage. We are headed to a new city next week. With hyper-Bitcoinization around the corner, we have new plans to take the foot off the gas. Find out where we are headed next. Scan the QR code and be at the main stage for the big announcement.
What's the second best? There is no second best.
We will ensure that the future of crypto and the future of Bitcoin will be made in America.
So yeah, today we're going to be talking about runes.
We're talking about runes.
But first,
So what is money? How does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
Anyone can be a part of the Bitcoin economy. It's like a good church.
Because it's an ethical ideology, there are many people that feel very spiritual about it.
I think that Bitcoin has those characteristics to be not just the most Islamic form of money, but the most Jewish and the most Christian form of money as well.
Bitcoin is just another step in the technological development of how we can serve God better.
It is trying to remove politics from money.
Bitcoin can make the world a better place.
Thanks, guys. I'm coming to you from the Satoshi Summer Camp. This is the first year we have ever had anything specifically for the kids. I am having way too much fun in here, and it's a problem. But come check us out. We'll have some more stuff for the kids next year as well. Back to you guys at the desk.
Well, welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. It's the grand finale of Bitcoin 2024. You just saw Q enjoying himself, our roving reporter hanging at the kids' camp. We appreciate, though, many of you at home may be joining for the first time. So this is a special segment introducing Aaron Van Wertum, technical editor of Bitcoin Magazine. This is called Bitcoin Basics. And if you're at home hearing about the policy proposals for America, that America should be embracing mining, and you're not sure what mining is, Aaron's got your answer. Aaron?
Yes. So, Bitcoin uses mining. What is mining? Well, Bitcoin is decentralized. It's a peer-to-peer system. So, there's no one in charge. It's users connected with each other, sharing information. But Bitcoin is also digital. really sort of a number on a computer, and a transaction as well. It's data on a computer. Now, data on a computer can be copied. Computers are very good at copying data. So what happens if you try to send this Bitcoin to two different people? You copy the Bitcoins then. Obviously, one of the transactions must go through. But who gets to that? On Bitcoin, no one is in charge. There's no company, there's no bank. No one gets to say which Bitcoin is the original one. Now, other electronic money systems, they do solve that with a central party, like whether that's a company like PayPal or a bank. Some central party, if you try to spend the same money twice, that central party will say, no, this one cannot go through because you already spent that money. So Bitcoin had to come up with the other solution, a different solution. So what Satoshi Nakamoto thought of was, let's make a lottery. We'll have a lottery, we'll call it the lottery. Every 10 minutes on average, someone wins that lottery, and that person can decide which of the transactions go through. If there's a conflicting transaction, if someone tries to copy Bitcoin, the person that wins the lottery gets to decide which one goes through. But it's not a lottery that's played with money. Rather, it's a lottery that's played with computing power. So people invest their computing power, they try to create a Bitcoin block is what really happens. And if they win, that's why they play the lottery. If they win new Bitcoin. So that's how new Bitcoins come into circulation. So Bitcoin in that sense very cleverly kills two birds with one stone. For one, it solves the double spend problem. And two, it allows currency to come in circulation without anyone in control. So who can be a miner? Can you become a miner? Yes, anyone can be a miner. Technically, that's the short answer. The longer answer is a little bit more complicated. So back in the days when Bitcoin was just new and not many people tried to be a miner or try to win this lottery, it was relatively easy to mine. You could even do it with a laptop computer. Over the years, however, more and more people have started to be a miner, try to win this lottery, and it became more and more difficult to actually win this lottery. So nowadays, realistically, you need a special computer. You need an ASIC miner in order to have any chance of winning the lottery. But even if you have one of these computers, the chance of winning is very small, so most miners pool their resources. So they pool their computing power, and then if one of them wins, they share the reward. This is called a mining pool. So, mining exists to solve the double spend problem and to bring new currency in circulation. And anyone can become a miner, but you do realistically need a special computer, and you would need to join a mining pool.
Thanks, Aaron, for the fast facts on mining. Of course, there's much more in his very excellent book, The Genesis Book, the story of the people and projects that inspired Bitcoin. You can find that at bitcoinmagazine.com, bitcoinmagazine.com. Books on sale right now. We're going to go backstage now to another roving reporter, Isabella Santos, backstage with investor Bill Miller IV. We'll be right back after the interview.
All right, Bill. So how do you see Bitcoin as a potential driver of generational wealth creation?
Well, right now the valuation at 1.3 trillion from a market cap perspective, as many of us know, is a fraction that of digital gold. And if you think about the underlying characteristics of what money should be, Bitcoin embodies all of that and more. And so from a fundamental valuation perspective, if you think it can get to digital gold, that's 12 times upside from here, from a appreciation potential perspective. And younger people have the opportunity to buy into that now and save for many, many years. Obviously, I don't think that's going to happen overnight, but you have the opportunity to put yourself into something that has massive upside potential. It's got a now 14-year track record or so. So from my perspective, not to own it is actually a big mistake. And I would encourage all young people to own it. It's one of my biggest personal assets, and I'm buying more.
You know, they say there's a correlation with people saying that the people that don't own Bitcoin are the ones that criticize Bitcoin, but the people that own Bitcoin are the ones that have, you know, more of the knowledge, I would say, about it.
Yeah, I don't know anybody that's actually spent time learning about it, studying it, and understanding it that then says, yeah, I don't want anything to do with that. You know, people just think, oh, it's this weird technology and all these people are jumping on some bandwagon, but when you actually spend the time to understand the protocol and why it's so empowering from a personal and individual perspective, I don't see why you wouldn't own it.
So what are the key challenges and opportunities you see for families looking to incorporate Bitcoin into their long-term wealth strategies?
Understanding it is the most important thing, just because it's so different from any other denominator we have, whether it's dollar, euros, yen, whatever, just because the political system that everyone is used to living in, it doesn't exist within Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a digital protocol that is uncorruptible, that isn't changing, whereas if you look at the history of fiat currencies, people jockey for power, they eventually want to give out tax breaks, they want to give money away to someone else for free, they print more money, inflation occurs, and so Bitcoin is your own personal savings mechanism independent of that process.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply of 21 million, so no one can just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
Dollar will dramatically lose its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor at Bitcoin Magazine. It's the grand finale of Bitcoin 2024 today. We've got lots more in store. Marsha Blackburn, Republican Senator from Tennessee. Vivek Ramaswamy, former Republican candidate for President. Khanna, obviously just on stage moments earlier. And here now, joining us on the live stream, going out to X, Rumble, and YouTube, Scott Pressler, founder and executive director of earlyvoteaction.com. Scott, welcome.
Thank you. It's my first Bitcoin conference, my first Bitcoin experience. So
Well,
this is like a trial by fire.
We're happy to have you, and we're glad that you're here learning. Obviously, Donald J. Trump speaking later and
Yes.
sending a big message by being here. So maybe you can tell us, what has that message been, and how has it been received amongst his constituents?
Well, I found that, clearly looking around, we have Make Bitcoin Great Again, and we have Donald Trump speaking. So I think there's definitely a confluence of maybe some of those conservative values here at this Bitcoin conference. But more importantly, I will be actually leading an introduction before Vivek Ramaswamy and Senator Blackburn, talking about mobilizing voters. And so that's one thing that I really wanted to bring to this conference is everybody wants freedom, wants the ability to buy, to trade, etc. But ultimately, if we're going to preserve Bitcoin and people's ability to have that, they need a vote. Because you could very well elect a government that wages a war against Bitcoin, like President Joe Biden has said he would, and we don't have Kamala. She has rejected the opportunity to come here today. And so I want this entire conference to register, to vote, and to preserve the freedom to buy and trade Bitcoin.
Let me ask it maybe a little bit differently. Was there shock or surprise that Donald Trump was here? Obviously, there's been years of negative headlines. That has to have an effect. Are there still reservations amongst people, or amongst Republican voters right now about Bitcoin?
I think it's mostly from a place of not understanding what it is. I mean, bring it down respectfully, you know, to a way that people can really understand what that means. Like, I'm just learning about sats, like I said to you, and I learned what a halving is.
Oh, okay.
I know, I'm getting there.
What is a halving?
Well, a halving happens like every 4 years, where basically the monetary Bitcoin, it falls, so then the amount that you can actually mine reduces and becomes less and less.
Right, that's how we ensure that there's a fixed monetary policy.
Correct, and I think that's important, especially what we're seeing in society today with inflation, and that the dollar, we can just print that ad infinitum, and so therefore, what makes Bitcoin so revolutionary and different is the fact that it is finite, and therefore it is valuable. And so it'll be interesting if Donald Trump today talks about the fact that this is a currency, not a commodity, and therefore is the government going to stop perhaps even selling Bitcoin? I think that would be very interesting.
Obviously, people feeling the pinch out there. Inflation is in the headlines. People are struggling. Do you think the average Republican voter connects Bitcoin to that problem and sees it as a solution, or are they still more of a curiosity?
Here's the connection that I don't think a lot of people are talking about. The reason why I think Republicans and conservatives especially are willing to embrace Bitcoin is because of COVID.
Okay.
Because if you have wrong think, if you think conservatively and the government is controlled by people that feel in opposition to you, well, could they shut off your water, your gas, your banking, which happened to people, you know, after J6 especially, their banking was shut off, that banks wouldn't do business with them. Well, with Bitcoin, that is your ability to still buy and trade and sell, and you're not going to have the government dictating who you can do business with. And I think it really comes down to freedom.
We saw this in Canada as well with the trucker movement. Robert F. Kennedy saying that's what inspired him. So an international problem, would you agree?
Oh, yes. Well, what happened, well, Australia, the United Kingdom, yes, I think this is the last really free bastion, but yes, I would dare say that if we are not careful, we could have a global currency that doesn't allow us to do this.
Let's talk about your personal journey again. Earlyvoteaction.com. You're accepting Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies. Yes. When was that decision made, and what was the reasoning behind it?
So, Early Vote Action, I am focused on electing Republicans and Donald Trump into office, and I want candidates that are going to be pro-Bitcoin. Now, we're focused on voter registration, and so my org is accepting crypto, and we want to lead the charge on other PACs and political organizations also accepting
Earlyvoteaction.com. We're sending it over to the main stage for a special announcement from Howard Lutnick. You know him as the CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald. We'll be right back on the desk with the very great Scott Pressler. Stay with us.
So in January of 23, I gave my first interview, and I made it crystal clear that Tether had the money and that we were holding it. It's not another thing. We hold their money. USDT is fundamentally different than USDC because USDT holds treasuries, and primary dealer Cantor Fitzgerald can liquidate those treasuries and meet your redemptions without fail. Think about it. Circle had $3.3 billion of your reserves uninsured in the Silicon Valley Bank when it went bust. Now, I've told you, Tether and USDT holds treasuries, right, which earn like 5.25% interest. Why would you put $3.3 billion in an uninsured bank account earning 25 basis points, 0.25%, and be uninsured? You know, I don't have enough time to stand up here to tell you that story, so if you want to meet me afterward, I'll tell you the story about why I think they had it there. It makes no sense. So obviously, Circle broke the peg hard, as you would expect, and so let's go through this for one more time. So Cantor is one of the largest electronic traders in the world. So I sought to be onboarded with USDC because we trade BTC, we trade USDT, we wanted to trade USDC. And after months and months and months of trying, Circle came back and said we could transact and we could create $1 million of Circle a week. And if we wanted to redeem, we could redeem $500,000 a week. Now, for one of the largest trading firms in the world, you know what that is? That's a joke. That's a trainee for an hour. So the answer was, we tried, and we can't redeem. So I don't know who can, but I would ask you to go check who can redeem with Circle and USDC. So Tether currently has $114 billion in reserves and another $11 billion of their own equity. That's $125 billion in assets, and they make sure they will take care of redeeming and backing one-to-one their reserves. They're the only one. They're U.S. Treasury backed. They have over 80,000 Bitcoin, so they are Bitcoin backed. They have 1,600,000 ounces of gold, so they are gold backed. There is one certain one-to-one backed digital dollar, and the name of that is USDT, and the name of that is Tether. So you know my story now. You know my brother was killed. You know my brother was killed by jihad. And so was my best friend, 658 people I cared about. So Khanna Fitzgerald knows jihad. So can you imagine a competitor of Tether saying that Tether is associated with jihad? Let me make it crystal clear. We would never, ever be associated with a company that has anything to do with jihad. And it disgusts me. It disgusts me. Someone parked a truck in front of my office saying Tether is associated with Hamas. What a bunch of crap. Seriously, outrageous and knowingly false. Knowingly false. Amazing. They said that Tether is owned by Chinese people. It's not true. It's owned by Giancarlo. He's Italian. Okay? There's a difference. So I want to be unequivocal. Okay? Tether does what it says it does. It has one-to-one. It's onboarded with 150 law enforcement agencies around the world. Why do I know that? Because when we formed our relationship with them, we helped them onboard those institutions. We helped them do it. As you all know, every transaction on the blockchain is traceable, and Tether will seize any amount of coin that is involved in illicit activity. They will be caught. So whoever said things about Tether, they're knowingly false. They know it's wrong, and it needs to go away. All right, so why do I care about all this stuff, right? I run Khanna Fitzgerald. Why do I care? Because I care about America and dollar hegemony, the dollar being everywhere in the world. So you've got $100+ billion held in Argentina, Venezuela, and Turkey. If we go to a taxi right now in Argentina and try to pay, they'll take Tether. If you go to Turkey and go to a grocer, they'll take Tether because they don't want the local fiat currency because we all know it devalues massively. So I care about the 300 million wallets that hold Tether because those 300 million wallets are financing the U.S. Treasury's debt, right? They're buying, every time someone buys Tether, Tether buys a Treasury bill, and we're financing the U.S. Treasury's debt. So emerging market distribution of USDT is fundamental for backing our debt in our country, which helps us live in this beautiful way. So let me talk Bitcoin for a little bit. I want to be clear. I am a fan of Bitcoin. Of course, do I own Bitcoin? Of course I do. Cantor Fitzgerald and all of its partners are a fan of Bitcoin. Does Cantor Fitzgerald own Bitcoin? A shed load of Bitcoin. My view is Bitcoin, like gold, should be free to trade everywhere in the world. And as the largest wholesaler in the world, we are going to do everything in our power to make it so. Bitcoin is the same as gold, and Bitcoin should trade the same as gold everywhere in the world without exception and without limitation. So Cantor is a rock star in the digital space, right? We support miners, we support power companies, we support data centers. We're here to support you if you're in the business of digital assets and crypto. We are here to support you. People, when I just walked in here, there were people coming up to me saying, thanks for the research, smartest research, best research. We're going to do all sorts of things that take care of you. So we are an investment bank that works hard for digital assets. We've raised billions of dollars, billions, for crypto and digital companies. I'll give you an example. Raised $100 million for BitDeer, $200 million for TerraWolf, Riot, Cypher. You know, we have a huge list. So if you want to do business in this space, you'll call us and you'll talk to us, and we'll take care of you. We host an amazing crypto conference in Miami in November. Not like this, though. This is like rock star, man. This is like the best. Okay. So why do I say all this in front of you? Because today I have an announcement to make. Cantor Fitzgerald is here to announce that we are launching a Bitcoin financing business. We will offer leverage to those who own Bitcoin. We are going to launch with $2 billion of lending. And once we put out the $2 billion of lending, we will go up in increments of $2 billion. You have to realize Cantor and BGC, its largest wholesaler, we finance and arrange vast, vast amounts. And we are going to now build that ecosystem for Bitcoin. So the moral of the story is we are going to welcome Bitcoin into the financing family of the global financial markets, and Cantor Fitzgerald is going to be your sponsor. We will build the best platform for financing Bitcoin. We will work with the best custodians. We are committed to your ecosystem of Bitcoin. So, in closing, we are Cantor Fitzgerald, and we will support Bitcoin. Thank you, everybody.
Why?
What's the second best? There is no second best. We will ensure that the future of crypto and the future of Bitcoin will be made in America.
So yeah, today we're going to be talking about runes.
We're talking about runes.
But first...
The Bitcoin Conference. We started with a dream to build a community focused on Bitcoin. It all started in 2019 in the heart of San Francisco, the first major Bitcoin conference in years that kickstarted a revolution. And then Miami, a place where enthusiasts, developers, dreamers, and innovators could come together to make Bitcoin better. It has been an amazing 5 years and 8 conferences, thanks to all of you. Bitcoin Conference has become the largest premier global Bitcoin gathering in the world, leading hyper-Bitcoinization. While Miami was incredible, it was time to set the stage for Bitcoin in a new city. So we took the conference on the road. Nashville, Tennessee was the obvious choice, a city known for music and freedom. Next year, the conference is hitting the road again in search of the next global stage. We are headed to a new city next year. With hyper-Bitcoinization right around the corner, we have no plans to take the foot off the gas. Find out where we are headed next. Scan the QR code and be at the main stage for the big announcement.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken. See what crypto can be.
Anyone can be a part of the Bitcoin. It's like a good church.
It's an ethical ideology. There are many people that feel very spiritual about it.
I think that Bitcoin has those characteristics to be not just the most Islamic form of money, but the most Jewish and the most Christian form of money as well.
Bitcoin is just another step in the technological development of how we can serve God better.
It is trying to remove politics from money. Bitcoin can make the world a better place.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. Once again, I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. It's the grand finale, the last day of Bitcoin 2024. You just heard from Howard Lutnick, CEO at Cantor Fitzgerald, still to come. Donald J. Trump, 45th President of the United States. Now, our panel breaking down everything that's happening on stage and, of course, all the excitement around election 2024. Here we've got the very great Scott Pressler, founder and executive director of earlyvoteaction.com, and to his left joining us now, Natalie Brunell, host of Coin Stories.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Excited
Obviously,
to
the
join.
topic here is everyone here is energized about Donald J. Trump coming to speak later at 2 p.m. Scott, I want to start with you and the argument that you've made that Bitcoin might be inherently conservative, and your appeal to Bitcoin voters to vote for the conservatives.
Well, I want to preface by saying I think Bitcoin should be used and is for everyone. And I think ultimately, while people might have a fiduciary responsibility while they're here for finance, I think ultimately people are involved in Bitcoin and crypto because of its pursuit of freedom, of non-government regulation, of the ability to buy and trade and sell without the government being in our business. And so therefore, I would argue that at its heart, at its core, Bitcoin is inherently conservative because it's pro-freedom.
Well, a lot of people here are frustrated by the partisan nature, maybe the perception of this conference. Now, would you agree with Scott, inherently conservative, Bitcoin?
No, I think that Bitcoin is neutral and apolitical. It's one of the things I really like about this technology, that it's maybe the one thing that can bring us together at a time when we've never been more divided and polarized. I honestly miss the days when I was younger and I didn't know a person's political preference and I didn't prejudge them, and we got to a point of such extremes that in the last couple of years I feel like it's broken friendships, it's broken family bonds if you voted for one person over another. And when you strip away some of the, I don't know, ideological things that everyone's focusing on, people at their core are very similar, right? You probably want to be free. You want to acquire the wealth or the ability to take care of your family and take care of your future generations. So many people sacrifice so much, not for themselves, but to make their children's lives or their grandchildren's lives better, or the people around them. I know that was my family story with the American Dream, and I want us to come together on something that really empowers us to have opportunity and exchange value with one another in a system that's fair, not so corrupted and manipulated at its core that ultimately it concentrates so much wealth at the top at the expense of everyone else, because that does lead to that type of populism and division that we see.
Well, let me, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but let me make a message then. If at its core, if this is about unity and that we want freedom and finance for everybody, then my message to those people that are not here at this conference is, how about we welcome maybe people across the aisle. I know that we have 2 presidential candidates that are speaking or have spoken here at the conference, and one candidate did not. And I hope in the future, maybe some of those other people will come and join Bitcoin and say loudly and proudly they will not wage a war against Bitcoin. That's what we want to hear. That's what the voter wants to hear in general. And so I welcome that unity.
Of course, on the stage just minutes ago on the live desk before both of our guests now, John Deaton running for Senate. His appeal to voters, you know, how do we fix these problems that the Bitcoin and crypto industry are facing if we don't vote Republican, Natalie?
I think that point is not voting Republican or Democrat. It's voting for freedom. It's voting for property rights. It's voting for opportunity and a fair set of rules, no rulers. And it will actually make government more accountable. I think so many people have lost trust in all of the institutions, both government as well as media, which is my background. And in order to fix that, I think you have to return a sense of accountability. And you won't do that when you have power, especially economic power, that has become so concentrated that, again, a few people benefit from it. They're able to capitalize and create these monopolies, and then the special interest machine that finances the donations that elect people, that gets going. It's just sort of the momentum flows, and all of a sudden you can't break it because it's concentrated that much power. So I hope that Bitcoin brings more accountability. It shrinks government from this welfare state that's intervening in everybody's lives, and returns also more personal accountability on us. Because if we're gonna, you know, it's like that, what do they say on airplanes, right? You got to put the oxygen mask on yourself before you help someone else. We have to take self-responsibility and stop looking to saviors that are going to ride in and promise us things for the next election, when really they are basically coming into office and staying there the tenure's like 40 years and not getting anything changed. So we need to hold them more accountable, and I think it starts with holding ourselves more accountable.
Scott, your response to Natalie's thoughts?
I agree. It is about accountability, and ultimately it's power to the people, power of the purse. But I would argue that holding people accountable is by also being a voter and being involved not only in Bitcoin and growing your personal wealth and personal property, but by voting, we can hold those government people accountable by, for example, why are we not abolishing property taxes? Why are we making sure that there is no government regulation on Bitcoin, et cetera? And so I would argue that the two are actually really hand in glove and that they come together.
Well, I want to talk a little bit about those friction points. Obviously, cultures colliding here. There is this idea that Bitcoin might be competitive with the U.S. dollar, right, Natalie, or even might undermine it to some extent.
Well, if people remember President Trump's early comments about Bitcoin, that was one of his issues. And no, I don't see this as a zero-sum game, at least not at the start. The dollar is so entrenched in the global financial system, and I think of it more as the currency that is the chosen medium of exchange. It is losing some of its monopoly over other currencies because of all the debt that we've accumulated, and so other countries are turning to, well, first of all, central banks are acquiring gold at record levels, and countries are starting to make deals for things like oil in other currencies. But for now, I think the US dollar will remain the reserve currency, and I think Bitcoin is the best store of value asset that people can peacefully opt into as the best savings technology. And me personally, although I like to support Bitcoin businesses, I prefer to spend my fiat, spend my depreciating currency, and save my asset, my truly scarce decentralized asset that is the best performing investment that I could have made. I don't see them as competing. I think actually we could strengthen the US dollar, but I also do think that we are moving into a more multipolar world where countries will be competing, and maybe there will be a little bit more diversification in terms of reserves, including Bitcoin being that neutral reserve asset.
Scott, obviously Republicans want to support the dollar, right? So how do you enter Bitcoin in that conversation?
Well, I would say, I mean, I'm a little bit of a neophyte. I'm not going to lie that I'm not green to this, but I would say the best argument for Bitcoin is that, to my understanding, it's inflation proof, right? Where there is a finite supply versus our federal government, which seems to have an endless supply of just printing dollars, and so therefore the value of the dollar isn't what it was 50 years ago, et cetera. And I think that would be the biggest and strongest argument that you are going to be able to keep more of your money and your packet, and that it's actually worth what it is.
Well, that's why it's so strategic, because if a country adopts Bitcoin as a reserve asset, that is something that no one can confiscate, you can't be censored, and no one is going to inflate it away. And I think that countries have seen what we're doing to treasuries, and we're going to have to keep issuing more units of dollars in order to keep this system afloat, and that's why they're moving away from it, and coin is that perfect alternative, and most people don't understand it yet.
Well, sending it back to the domain, just a few moments. Wrapping up with our panel here, I want to talk about the personal aspects of voting and the idea that Bitcoin voters should single-issue voters. Your quick thoughts, Natalie. Should people be voting just on Bitcoin this election?
I'm a freedom maximalist. Vote with your heart. Do your homework, first of all. It's in the same way that I think people have to understand Bitcoin, know what you're investing in. Also know your candidate. A lot of people don't do their homework. They just kind of see a couple commercials, or they recognize the name on the ballot. They don't look at actually the proposals that are before them. And I think it's important to question your own beliefs to strengthen them, or maybe you'll change your mind.
Scott, maybe your message to the Bitcoin single-issue voter out there?
Well, I don't want to necessarily take it from that perspective. I don't think anyone should be a single-issue voter. But what I love seeing from Donald Trump being here today is clearly Donald Trump is courting the Bitcoin vote. His presence here, him coming here, is saying to you he is going to end the war on Bitcoin, that he wants your vote, he wants to earn it, he is pro-freedom, and really you hit the nail on the head of being censorship as well. That when it comes to banking, we have seen if you have wrongthink, if you have a political thought is in opposition to the government, they could very well shut down your bank And so that's why Bitcoin is so important, because it is the overarching theme of Bitcoin is freedom. Finance is freedom.
Of course, we're just hours away from a former president taking the stage at Bitcoin 2024. History will be made. Stay tuned on the live stream on X and Rumble. We're going to send it back to the Nakamoto stage. Government out of control. Nothing stops this train. That's the panel moderated by the great Swann. We'll be right back after this panel.
We're going off of a cliff. This is all, like, it's just a matter of time, and time, I'm not talking 20 or 30 years. I'm saying, like, in the next few years, this whole game of musical chairs is up, and I think that for you Bitcoin people, I mean, I know you guys have had, like, a crazy run, but the potential for what you guys have over these next few years is going to be, like, the sky is the limit. So that's the cool thing that is cool about this whole conference.
Yeah, absolutely. Luke?
I'm going to be a lot drier than you, Dave. That's easy for me to do. No, I think you touched on the interest point, and that's exactly, I think, a key to the issue. Something I track is the percentage of U.S. tax receipts that are spent on entitlements, interest, and defense. And in 2016, I was looking at it, and it was about 65% of tax receipts. And I said, okay, well, when these three numbers get to 100%, stuff will start to get real. We might start to have a problem. And I kind of ran out based on sort of just straight line run rates of each respective item. And I said, okay, maybe 2020 is when we'll get to that. We got to it in the third quarter of 18. And then 2020 hit, and we sort of went into, like, silly season. And so those three numbers are now, in just a little over 8 years, they're about 120% of tax receipts. So literally, you hear all the time, we just need to cut spending. We're spending 120% of tax receipts on just three line items: entitlements, uncuttable; defense, third rail; and interest, which in theory is up, is up in a low small because we're trying to fight inflation. So we're actually making the problem worse by fighting inflation because it's already so high. So I think your summary is exactly right. That's what I think of as just pace at which these three line items have gone from 60% to 120%. It's just mind-boggling.
Yeah, and I don't know, if you guys, I know Trump's coming here in a little bit, and listen, I'm sure there's Trump supporters here. First off, I will say it's so great that he's coming here to talk to you guys. Like, credit for that. He's coming to earn your vote. Respect that. But man, like, does he need it from you guys? Because I don't even think he gets it, but just the other day speech where he was like, interests are so high, when I'm in there, they'll be low again. And you're like,
really though.
That's really not the answer either, man. Yeah.
Yeah. It's remarkable how bad and quickly this can steamroll. Like, I feel like, it seemed to be like a social insanity. Like, that there was actually outrage about like a $700 billion spending bill and the bailouts in 2007, 2009 era. That was a huge deal and enormous outrage. Now we just like kind of casually talk about $3 trillion, $6 trillion in a year. And we can't even, I read a piece on the show.
We need to get that Obama fiscal sanity back.
Like, how ridiculous is that? But it's true. We would actually some degree of fiscal sanity if we went back to what sanity used to mean. And I read a piece that was just talking about like just a master class and a Ponzi scheme that we're actually dealing with from a financial standpoint, because not only can we not afford our debt, but we are rolling over debt with new debt and issuing new debt on top of it to pay for the interest on the old debt that we're rolling over, and the only people who are buying it is our own central bank. Like, how could you...
This is the Mr. Brownstone economic...
Like, what?
I used to do a little bit with it, so the little got more...
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, if we're all going to be honest, look, the government loots all of you people, and then they propagandize your children to worship them for doing it. Pretty impressive, really, if you think about it.
Good.
I mean,
excellent work.
Then think about the result of all of that. So speaking of out of control, right? Out of control spending, you meant culturally, but
It's the growth and the trajectory of the size of the government. And that's part of the reason why the spending and the fiscal spending is so out of control. So if you think about that just in size of sheer numbers, if you go back to 1970, before we got off the gold standard, the U.S. government was spending about $4,500 per person. Today, the U.S. government is spending about $19,500 per person. So the size of the government is expanded at a rapid rate. And, you know, in the book Anatomy of the State, Rothbard talks about the state is somebody. If you guys haven't read that book, anybody read that book, Anatomy of the State? It's like a booklet you can read in like an hour. You totally should.
There's audio on Bitcoin Audible. You can listen to it.
Yeah, check out Guy reads it. You should listen to it on the way home. But he talks about how the purpose of the state is to not end, and more importantly, to always continue to grow. And so now, it's not that it's just out of control spending, defense spending, interest spending, but now they have to get involved into every cultural part of our lives, micromanage every minutia detail of how we talk, hate speech or whatever it is. So the growth of the government is out of control.
Yeah.
And it's always, you know, the culture war stuff is always easier for people to deal in. Because
easy to digest.
You don't have to really know anything in order to get into a fight about, like, transgender bathrooms or something like that. And so everybody always gravitates to that. Like, if you were to look on Twitter or something like that, you would think the big battle of our time is between, like, leftists believe gender is a social construct and, like, Chad Cons who think women's space is in the kitchen. When both of those views combined represent 1% of the United States of America. I don't even know cultural views of all four people on the panel, but I guarantee neither of us fit into either of those boxes.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? And then, like, this stuff, dealing with, like, the fiscal implications of where we are or the monetary policy, that's really hard. You got books and you have to really think about it, you know? But for people here, kind of in that world, and it is so important these issues get pushed into the fore, because this is what actually matters. This is why empires collapse, you know? And so...
And it's working. I mean, just, you know, Paul really, I think, brought the Fed to the forefront just, what, in 2009? Yeah, give it up for Ron. And, you know.
There is so much love for that guy. It's been, what, 20 years?
And Luke could probably answer this better than me, but I just don't remember the word fiat or inflation being used in everyday normal lives. Like, normal people didn't talk about these types of things. And to Dave's point, we're pushing it into the forefront. And now it's normal language, and people are starting to understand the mechanisms, and now we can finally kind of push back on that.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I wanted to, especially in social and Twitter and Nostr and like all these things, like I feel like there's a huge mixed bag about how people feel about this conference. And like the fact that, you know, Bitcoin's purpose is the separation of money and state, right? This is about reining them in. And then Trump's on in 2 hours. You know, we got presidential candidates, we got campaign promises, we got politicians galore. Like, and a lot of people are like, is this captured? Is Bitcoin a super PAC now? You know, like, and I'm curious, what do you make of this? Because I've heard a lot of different perspectives, and I'm curious kind of how you see where we are in this transition, and how do you make of kind of the insanity that has really just arisen in this environment in the last like 3 to 4 months?
I think the fact that 2 of the 3 major political or presidential candidates are here is, I think it reflects the growing political power, to your point about it being a super PAC. But I don't know that that's the only reason. I think there is a growing recognition in the halls of power in Washington that recognize the mathematical realities that we just discussed in the first 10 minutes. And I think they are starting to recognize the possible utility of Bitcoin as a least worst way of managing through what is looking increasingly like it's going to be a difficult, bumpy ride for the next 4 to 6 years. And so I think that's a bigger part of it. I'm sure there's just sort of the base political, hey, Bitcoiners have a lot of money at 70,000 a coin, and I want to tap that for my campaign. But I do think there is a much greater recognition than most people realize at high levels in Washington that we have a problem, and we don't have a problem in 5 years or 10 years or maybe not even in 2 years. We have a problem very soon.
Now, yeah.
I think in regards to separation of money and state, which that's something I'm very passionate about. I know, Guy, you know, we've talked about this extensively. And when I think about that, I think about removing the money from the hands of the state. Now, why do we have politics here at this event is kind of the question that Guy is posing. And I would say when I think about separation of money and state, it's more about the state being able to create money at will. We want to take away the ink from the money printer and prevent them and force some fiscal responsibility back, right? Prevent that creep of the government because they can always print money for never-ending wars and more cultural programs. However, that doesn't mean we need to abstain from politics. If anything, we, as Bitcoiners who value freedom above everything, should be taking the power back of the political system. So it's not about trying to abstain and go live on a hill, on a rock, and you know, we say that Bitcoin will fix everything, but no. You can't just go take your Bitcoin, hide on a hill, and then Bitcoin magically fixes it. We have to do the work. And so we have to be involved in politics. I think we should unite as a super PAC. I think we should be involved in politics, but take the printing ability away from the government. That's the separation I'm here for.
100%. So that essentially is the only reason why I love Bitcoin. Like, I know there's different reasons why other people like it, and a lot of people have gotten rich off it, and I'm a capitalist. I'm not against getting rich. Good for you guys. If any of you guys have gotten really rich off it, give me money. But I don't like the slogan, Bitcoin fixes everything. I've tried to use it on my wife when she's mad at me, and it doesn't work. So, like,
well, you made the money from it, and you gave her some, maybe.
She's like, you didn't check in, and you were out all night, and I'm like, Bitcoin fixes this.
It's okay.
Like, it's not.
It's okay.
But the whole game to me, right? Like, why I love Bitcoin and why I think it's so, like, the potential is so limitless, is because, like, the more you learn about money and government control of money, you realize that that is the whole game. Everything else flows from that. Every evil thing that government does is only because they control the money supply. Like, take an evil thing that government does, and I'll explain how it's because they control the money supply, you know? Like, I mean, just think about, like, okay, we fought, like, a catastrophic 20-year war in Afghanistan that literally killed hundreds of thousands of people, cost trillions of dollars, and thousands of our bravest young boys died, and then tens of thousands committed suicide in the wake of the war, right? Well, just like imagine if they couldn't print the money for that war. Right. Imagine if they had to tax the American people every month for the war in Afghanistan. You think that thing would have lasted 20 years?
No way.
You'd have been lucky to get it through a year. Before the people would have demanded a result. Like, what are you doing here? I mean, just imagine trying to do the lockdowns of 2020 if they couldn't just print trillions of dollars and pass them out. The people wouldn't have taken it. They would have been like, no, we're going back to work. We're not doing this. It's only because they control the money that they can get away with tyranny. And listen, like, personally, like, when I came up as a child of the Ron Paul presidential campaigns. Like, that's how I got interested in all of this stuff. And Ron Paul would always talk about the gold standard at the time. And don't get me wrong, I think a gold standard would be much better than what we have right now. The problem is that historically, what do nations do when they're gold standard and they need to fight a war? Just suspend the gold standard. So the difference that what Bitcoin brings is the decentralization. If you were truly on a Bitcoin standard, someone in Washington couldn't just say, we're going off coin standard now. That's the power that Bitcoin has, that you can actually have a chance at separating money in the state. And that is the most important thing in the world today.
I do want to just add,
1,000%.
Yeah, go ahead. I do want to add, Dave, the irony of what Dave said. Started by saying he doesn't like that Bitcoin's everything, but then he went on to describe all the ways Bitcoin
fixes everything.
It doesn't fix everything, just war and tyranny.
And this used to be known, right? Like, you can go back to 1948, you can find it online. Warren Buffett's father, Congressman Howard Buffett, wrote a missive, gold convertible money is essential to freedom. That was the title of the, human depends on gold convertible currency. And, to your point, the gold convertible is a point of risk that had been removed by Bit, as you said. So it literally is the whole game. All the other stuff is just noise to distract from control printer.
Again, though, if you're out all night and don't call your wife, Bitcoin is not going to help you. So I'm just saying. Take that.
It's her Bitcoin then.
But the wild thing about it is that, like, when you look at exactly why it is that money is at the source of everything, is because that, like, all power is about the control of resources. All power is about the control of energy, about our energy, what we actually exert toward. And if we are working for something that someone can print for free, then we are literally working for them. Like, not by choice. We are being coerced into always provide our energy for them for nothing in return, explicitly. And the kind of the crazy thing in kind of what you were saying in like breaking down like what the cost, the true cost of all this is just in totality. Like in when we're talking about like a systemic fraud in like a counterfeit situation, is that the problem is a systemic problem. You know, some people will talk to me about how, like, oh, we got to deal with fractional reserve in like a bank or in an exchange, or the TF might have some IOUs. But at the end of the day, we know what happens with fractional reserve on top of the Bitcoin standard. It's Mt. Gox. It's FTX. Go out of business. They die. They do not survive at length. Fractional reserve doesn't work if you sound money to at the end of the day. What's happened is that the government system where they have to adhere to reality.
No consequence.
There's no consequence. There's systemic pushback at the very lowest. They have a total and fraud over everything that they lie about, all of their errors. They can always just paper over it.
They did until Bitcoin.
Until Bitcoin. And like you said, that is the problem that Bitcoin is solving.
Well, by the way, just in case you guys know, is that Orange, and he was the one he cast, and I was loosely familiar. I knew a lot of people were into it, but you're like, you went on this powerful things I ever heard. When your money is fake, your world is fake, and that there's so much. When you really think about it, money is almost 50% of every transaction. I mean, I guess there's sometimes you trade things for that, but for the overwhelming majority of the time, every economic interaction that you have is trading something for money. And it's like that money itself is a lie. Yeah. Like almost every single day you go out and you trade a lie for a freaking vape that I have to go buy after this because they wouldn't let me bring it in to the building.
Thanks, TSA.
I'm going to go trade a lie for nicotine. Something so real as nicotine. I have to trade a lie for that. And there's a profound way in which that corrodes like the national soul when everything you're doing is based off of a scam.
Well, because we believe that money is neutral. It's like a tool. So money could be used for good or money could be used for bad. It's how I use it, but not necessarily. Because the money system that we have today, that would be true for a sound money. But on a fiat money system, it's built on theft, inflation being theft. It's built on lies and deceit. So then anything built on that system is inherently evil, unfortunately, and it creates all types of perverse outcomes. Luke and I were talking about earlier how the financial system has distorted the entire workforce to where now essential things we need, like welding bridges and building planes that don't fall out of the sky, are deprioritized so we can go work in derivatives trading that does absolutely nothing and provides no value to the world. And so this lies, theft, and deceit has perverted the entire system that we have.
The bloating of the financial system. The bloating of the financial system is the worst because all of the new money gets funneled through in a bond, in a loan, and it basically allows them to just consume. And then what are they going to do? They're just going to lend it to giant corporations. And everybody's like, I hate big corporations. It's like big corporations are massive because they have access to money that the rest of us don't have. They get a price that's just not real, and everything just funnels up to them. And you think about, like, go back like 30 or 40 years, the size of the financial sector as a portion of the economy has grown. Like, that it's a way to, there's nothing about finance is inherently valuable in itself. It's managing real resources. That means that it takes us twice as much of our time and energy to do the same job as we used to do.
Well, it's a parasitic industry, right?
And think about it. People get pulled into that industry, right? Like, look, if you're a doctor, I mean, like your average doctor's salary, they make like a couple $100,000 or something like that.
Specialists about 300 now.
Yeah. Okay. So like, let's just say $300,000 or something like that, which is like not a bad salary to be making, but it's not, you know, with today's prices, it's not like you're rich if you're making $300,000 a year. You know, you'll bang out your mortgage payment, you'll send your kid to a private school, maybe you take a vacation, and you're out of money at the end of the year. You know, like that's based. Yet you could go become a multimillionaire on Wall Street. So now all of these, like all the young talent, we're pulling in to this like phony industry that does nothing to create real wealth for people. Whereas like all of like, and nothing against anyone in finance, I understand.
We hate you all.
No, listen, make your money. You know what I mean? Like you got to make your money. I mean, you're a part of something evil, but make your money in that evil thing. You're destroying the greatest nation ever built. But no,
make your money.
It's not you. But how much talent is there on Wall Street that if it wasn't for this being such a big part of the economy, they'd be out there actually being productive and improving everybody's life. It's tragic what they've done to us.
I was telling Mark before. I know of a situation where there's a medical professional who trained for 16 or 18 years to operate on one of the most sensitive part of the human body. It's probably one of a few thousand people who do it globally. And they left that to become a hedge fund analyst in healthcare because they could make more money without the legal risk.
And I was joking before. I don't begrudge that guy. He's trying to give his family the best life he can.
It makes sense. Hey. He is simply reacting to the perverted incentives of the system. And
I mean, is he supposed to give that up when that's good for him? Like that's the whole thing, right? Guide us in the wrong direction to do what's best for us, which becomes at odds with the rest of society, because the price signal for what everyone actually values is bullshit.
So let's flip this for a second, guy, because we're running down on time.
Yeah, we are running out of time.
And this sounds really bad and really scary. But talking about broken incentives, imagine the difference. Imagine the shift in the world when we fix the incentive system and we have the best doctors in the world, the most highly trained, like Luke just said, and rather than going into trading derivatives at a hedge fund, focus on life-changing, life-saving technologies, life-saving medicines or surgeries or whatever it is, and then how much more value can be put forward into the world. So we're really on the precipice of a massive shift. You know, we call it like a Renaissance 2.0, if you will, a sound money system with an information boom, changing the incentive structure, and we have massive growth and massive hope ahead.
Yeah. And just, I would just, because that's such a good point, that it's like you also recognize, I mean, there's so much beauty around us. It's so amazing to be alive today. Like, I'll tell my son had a congenital heart defect that if I had lived at any time except for the last 20 years, I would have lost my son. And he's fine. He's going to live a totally normal life now because the things they can do today are incredible. We have all this amazing stuff around us. If we just fixed the money, we could live in an unprecedented boom time.
Just do more of that.
You can't even imagine. It would be considered magic 100 years ago to have what we have now. And we've got the answer. And it's cool to have a group of people who all know what it is coming together, you know?
Hell yeah. Well, maybe since we really short on time, maybe just close this out with, 2020 it felt like a turning point. Both for the government kind of just going unrestricted, like you're going to do what we say, and when someone brings up your rights, it's not even something we pander to anymore, it's something we laugh at, and we accuse you of being selfish because you're not doing what the state wants you to. So we have moved aggressively in the wrong direction in kind of one realm. But at the same time, many millions of people woke up and they were like, what in the hell is happening here? And we've kind of got these two paths, and maybe my question is simply, are we going down both of these paths at the same time? Is one winning, or are we just separating into two worlds? Like maybe give me a little bit of hope or a little bit of realism for where you think we are in this.
Well, listen, I'll just say this. I'll be quick, and then you guys can finish. But I'd say this, right? And I've been a very sharp critic of Donald Trump for years, and many of his policies that I didn't agree with, both domestic and foreign policy. The fact that Donald Trump is the candidate who the entire corporate media is telling you you're not allowed to support that guy. The CIA and the big banks and big pharma and all the power centers are saying you're not allowed to support that guy. And that he is winning so dominantly right now is such a great sign for this country.
Yeah.
If nothing else, just that people are like, screw you, we're not listening to you. I love that.
Yeah, I think there was somebody made a comment that I thought was great, was like, appreciate someone if they have the right enemies.
Yeah, I mean, I've said many times, if the media wanted Trump out of the race, they should just endorse him.
That's great.
But you know, in terms of the two paths,
that would probably work.
I think we're running two parallel paths. I've been calling it on podcasts with Mark and others. We're riding two horses with one ass, and it's ultimately you can only ride one horse with one ass, and the horses are increasingly bolting in two different directions. And I think this is true of the fiscal side and the economic side, which is where I've mainly used the terms, but I think it's true socially, et cetera. And so I think we can ride these two horses with one ass for a bit longer, but a decision point is coming. And I think what we decide is in part the actions everybody takes individually in terms of how you vote with your wallet with a Bitcoin, who you vote for, how you act locally, how you raise your children. I mean, it's not one thing. I mean, the biggest thing people can do is raise your children well. That's the biggest, raise your children well, the problem will fix itself. So I'm optimistic, but I'm cautiously optimistic that
And I would add, Guy said it perfectly, and I agree with, like, the tide, as I always say, the pendulum is starting to swing back. And he said that a lot of people woke up, 2020 was a big wake-up call for a lot of people, but really what the state wants, if you look at the Bolshevik Revolution or you look at Mao's Great Leap Forward, the state wants to censor you, they want to keep you quiet, and they want everyone to conform in a perfect box. And the reason why is because if one person can break out of that, if they can break through into living truth as opposed to living a lie, everyone else can see that, and they want that as well. And we've been sort of in this censored bubble, if you will, and Elon Musk has been standing against the world in the front of that and has shifted the window just a little bit. It's not open censorship. I mean, there's still censorship, but just a little bit has started to change it. Now we have Mark Zuckerberg who's like, oh, wait a minute. I guess I could stand up a little bit to this. And as Luke said, it's about our kids, but it's about each one of us. And so I like to say that your silence makes you complicit. And so you don't have to stand up and be vocal, but you could at least cast doubt. Oh, I'm not sure if I agree with that. But it's about us all waking up one by one. It's us all standing up to the face of that, at least casting doubt, if not opposing it directly. Yeah. And we'll shift that tide back.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Well, guys, without a doubt, the government is out of control. I think we recognize this. We see it in a million different ways. But I tell you what, every time I go to a Bitcoin conference and I come hang out with people, I feel like it gets more and more wild just every single time. And it's absolutely crazy that I was just chatting with my brother while we were walking over here, that we found Bitcoin in 2011. And we were sitting in our trailer, poor nobodies, like just talking about this thing, and we described this day. We described the fact that, like, eventually it was going to be here, and it's just so unreal to actually see it. And everybody that I talk to is absolutely as busy as they can be. Everybody's got 10 projects. Everybody's trying to build everything under the sun. And I swear to God, if the government can be reined in, like, it's gonna happen with this group of people. Like, if it can happen, why not us? Why not us? So, I just want to say thank you guys. Dave, it's so awesome to actually finally meet you in person, brother.
Yes, it's great to meet you in person.
Luke, Mark, thank you so much for joining me. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, everybody.
Have a great rest of the day.
Oh, that went by quick.
That went by quick.
The Bitcoin Conference. We started with a dream to build a community focused on Bitcoin. It all started in 2019 in the heart of San Francisco, the first major Bitcoin conference in years that kickstarted a revolution. And then Miami, a place where enthusiasts, developers, dreamers, and innovators could come together to make Bitcoin better. It has been an amazing 5 years and 8 conferences, thanks to all of you. Bitcoin Conference has become the largest premier global Bitcoin gathering in the world, leading hyper-Bitcoinization. While Miami was incredible, it was time to set the stage for Bitcoin in a new city. So we took the conference on the road. Nashville, Tennessee was the obvious choice, a city known for music and freedom. Next year, the conference is hitting the road again in search of the next global stage. We are headed to a new city next year. With hyper-Bitcoinization right around the corner, we have no plans to take the foot off the gas. Find out where we are headed next. Scan the QR code and be at the main stage for the big announcement.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. Once again, I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor at Bitcoin Magazine. The grand finale of Bitcoin 2024 happening today. You saw Howard Lutnick, CEO at Cantor Fitzgerald, Ro Khanna, Democratic Congressman from California. Still to come, Marsha, Blackburn, Vivek Ramaswamy, and, of course, what everyone is here for, and the lines that are stretching around the venue, the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. We've got an all-star panel now coming from the opposite political spectrum. Jason Mayer to my left, author of The Progressive Case for Bitcoin, available at Bitcoin Magazine books at bitcoinmagazine.com. And to his left, Bradley Redler, Associate Professor of Philosophy at the University of Wyoming.
That's right.
Welcome, guys.
Thank you.
Obviously, want to talk about the feeling around this venue, about what's going on. Red hats everywhere. We saw earlier a man holding a sign, Scamala. Obviously, there's dissatisfaction with the current administration here at Bitcoin 2024. So let's get into the message that Trump is sending by being here and just what you're feeling as people who are coming from the Democratic persuasion. Jason.
Sure. So I think the fact that Trump has embraced Bitcoin is a really a wake-up call for people on the left, Democrats, who actually care about getting elected and really want to see this technology blossom. So I was very happy today to see examples of Democratic Congress people on the stage, main stage Bitcoin conference, talking about a crypto reset, Bitcoin reset, common sense regulation that goes along with Bitcoin. From the left, and I do feel like we have a lot of great news and optimism that there will be a reset, and the Harris campaign might actually be more open than we thought to some of these ideas.
Well, Democrats on stage today calling for a great reset, but let's be honest, Bradley, it's the conversations are tough right now. How is it in your life, just the idea that you're coming to a conference that Donald J. Trump is speaking at?
Yeah, it's difficult to explain in the same sentence why I am in favor of Bitcoin and why Donald Trump is in favor of Bitcoin. But I think that when I explain the reasons I'm in favor of it, people get it. And when I talk to my students who are young and a combination of conservative and liberal, I'm at the University of Wyoming, they immediately understand why a private, censorship-resistant digital cash is important. I think it's a mistake to think that President Trump understands Bitcoin very well, but what he does understand is what people have told him about Bitcoin and just how many people are in favor of it and how many people disagree with the current administration's policies. Hopefully, Kamala Harris can take that on board as well, and people can explain to her why the progressive case for Bitcoin is such an important case to make.
Well, conservative activist on stage earlier today, Scott Pressler, his argument to the people on the desk watching at home on YouTube, X, and Rumble that Bitcoin is inherently conservative, that it's pro-freedom, it requires less government, and that people who are conservative should be pro-Bitcoin, and the people who are liberal are naturally not. Jason, your reaction?
Couldn't disagree more. I feel like, things like freedom and transparency and all of the values that Bitcoin stands for fits perfectly well within a progressive mind frame, and that's why I work so hard to just educate people as much as I can about how you can view Bitcoin through really any lens that you want. And if you see a problem in the world, and our current financial system is a problem in the world, Bitcoin has a response to that.
But Bitcoin, as the nature of it, the technology just has less government involvement, right? It removes the government's ability, or it is a system of money without a government in it, and thus is new. Brad, your take?
In my opinion, I think that people link too closely progressivism with government involvement, and the early progressive movement was not about governments. It was a system built alongside governments because people recognized that governments were not serving who they were supposed to be serving, and that is obviously still the case. So I think the progressive case for Bitcoin is not a pro-government case. It's particular progressive issues that we think Bitcoin actually helps with.
Well, obviously, Joe Biden resigning or dropping out of the 2024 race. How does a new nominee undo the mistakes of the Biden administration? Jason, what are you saying?
Yeah, so I feel like it's a perfect opportunity to actually do the reset that we've been talking about. We heard this morning the Democratic Congress, like groups of Democrats are actually reaching out to the DNC to push these pro-crypto, pro-Bitcoin like policies at the party level. So I'm optimistic about that. And just, to speak to the progressive values, I feel like Bitcoin is a tool that will allow us to have a more efficient, more fair, more transparent government. Not that we need more government, but it will allow us to actually have a better functioning government.
Going quickly to our roving reporter in just a minute, but want to stick with our panel right now. This idea that Bitcoin voters are single-issue voters, and the risk that if Democrats don't appeal to these single-issue voters, they could lose a crucial swing vote. Bradley, your take on the idea, what should the Democrats be afraid of losing the Bitcoin vote?
I think that it would be great to have more polling on how many people are single-issue voters on Bitcoin or crypto. I think the polling data does tell us that a lot of people who own Bitcoin consider it very important that the administration that they vote for has positive Bitcoin policies. And so I think it's important for the candidates to understand what people are thinking about with respect to Bitcoin, as well as the other issues that they're interested in. And if it turns out that a lot of people are single-issue Bitcoin voters, then they need to know that as well. And so hopefully they have polling out there that will tell them.
Jason, your quick thoughts. Should Democrats be concerned that they might lose Bitcoin voters? Is that a crucial swing vote in your opinion?
Yeah, it is actually. And I wrote my book and I talk to progressive about Bitcoin all the time because I was hoping that it wouldn't come to pass, right? I was hoping that we could get Democrats on board with a Bitcoin before it became a political football. I haven't given up complete hope for that. I think that we now have an uphill battle for that. But I do think it's possible and important for any politician on the left to understand the power of this community and what we're trying to accomplish.
Well, election 2024 alive and well at Bitcoin 2024 here in Nashville, Tennessee. We're going to go now to our roving reporter, Q Gamies, out here on the conference floor in the middle of the electricity, taking you inside the action right now. We'll be right back.
Thanks, Rizzo. I'm here now with Joey Garcia, the Director and Chief Legal at Xapo Bank, to tell you guys a little bit more about Xapo and its unique offering.
So look, Xapo's been in the space for a long time, right? We were the biggest Bitcoin custodian in the world. We are a Bitcoin native business that's become a bank. So let's call it Bitcoin private banking. Developed back in the old days, we were, as I said, the largest. We sold the institutional business to Coinbase to focus on that retail market. And now, where do people keep, store? What is the value proposition to protect and grow your wealth with the Bitcoin asset exposure? In a way that's integrated to your bank account and the services you need. Let's call it the bridge between the Bitcoin world and the banking world, the secure banking world. That's what we do, and we're very proud of the offering. We're the only company in the world really to be able to do that. So we're talking about fully blockchain integrated payment rails, stablecoin payment integrators to your bank account, and secure exposure to BTC in a savings account that's earning interest to you at no risk. So we're Bitcoin native, gone into banking. We're not a bank looking to explore exposure to BTC. That's our identity, that's who we are. We've been in the game for a long time and we're here to stay.
Amazing. Back to you guys at the desk.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk at Bitcoin 2024. Of course, action happening around Music City Center now. We're sending it over to the Nakamoto stage. You're going to hear from Alex Gladstein of the Human Rights Foundation. His talk, Bitcoin, Global Utility Power, happening now.
But there's been no sort of capitalist incentive to get these people power until now. So what we're going to talk about is how one of the use cases of Bitcoin, in addition to being freedom money, in addition to connecting anybody in the world to one open global marketplace on one currency that can't be stopped, is that it also is going to end up bringing power to every single person in Africa who doesn't have power. That's going to happen over the next few decades, and Bitcoin mining is going to do it. I was invited by Eric Hirschman and Janet and Philip and their team from Gridless to visit this remarkable place at the base of Mount Moulange. It's the highest peak in southern Africa, one of the most stunning places I've ever seen. I mean, it rivals Yosemite. There's very few people there because there's very little infrastructure there. What you see here is a little canyon, and there's a river running through it. And at that river site, about 20 years ago, the Scottish government decided to think about funding what's called a micro-hydro station. Okay, so it's like a small off-grid site where the running water is converted to electricity for the people who are nearby. Because it's what's called concessional financing, which is what powers most energy projects across the rural world, all across the planet, from Latin America to Southeast Asia, concessional financing basically just means donation. Somebody's just giving money. They don't have skin in the game. They're not going to fund OpEx. They're only going to fund CapEx. So first of all, it took them about 15 years to get this off the ground. These people in Bondo didn't have electricity until a couple years ago because there was no skin in the game. Like the Scottish government wasn't going to make money from this venture. The incentives were not aligned. But we went up to the top of the reservoir. This is where the river comes down, and the river flows down through the turbines, and it looks like this inside the little hut. And you know what? There's just a profound problem that you realize when you visit a site like this. The people in the town and the village and the local merchants and the local businesses, they sleep every night. They don't use power at night. So there's very little power demand in the evening. But the river never sleeps. So at night, there's just all this wasted energy. And you start to realize every single energy production site on Earth wastes energy. We waste so much energy. And today, because of what Gridless is doing, there's a Bitcoin mine there. And the Bitcoin network is buying 100% of the electricity that the town and the surrounding area doesn't use. And this is completely transformative for a variety of reasons. Yeah, shout out to Gridless. So amazing. So what's happening here is a couple things. Number one, for the local power company, which used to basically be a charitable project, they're no longer paying everything out of their own pocket. They have a new source of income, which is all the Bitcoin coming in from the mining operation, from all the electricity that wasn't used before. And we're talking the majority of electricity that this place generates was going wasted, and now it's all being bought by the Bitcoin network. And here's the kicker. They're not being paid in kwacha, the currency in Malawi that's collapsing. They're being paid in cold, hard Bitcoin and sats directly to their offices. They don't need to deal with accountants and paperwork and Forex. No, they just get Bitcoin. It's incredibly powerful for these people. So it allows them to have capital. Now the local power company can think about building, and they are expanding, and they're going to connect more homes. Gridless, the company that owns the miners, they're also winning. They're going to come in, and within a year or two at these sites, they're profitable, which is amazing. And number three, most importantly probably for most of you, the local residents. Now, the local residents, we got to meet the chieftains of the village at a meeting. It was very special. It was very profound. And what's really amazing is they are going to pay, they're paying less now for the electricity. What happens, it's sort of counterintuitive. The media will tell you, oh, the Bitcoin miners are coming in and they're making electricity more expensive. That's completely false. That's not what happens at all. What's actually happening here is that because the power company can only sell about 20% of what it makes to the local population because there's just not that much demand, it ends up charging 5 times more for the price. So these guys are paying 80 cents a kilowatt hour for electricity in the middle of nowhere, even though they're surrounded by energy. Meanwhile, here in the States, I know the prices have been going up lately, but in the advanced democratic world, we pay, I don't know, anywhere from 10 to 30 cents. So despite the fact that they're so poor and vulnerable, they're paying way more than us. This doesn't make any sense. We were led to believe that we are in progress around the world. Electricity and technology was supposed to get cheaper. For them, it's getting more expensive. And Bitcoin changes that, and it's so profound. And look, they weren't Bitcoin experts, but they knew what it was doing to their community, and they knew that electricity was the thing that mattered almost the most. I mean, the stories they told us about how it's changed their town. I mean, children that couldn't study at night. They had to try. They are now, the rate at which their children are now getting into the good schools has skyrocketed since they got electricity. They no longer have to walk to surrounding villages 20 kilometers to get medicine. Funnily enough, the men who used to go to town to watch football, they can be at home with their families and really build family and build community. So, Bitcoin is changing everything for this little town. And this is just one example of what is happening all across Africa and soon all across the developing world. And one of the most interesting things that I sort of observed here is when you go to the back of the Bitcoin mine, you put your hand up, it's a furnace. It's so hot. The externality of Bitcoin mining is heat. It's just a heater. The Bitcoin miner just turns electricity into heat. That's really what it's doing, right? So people are smart, and they figured out, wait a second, we can actually use that. So what you're seeing here is 1,000 miles north of Malawi in the Democratic Republic of the Congo in Virunga National Park, which is where the silverback gorillas are, and 5 million people live in this park in the surrounding regions. You'll see a couple Bitcoin miners there talking to a guy who runs Virunga National Park, the Conservancy. And the park is pretty smart. In 2020, they started mining Bitcoin with the excess energy they had from their hydro stations. So they've done very well, and it's been a lifeline for the park. But additionally, in the area, they have a lot of other things they make. But what you see behind them is cocoa. So cocoa is taken, and it's like put out on these mats. And there's like animals and birds and wind, and they're trying to dry it, but it's not very effective, right? And it's not even sanitary enough to be sold to EU markets. So what happens is they were like, look, we're going to buy $200,000 of industrial heaters so that we can actually sell this stuff and make more money. Our friends, the Bitcoin miners, were like, no, don't do that. Buy $200,000 of ASICs instead. And that's what they did. And now they're processing cocoa way faster, way more efficiently, and it turns into this beautiful chocolate, which I was able to eat. It's incredible. This chocolate is made by Bitcoin mining. I visited sites in Norway where the externality of all the hydro mining they do is drying seaweed for consumption around the world. So you kind of have to understand that in the future, it's not going to just be cost of Bitcoin, cost of Bitcoin mining and profit of Bitcoin mining. It's going to be profit of Bitcoin mining plus profit of the externality minus the cost. And this is going to change everything. I encourage you to watch a Reason documentary about a bathhouse in Brooklyn that's heating the spa where you go with Bitcoin mining. The Bitcoin miners are submersed in a liquid, and they run and they create heat, and they heat the water of the spa. And this is the coolest part. The guy who runs the spa is paying less for power now than he did before, plus he's mining Bitcoin. So this is just going to revolutionize everything. What you start to realize is if you're not mining Bitcoin, you're wasting energy. And that's the exact opposite of what the media tells you. I also got an opportunity to visit a geothermal site in Kenya. So this is just very simple. They dig a very deep hole in the ground. Heat comes up. It turns into steam. It spins a turbine. This thing is going to generate the same amount of power for the next 40 years. Clean, consistent, renewable, carbon-free, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And they have so much of it in Kenya. It's one of the world's largest sources of geothermal power. It's right on the Rift Valley. And, one thing I learned when I was there, was really surprised by, is Kenya is the world's largest exporter of flowers. So what happens is they take the geothermal or the hydro, and they power pumps like this, which is on a lake. And they pump the water to a field, and they grow flowers, and they sell it to Europe or wherever. And that's like how the country, earns income, essentially. And, what's amazing is that you start to realize there's no grid here. So it's not like they can sell the excess power to somebody else. No, no, no. This is like rural Kenya. And on the right, you'll see a shack that has the pump inside. And the pump's not on all the time, right? The pump's pumping sometimes, not pumping other times. But the geothermal power is constant. It's always coming. It's always coming. So on the left, and we'll just kind of zoom in here, that's a Starlink, and that's sitting on top of a Bitcoin mine. And the most amazing thing is that this thing is buying, again, 100% of the power that the pump's not using. So all of a sudden, we've eliminated waste, and we are going to become much more efficient as a species. And honestly, it's going to create so much abundance because it's going to unlock people's ability to use all the electricity sources around them. So you can see inside, we got some miners here. This is so cool. What Gridless does is everything's made in Africa. Like the whole design they have, everything's made in Africa. And this is like a chart on one of the founders' phones he was showing me, where if you look at this thing and there's this green line going up and down, above the red, that's all when the Bitcoin mining machines are turned on. So they're mining whenever that green line goes above the red line. And when it goes below the red line, the machines aren't on. And it's just this dynamic, flexible power demand source that's paying the company that runs the station, it's paying Gridless, and it's reducing the cost of power for anyone else in the region. I mean, it's sort of magical, but that's what Bitcoin mining is. But it's not just going to solve issues in Kenya or in Malawi. It's going to solve issues here, too. So this is I live in California, and this is a chart that I was really shocked by. So this is from the California, grid, basically. And between 2019 and 2023, in America, we use the word curtailment instead of waste because it's sort of like a euphemism, right? Curtailed. But we were wasting millions of megawatt hours of energy. So, I mean, this is massive amounts of energy that we are wasting in our country. And, just to give you an idea, in 2021, my state curtailed 1,500 kilowatt hours of solar and wind. That's enough to power 220,000 homes for a year. In the Southwest power region, which is sort of in the middle of the country, nearly 6,300 kilowatt hours of wind was curtailed. That's enough to power 600,000 homes for a year. And, this is not just American problem. It's a problem all over the world. The UK, get this, the UK spent 500 million pounds wasting wind energy in 2021. How insane is that? And the crazy part is Bitcoin fixes this. We don't need to do this anymore. We can just run all of this renewable energy all the time, and whatever isn't bought by whoever is there, the Bitcoin network is going to buy and turn into capital for more growth and more abundance, and so we can continue to grow as a civilization. This is a chart from a book called Resistance Money. I really would encourage you to pick up a copy. It's a phenomenal book. And what you see here in the white is how much energy Bitcoin consumes, right? So compared to like air conditioning, the big one, chemicals, iron and steel. The difference is, as I've been trying to explain, Bitcoin mining saves wasted energy. So, I know that the media and the government want you to look at this and be like, oh my God, this is terrible. Bitcoin mining uses so much energy. We actually want that circle to be as big as possible, because the bigger Bitcoin mining is, the healthier we are going to be as a society. I wanted to sort of dive into this a little bit. This is something some of you may have seen, this image. And people always say, well, we could always create a solar grid the size of this square and power the world in the Sahara Desert. Well, you can't do that because that's not how solar energy works. Now, fossils do work that way, right? So you can dig fossils out of the ground in Algeria, and in fact, a lot of that powers all kinds of stuff in the United States. And the interesting thing here is that fossils are more modular, right? So fossils, we don't tend to waste. We're not going to just waste a bunch of fossil fuels. We use them, and we use them carefully. And when the oil exporters sense that the market is weak, they stop digging it out of the ground. There's a much sort of tighter relationship with fossils and the way we use fossils. So long term, fossils aren't necessarily really going to power Bitcoin mining. What Bitcoin mining is going to feast on is renewable energy and baseload power, like nuclear and potentially, of course, hydro, and geothermal, biomass. I mean, because God controls that stuff. We don't. Sunny, it's not sunny. It's windy, it's not windy. We can't control that. But Bitcoin it can buy everything that's consumed. So this is something we're going to start to understand. And look, these countries, if they wanted to, they could turn all that stuff into capital with Bitcoin mining. And I want us to sort of try to rewire our brains here. So this is a New York Times article, where they're trying to scare you about Bitcoin mining. And they're saying, Bitcoin uses more electricity than many countries. How is that possible? Well, what if they said this? What if they said Bitcoin saves more electricity than many countries? That's super exciting, right? Here's another one. Bitcoin consumes more electricity than Argentina. Oh my God, that's horrible. Well, what if Bitcoin saves more electricity than Argentina? That's incredible, right? So we need to rewire our brains and understand that one of the most profound use cases for Bitcoin is saving wasted energy and understanding that, listen, man, if you're not mining Bitcoin, you're wasting energy. So that's sort of the deal. Just to conclude, that, you know, today and yesterday combined is sort of like one big talk about all the use cases of Bitcoin that you may not hear about. Again, we understand savings, but, you know, there are so many use cases for this thing that's so valuable. And the fact that Warren Buffett and Bill Gates and all these people, Jamie Dimon, they get up there and they tell you it's useless. The Fed tells you it's useless. The Atlantic Magazine tells you it's useless. They're either gaslighting you or they're just ignorant. It is so useful to so many people around the world, whether it be because they don't have the financial privilege that we have. They don't have access to the dollar economy. They don't have access to the stock markets. They just might have terrible paper money that collapses. Their savings technology might be sheet metal or cows. For so many people in this world, that is the technology they're using to save, and Bitcoin dramatically upgrades them. And again, the commercial aspect of it, like think even just about remote work, like when you have got an international company, you're paying somebody in some other country, it's such a nightmare to pay them. Bitcoin just cuts through all that nonsense, and it can really empower so many people in that sense. It's so bad for dictators. It is something that transfers power from the state to the people, and that's something that they are very scared of. As we move through this transitionary time, it's going to be more clear that only countries that have values like property rights, free speech, and open capital markets are going to be able to coexist with Bitcoin. So Tennessee can definitely coexist with Bitcoin, but the CCP cannot. So that's just something to think about as we move forward. And then finally, again, Bitcoin saves wasted energy. Now, I'll conclude with something here. How do we feel about ESG investing? What do we think? Okay, down, yeah, okay. Well, here's the funny part, though. If we actually think about what Bitcoin is, Bitcoin, from an environmental point of view, reduces energy waste and expands green power. Bitcoin, from a social point of view, is the best possible investment you could ever make. It expands financial inclusion, and it promotes human rights in every corner of the world where no one else is willing to help. And we're talking about North Korea, Gaza, all over, Venezuela, places that no aid organization can reach, places that no one really cares about due to whatever reason. Bitcoin is there every day helping people. It is such a profoundly good thing for you to invest in. And from a government's point of view, it's neutral and it's incorruptible. There's only ever going to be 21 million Bitcoin. No bureaucrat can change that. No one can inflate it if they want to. It's one open standard for everyone. So kind of the funniest thing here is that for all this talk about ESG, Bitcoin is the best ESG investment on the planet. And the funny thing is, we're gonna start to figure this out. Okay, so it's already happening, right? So we have the former president of the United States about to come speak. We have governors. The governor of Tennessee came and spoke at a Bitcoin event yesterday with someone from the Tennessee Valley Authority and one of the senators from this great state. We have nations mining Bitcoin, not just what I showed you today. The government of Kenya is turning its waste into Bitcoin. The government of Ethiopia is doing this. There are all kinds of governments mining all around the world. This thing's already starting to happen. So we're seeing political adoption. We're seeing, of course, we have Wall Street adoption, and we have nation-state mining adoption. This is happening. So this is not something for you to sleep on. And again, it's so profoundly exciting because it provides us a new way to progress as humans where we don't have to rely on altruism. The reason why there's 600 to 700 million people without power in Africa today is because it requires altruism to give them power. It requires them to make a donation where they're not going to get anything back in a capitalistic sense. Bitcoin completely rewires the situation. It completely changes the system where now people are going to come in and give power to all those other people, and they're going to make money doing it. So it's basically this incredible machine that turns self-interest into freedom. And I couldn't be more happy to be here to help talk through these things with you guys. I hope to see you next time. Thanks so much, Nashville.
All right, Bitcoiners, was that a good morning? Round of applause for all the speakers this morning.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. It's the grand finale of Bitcoin 2024 here in Nashville, Tennessee. I've got another all-star panel reacting to that great on-stage talk by Alex Gladstein of the Human Rights Foundation. We've got Marty Bent, managing partner at 1031. We've got Efrat Fenningson, host of the You Are the Voice podcast. Of course, it's electric in here. Lines around the venue, red hats everywhere you look. Trump obviously sending a big message being here. He'll be speaking in just hours. And of course, rumors that he'll be creating a national strategic Bitcoin reserve. Let's start there with the panel. What do you expect to see from Trump? Marty, I know that you are enthusiastic about Donald J. Trump's speech.
I am. I'm interested to see what he said. I have no idea what he's going to say exactly. I think he's going to posture that he's receptive to Bitcoin. Obviously, everything he's done in the last few months has been signaling towards that direction.
Well, he came out strongly negative against Bitcoin originally, right? There was his famous quote where he prefers the dollar and then the pivot. So how authentic is this pivot in your esteem?
I don't know. He had Steve Munchenbutts behind him as Secretary Treasury in his last administration, so I think he had some bad influence on him. But no, I think...
And he had David Bailey on his ear.
Even a rumor that he was looking to ban Bitcoin coming out from a certain executive in the industry.
You know, maybe he did his research. Maybe he did his research, but no, I don't know what he's going to say. I mean, obviously we had RFK yesterday, wants to go after $4 million Bitcoin, but I think they do have to be strategic, the government, if they do make the announcement that they want to acquire Bitcoin. I think going out and saying they're going to buy 500 Bitcoin a day.
Efrat, why announce that you're going to buy Bitcoin? I mean, isn't that where you're not supposed to do that?
Right, but they need the votes, right? We got to remember what the politicians are here for, and I think that mind virus of Bitcoin has started trickling down. Every politician from the spectrum is coming down here to actually talk to those voters. 50, 60 million cryptocurrency holders in the U.S. That's massive, and that's the beginning of the domino effect that we're going to see worldwide. That's what I reckon.
And are already seeing, of course, with El Salvador. We heard from Max and Stacy on stage earlier. Want to recap to yesterday. Obviously, the big news: independent presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. giving 4 executive orders. Just going to recap them for the folks at home. Signing an executive order, or promising to sign an executive order, that the U.S. Treasury will purchase 550 Bitcoin daily, more than the current supply that is produced, and amass 4 million Bitcoin. Why, as a Bitcoin user, should you support this? Marty, I thought we were talking about decentralization. I thought we wanted the people to rise up against oppressive power structure.
Well, as a Bitcoiner, you want this to happen because it pumps your bags. If they're going to go out there and say, we're going to buy 550 a day, that sends a message out to other governments. Will it centralize the network? I don't know. Will they be able to get to 4 million if you make that announcement? I doubt it. I think everything's good for Bitcoin. Pete, you're a Bitcoin historian. We've been talking about this game theory for years. We have been saying for over a decade and a half that eventually the governments will bend the knee to Bitcoin, and it seems like it may be happening.
Efrat, the message this sends to the world, even just a presidential candidate, putting out a number of how much Bitcoin the U.S. could or should or would acquire.
That's amazing as an awareness, just general awareness for the public, not even knowing. Most people don't even know what self-custody is. So when Trump goes out there and said, I'm going to help you get self-custody over your Bitcoin, most of his voters are looking at that going, what is self-custody? That's a great question to be with. So I think that's a great sign for Bitcoiners all over the world, because you all want your value to go up.
Well, let's go back to the 550 Bitcoin daily. Marty, you're obviously a Bitcoin expert. How would the government go about acquiring 550 Bitcoin daily?
That's a good question. I think they'd have to connect with some OTC desk and get some liquidity there. And I don't think they'd be able to do that for a certain period of time, but eventually you're going to get front run. How long is it going to take you acquiring 550 Bitcoin a day to get to 4 million? It's going to take many years. And by the time you're at the tail end of that, the price should be significantly higher.
Well, we're seeing countries are buying Bitcoin, right? El Salvador accumulating 1 Bitcoin daily. Efrat, maybe you can speak to what's happening in the Global South and El Salvador as a contrast to RFK's
So yeah, I just watched Max and Stacy, and what they're describing, Max was actually saying we're going to open a Bitcoin bank in El Salvador. That was his last statement. So they're going to be building a lot more infrastructure over what they're doing with Bitcoin as a treasury in El Salvador, and I think people have to continue watching El Salvador. It's the hottest place right now.
Well, El Salvador, and I actually had a great conversation with Madex from Bull Bitcoin yesterday, and what they've built for the community in Costa Rica and Bitcoin jungle is really exciting too. I think the on-the-ground emergent adoption happening in Central America.
These are in contrast to government initiatives. So why, as a Bitcoin voter, do you want the government to get involved in promoting Bitcoin? Shouldn't we want the government to be out of our money? And isn't that what Bitcoin did as a technology?
Well, I think this is a recognition of the government, right? Bitcoin is a separation of money and state, and I think many people are conflating government support with government mingling in money. But as we know with Bitcoin, if it's sufficiently distributed, decentralized, the government, even if they're acquiring Bitcoin, cannot have influence. They may try to pressure, but it's very hard, and it is important that as the government gets in, we as Bitcoiners stay vigilant and protect the sanctity of the protocol.
And very different than other alternative cryptocurrency networks. Of course, we're going to send it to roving reporter Q Gahimi, who's around the venue right now, interacting with the folks, giving you a slice of what it's like to be here in Nashville, Tennessee. We'll be right back with more of this conversation.
Welcome back to Bitcoin 2024 in Nashville, brought to you by Mara. I am joined now with the head of comms for the Bitcoin conference, Christina, to tell us a little bit more about all the press that we have joining us at this conference this year.
Thanks, Stu, for having me. So, yes, we have so many media coming in to this conference. We have 900 press pass holders. Basically, all the big mainstream media is here, and we are looking into orange pilling those media and, showing them how important the industry is, how it has grown, and all the important politicians, speakers, industry leaders, community builders that are here.
Awesome. And of course, everyone is clamoring to hear Donald Trump speak later this afternoon. Why don't we talk a little bit about some of the names that have joined us? Because this is not just, the random outlets that have joined in years past.
Absolutely. So we have, from CNN, ABC, Fox, basically the whole alphabet of the mainstream media in the United States and internationally. And we also have many industry media recognized, including Bitcoin Magazine. So this is going to be really big.
Look, you got mainstream media now joining us. It looks like Bitcoin Magazine has thrown one hell of a party that mainstream media wants to join us. Thank you guys so much. Smash that subscribe button down below.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk. We're deep in a conversation about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and his Bitcoin policy proposals. I'm here with Marty Bent, managing partner at 1031 Ventures, Efrat Fenningson, host of the You Are the Voice podcast. We're talking now, of course, about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Spoke yesterday in his appeal to the Bitcoin voter that he is a believer. Efrat, let's take it with you. Would you believe this?
I do believe him. He's a very sincere person, and I think he's not like any other politician. I'm watching this from the sidelines, and RFK would have gotten my vote if I was a voter in the U.S. I think the fact that he got each one of his 7 children 2 Bitcoin each already about a year ago, that means a lot, and he's down the rabbit hole. He's not like the other politicians that are coming here with the messaging points that don't know much about Bitcoin. He gets it. That's what I think.
Also saying he'd sign an executive order directing the IRS to essentially stop what's happening now where purchases are being taxed with capital gains. Marty, can you dive into this policy point?
I mean, this would be massive. This is one of the things that is really prohibiting Bitcoin to be facilitated as a medium of exchange. People are afraid to spend their Bitcoin because they know when they go to spend it or sell it, they're going to have to pay capital gains tax on that sell. So I think whether it's accumulating Bitcoin or eliminating the capital gains, I think obviously accumulating Bitcoin would be great, but capital gains is a great first step to eliminate those.
And don't we want Bitcoin to be used as a payment, Efrat?
Sure. I just want to add on to that. You see that already happening in Spain and in Portugal. They don't have capital gains if you hold your Bitcoin more than a year. And that's a great incentive for people to start holding. So, yeah. And yeah, we wanted people to start using it as payments.
Big and bold. Buying 550 Bitcoin a day, 4 million Bitcoin strategic reserve, 200,000 Bitcoin he wants to keep inside the U.S. Marty, how does Trump top this? As someone who's looking forward to Donald J. Trump's speech, is there pressure now for him to confirm that he would, or affirm that he would buy Bitcoin?
Well, we know Trump is a man of imperatives, and he's very bombastic. I think he may.
He doesn't like being one-upped.
No, he may have to say, we're going to go get 21 million Bitcoin. You know, I think he's going to. I think he's going to swing
right
for the fences.
Right to the end.
We're going to get all the Bitcoin.
Efrat, what are you looking for in this speech, maybe more as a world citizen, global citizen? How can Trump tailor his message to you?
I think Trump doesn't have to do much. The fact that he's here, the fact that people are watching him, the cues here are amazing. People are not aware of what's happening here. It's quite insane. The whole world is watching right now, so I think this is an historical moment. He doesn't have to do much. He just has to not fuck it up. That's what.
Well,
I
the
think.
elephant in the room, or I guess the donkey, if you prefer, our different partisan theme animals. Kamala Harris, rumored this week to be in discussions to come to Bitcoin 2024. We saw signs protesting, mocking her. How does the current administration shift course? Can they shift course? Marty, what would Kamala Harris have to do for you to vote for her from a Bitcoin perspective?
You'd have to create a time machine and have her change the trajectory of her life from the past up to this point, because I don't think she has a good record on Bitcoin or anything for that matter. I don't think she is very popular. I don't view her as somebody who is smart and wise and should be leading the country. So I don't think anything outside of time machine can change my mind about
So your vote's locked in, but it sounds like you're hoping to see some progress from the Democrats, right? That would be good for Bitcoin.
There was a letter. Did you see the letter came out this morning? No. There was a letter from the DNC signed by, I believe, 30 Democrat politicians, basically compelling the Democratic Party to shift course away from Elizabeth Warren's saber rattling.
Anti-crypto army that she's building.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes.
That mind virus is trickling down. I'm telling you, they're all going to go into Bitcoin finally. They have no choice.
Let's dive into a specific point that's a little bit maybe more from a Bitcoin and crypto perspective divisive. Obviously, one of the things that is not liked about the current administration is Gary Gensler, but Gary Gensler has also been the one coming out and saying that most alternative cryptocurrencies are securities. Why is he not more loved in Bitcoin? Why not more love for Gary Gensler money?
I don't know. I think Bitcoiners don't like regulators in general, so I don't know. Gary seems to be an Elizabeth Warren underling. I think that ticks people off, but I mean...
But do Bitcoiners want the SEC to change course or need the SEC to change course?
No, we don't need to. And the one thing we should be worried about leading up to the election is the Democrats trying to posture to crypto more broadly. And that is what is at risk here. I don't know if you saw.
Well, isn't Trump posturing to crypto broadly? I mean, he's accepting Shiba Inu. If you want to donate to Donald Trump today, he will take your Shiba Inu.
The big problem is the crypto lobby is trying to get the CFTC to regulate spot Bitcoin, which would be a big problem. So that's something everybody should be aware of. The politicians here pumping Bitcoin is a great thing, but there are things going on behind the scenes that you should be aware of.
Also, Donald Trump, his personal journey, didn't it begin in some ways with NFTs? His NFT collection that sold out. Efrat, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that the fact that he's already into it, this is great. I think he got one or two things during the past few months. So I think the fact that he's into Bitcoin right now and talking more about Bitcoin and knows how to separate crypto from Bitcoin is a good start. I'm not entirely sure that he's going to deliver on his promises, but I think the fact that people are aware of Bitcoin through him is a massive.
But we've seen RFK phase shift a little bit on this as well, talking about 4 million Bitcoin here at the consensus conference, putting the government budget on a blockchain. I mean, Marty, isn't there a bit of a problem here where we're getting, we get paid lip services to our voters?
Yeah, it's definitely a potential. Stay vigilant. As you know, Bitcoin...
And you're not worried that Trump could take the same approach?
He definitely could. That's why we got to stay vigilant. That's why I'm happy Bitcoin Magazine has made a very concerted effort to make sure that he's getting correct guidance on these subjects. Not everybody's going to get Bitcoin at once. It is confusing. It is something that you need to spend time on. And this week, I've met a lot of senators, congressmen that are really passionate about this as well, and they've been engaging the Bitcoin community all throughout the week, and that is promising. Not everybody's going to be perfect immediately.
Of course, the Bitcoin vote up for grabs. Election 2024 collides with Bitcoin 2024. We're going to be right back with a new panel after our word from our sponsors. Stay with us.
The Bitcoin Conference. We started with a dream to build a community focused on Bitcoin. It all started in 2019 in the heart of San Francisco, the first major Bitcoin conference in years that kickstarted a revolution. And then Miami, a place where enthusiasts, developers, dreamers, and innovators could come together to make Bitcoin better. It has been an amazing 5 years and 8 conferences, thanks to all of you. Bitcoin Conference has become the largest premier global Bitcoin gathering in the world, leading hyper-Bitcoinization. While Miami was incredible, it was time to set the stage for Bitcoin in a new city. So we took the conference on the road. Nashville, Tennessee was the obvious choice, a city known for music and freedom. Next year, the conference is hitting the road again in search of the next global stage. We are headed to a new city next year. With hyper-Bitcoinization right around the corner, we have no plans to take the foot off the gas. Find out where we are headed next. Scan the QR code and be at the main stage for the big announcement.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
Dollar will dramatically lose its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
Why?
What's the second best? There is no second best.
We will ensure that the future of crypto and the future of Bitcoin will be made in America.
So yeah, today we're going to be talking about runes.
We're talking about runes.
The first.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. It's the grand finale, the final day of Bitcoin 2024. The lines are around the venue as people pack in to see the big show, obviously. Donald J. Trump just hours away from speaking. We've got another panel to unpack all the news that has been happening on stage. To my far left, Perianne Boring, founder and CEO of the Digital Chamber, and to her right, Wiley Nickel. You saw him on stage earlier, U.S. representative from North Carolina. Wiley, I want to stick with you. The bipartisan letter coming out today, sorry, not bipartisan letter, but Democrats coming out today and saying, we want the party to change course on Bitcoin. Maybe introduce us to this letter.
Yeah, no, we announced it from the stage earlier. We've got 14 fellow members of House Democrats who signed on, some other good Democrats, but we're pitching for a reset with Vice President Harris. This is an exciting campaign, a new campaign. She's campaigning in her own right, so we want to see a reset and a focus on moving digital assets into the next decade.
So Perianne, you're obviously interfacing across Washington. This idea that Democrats are against Bitcoin and crypto, do you think that's a fair categorization?
Well, we've had a tough past couple of years, to be fair, Pete. But luckily we have champions like Wiley Nickel and many other Democrats serving in the House and the Senate and in seats all around the country that are pro-Bitcoin, that are pro-digital assets, and that want to make sure that Americans' access to these technologies is not restricted. So the Biden administration has clearly been extremely hostile to the crypto industry broadly, including Bitcoin and everybody else. I believe they've set the industry back over 10 years with their regulation by enforcement posture. At the Digital Chamber, we represent over 200 businesses that are building in this space, and a lot of those companies left the United States over the past couple of years. They've moved their operations either to the UAE, to Europe, Asia, Singapore, Hong Kong. Some of them have moved their entire families. I have one friend or one member that actually renounced their U.S. citizenship over this issue. But to be fair, again, there's many members within the Democratic Party that have always been pro-crypto. We're celebrating our 10-year anniversary this month. We've been on the ground working with policymakers in Washington, D.C. For a decade, and this really wasn't a partisan issue until recent years. This should be about technology. At the end of the day, this is happening, and the real question policymakers should be asking themselves is what country is it going to take off in? And we're fighting to make sure that the U.S. leads in the development of Bitcoin and blockchain technology.
Well, we had conservative activist Scott Pressler on earlier, and he was really making the case, how do you make change if you don't vote Republican? How can we trust that there will be change? Wiley, your response to that?
I can tell you 100%, if this becomes a partisan political football, it will set the industry back another decade. You will need to have only Republicans in Congress to get anything done. The focus that I've been working on is making this a bipartisan issue. And we did that in the House with Fit 21. I led a group of 71 Democrats voting with my Republican colleagues in a bipartisan way. So if Donald Trump, when he talks later, wants to actually help, he needs to say, I want to do this with Democrats. Because if not, it's going to be this thing that ping-pongs back and forth. You're going to get someone maybe in the SEC who's better than someone who's not. And that's not helpful. We want to do this together. And if you care about the industry, if you want to have lasting success, to encourage digital innovation here in the United States, keep those jobs here, we've got to do it together. And that's the pitch I've been making, the point I've been making, and we've shown. And we've got Chuck Schumer in the Senate willing and ready to move on this. I think if you look at Congress, least productive Congress in our nation's history, we've done 3 must-pass bills, the budget, debt ceiling, Ukraine, Israel, supplemental funding. But the Fit 21, we've done it in a bipartisan way. This is our chance to do one big policy thing that isn't a must-pass bill in the Congress. That's what we're working on.
Perianne, your reaction to the idea that a vote for Republican better ensures change?
Republicans have largely been more open to Bitcoin and blockchain technology. At the end of the day, what's most important is that we have candidates who are running for office who first understand the technology and understand how it works. and then also who are going to fight and hold the line for the Bitcoin community. At the heart of the issue, this is about personal freedom. Bitcoin represents some of the most sacred freedoms that Americans hold, and people around the world. Any effort to restrict American or people's access to Bitcoin or any other open source cryptocurrency is a threat against the First Amendment. All open source technology is protected by the First Amendment of the US Constitution. It's considered free speech because it's a software language. So any effort to restrict people's access from being able to use a self-hosted wallet, any effort to prevent Bitcoin mining from happening in any state across the country, which New York passed the first Bitcoin ban in the country, these are setting legal precedents that are not just relevant if you care about Bitcoin. This is something that cares about all Americans. One of the biggest issues we've seen in public policy in the U.S. Congress, something we see covered in the mainstream media, is our First Amendment being in significant jeopardy due to online censorship, particularly on social media platforms. We're all familiar with that conversation. We are a branch of that same tree. So it's much bigger than just the Bitcoin community. This is an issue that all Americans should care about. And that's why I think everybody needs to show up in November and vote.
Well, of course, the data showing that Bitcoin is nonpartisan. I'm going to pull some data from a Harris DCG poll conducted in March found 33% of voters believe Bitcoin and crypto will factor into their choice of candidate. 77% expected their candidate will be knowledgeable about crypto, and roughly 20% of both Democrats and Republicans own crypto. I want to go back to you, Wiley. This idea that in a tough election where people are dug in and they know who they're voting for, that Bitcoin voters are a potential swing vote.
I agree 100%. I think there's well over 1 million single-issue voters just on digital assets, and this is a changing group of the electorate. And anyone who wants to win needs to understand that. I'm pushing hard for a reset with Vice President Harris's new campaign, and I'm hopeful we're going to see some a good forward-looking approach, but those voters are there, and we've got to talk about this issue. And if you look back at this in 10 years, people who are against Web3, it's going to be like you're saying you're against the internet, in the 90s. We got to. No, exactly. But in Congress with the folks I serve with, many of them a lot older. It's about education. We got to educate people. No matter where they stand, if they understand the issue, the ones who really engage, the ones who dig in, those are the ones who supported the bipartisan bills we've done in Congress.
Well, we've got a quick hit coming from one of our roving reporters. I want to go back to you, Perry-Ann, for just a second. This idea, Bitcoin, could it swing the election for one of the parties?
It absolutely could, and I'll share some additional statistics. In Ohio is a critical battleground. You have Sherrod Brown, who's the chairman of the Senate Banking Committee. He's a 30-year rank-and-file member, one of the most powerful members within the Democratic Party, has been ultimately working very closely with Senator Elizabeth Warren on anti-Bitcoin, anti-crypto policy. He's running against Bernie Moreno. Bernie Moreno is actually a former Digital Chamber
He was actually
member.
On the desk earlier today.
Yeah, so he's running on a pro-crypto platform. He started a small technology company building in the blockchain space, and he's now running for office. In the 2020 election, 4.5 million people showed up to vote. And that was only 50% voter participation in Ohio. According to NPR Radio, there are 2 million crypto owners in the state of Ohio. So if just a small fraction of those 2 million crypto people show up to vote, that could make the difference in one of the biggest and battleground states. It's estimated $200 to $300 million will be spent in Ohio in that particular election. So a part of it is voter participation, and the numbers are really in our favor. I believe crypto is the majority party. There's over 52 million Americans that own cryptocurrency today. 60% of them are millennials and Gen Z, and they're also more likely to be blacks and Latino Americans. These are areas where we need more participation from in the voting process. These are people who don't typically show up to vote, and if they show up, they 100% can have a massive impact. We are the majority. We just have to believe it and take action.
Well, Bitcoin voters out in force here. Bitcoin 2024 becoming home to election 2024. We're going to go out to roving reporter Isabella Santos. She's on the ground now talking to one of our speakers. So we'll be right back after the break.
All right. I gotta ask, what is the mission of Custodia Bank?
We're building a safe and sound bridge between the traditional and Bitcoin ecosystems that is compliant and meets the highest standards of bank regulation.
And so you had an ongoing, case. You were suing the Federal Reserve, and this year, they reached out to, this year, a judge dismissed your lawsuits challenging the Federal Reserve denial of a master account, and you guys appealed. What is the current state of that?
The appeal is underway. We filed our brief, and amicus, 7 amici came in, 7 amicus briefs. There are now 3 former U.S. Solicitors General involved in our case on our side, including people who usually face off against each other. The Solicitors General for Obama and Bush, and they're both on our side, along with a former Solicitor General of Virginia, all lined up against the Fed. The Fed's brief is due at the end of August.
At the end of August, so we have to stay tuned with that. And for those of you that don't understand what's happening, can you give us a little scoop of what happened? Why did you decide to sue? Because it's been a long time.
It has been a long time, and it's wrong, and it's protectionist. It's the banking industry trying to keep competitors out, and the regulators aiding the industry in doing so. It's wrong. But we were working, the state of Wyoming actually was working with the Fed on creating a new type of bank charter to safely service the digital asset industry. It would have been it is a non-lending charter. One of the problems with Silvergate and Signature, and one of the reasons they failed, is you cannot mix leverage and the deposits in the Bitcoin space, and that's part of the reason those banks failed. And so this was a charter designed to service the industry and literally the hot money needs of this industry. So the business model is the banks hold 100% cash to back customer deposits. So if there's ever a bank run, people just cash out their money and go, and the bank's fine. And so the state worked with the Fed they had over 100 meetings. We were the first one to really dig in. We applied to become a Fed member bank as well. We were making all this progress. And then all of a sudden, after FTX failed, boom, we were shocked. We were surprised that we were denied. And what came out in the lawsuit is that it was a Warrenite, Michael Barr at the Fed, who made the decision to deny Custodia 2 weeks after FTX had failed. And then he had a meeting, and then within a couple of days, the first draft of the denial letter appeared.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. The grand finale of Bitcoin 2024, Day 2, happening now. We're less than 2 hours away from Donald J. Trump, 45th President of the United States, taking the stage, making history here at Bitcoin 2024. We've got a new panel here to discuss the news, the highlights, what's going on. Cabot Phillips, senior editor at Daily Wire. To his left, Mike Germano, president of Bitcoin Magazine. And Cabot, I want to start with you. Your first Bitcoin conference. Obviously, it seems Donald Trump is bringing media here.
Yeah, I did not know what to expect coming in. And I'm going to be honest, I have been blown away. I talked to Mike the week beforehand, and he was telling me it's going to be wild. There's going to be a lot of media there, tens of thousands of people. This exceeded everything. I've heard people promote their events before, and I get there, and it's always underwhelming.
Talk to us about that energy.
This is overwhelming. This is completely overwhelming what we're seeing. And I think the amount of media attention that the event has garnered, there was going to be media here regardless. But President Trump being here has brought a completely new element. There are hundreds of outlets here. I'm seeing reporters from every single major outlet as well as independent outlets like the Daily Wire. And I think it's hard to quantify the excitement that there is to hear from potentially the next president of the United States, a guy who has really become more friendly to cryptocurrencies and Bitcoin after 2018, 2019, saying he wasn't a fan. And I think he's realizing just how many voters are actually being swayed by this issue and are looking for a candidate that's going to speak to it.
Mike, can you talk about this media deluge? Who's here, who's new at the Bitcoin conference?
Yeah, so once again, with President Trump coming in, and especially after his announcement, we saw a massive uptick in media that requested passes. So right now we have 912 registered press that's in attendance. That's actually bigger than most Bitcoin conferences or events themselves. So, it's important for us. We also have a very important role when the press is coming. This is a great stage to put Bitcoin on the main stage, but also to inform them. And so even when President Trump is speaking, having a spin room, talking to the press, because if you looked at in the past, press hasn't always been nice to the Bitcoin conference, right? Whether that was in Miami when in 2021 during COVID, when we allowed people to go maskless and without Vax cards, they were kind of negative, or the fact that they don't understand our audience. And sometimes that's why we make sure we go out of our way to invite as much press as we can to this event, for them to see it firsthand, for them to actually experience and understand. When they look around, they go, that doesn't look like Bitcoiners. And I'm like, I don't think you know what Bitcoiners look like.
Cabot, let's talk about your audience. Talking about Mike's talking about Bitcoiners, what they look like. What kind of questions does your audience have about Bitcoin? Are they believers?
Yeah, I think there's definitely an overlap with the conservative audience, which Daily Wire, which we work with and appeal to. The thing that I'm hearing from a lot of the attendees who've stopped by our booth said, oh, we love Daily Wire. And I said, what's the crossover? Why are you here? The big thing I keep hearing is freedom. They say, I know that the government is trying to get their hands on my money. There's been a lot of concern over central bank digital currency. They see the way that the government is going, trying to get their hands on everything. And they say, Bitcoin is freedom for me. And I think that there's this awareness growing where people look around. With inflation in the last few years, they say, I can be as frugal and as wise with my money as I want, and the government could still take my money through inflation. What are alternatives that are going to protect me from that? I think that's a deeply conservative message of freedom, of getting away from government control. And that's what we're hearing from our audience, and also viewing it as an alternative for them where they can have the freedom to buy things without the government looking over their shoulder. I've had multiple people bring up what's going on in China with the digital currency that the government there is backing, saying what you can and cannot buy. And they view it as not only an exciting new technology, but also they view it as sort of a preventative measure for government overreach, where they're saying, I want to be proactive. But the big thing that stuck out to me this week has been how mainstream Bitcoin has really become. There's a saying in politics, nothing moves unless pushed. And I think that the Bitcoin community has pushed the media and it's pushed elected officials to pay attention to this, because they're realizing they have to, because so many tens of millions of Americans are on board.
I want to stick with the word you said there, alternative. Mike, a lot of alternative media coming here. And what does it say about media in general that independent media is here at the Bitcoin conference, and maybe some of the majors are not yet here?
Well, I mean, I guess the majors are here. So that's one of the things that, Trump brought in, is now all of a sudden ABC, NBC, Bloomberg, Fox. Maybe we didn't give them space on the floor because they didn't deserve it yet. But our entire media row, there's a whole floor downstairs with all of them there. And luckily for us, we kind of have a weird role as Bitcoin Magazine, because we are a media outlet as well. But trying to inform the media that, hey, look, this is some information. Media is used to getting a press release or working with a PR department for a major brand or a major company or a major candidate. Bitcoin doesn't have that. So being decentralized, there's no one feeding the media, hey, this is some information you need to know, here's how to talk to our PR person, can we book them time on your show? So it's really unique for us in a decentralized way to try to help push the Bitcoin narrative and say, please come here for yourself, meet with everyone. We want to make this a stage that everybody can talk to and all these media outlets can talk to hear more about what is happening in Bitcoin.
Of course, Bitcoin Magazine, a media outlet as well. The privacy issue of Bitcoin Magazine on newsstands. Now, Cabot, I want to talk about misinformation, right?
Yeah.
The idea that media is informing people properly. Your thoughts on just media attitudes to Bitcoin? What was your past exposure to this?
It's been interesting. So I talked to a lot of elected officials, and back in 2017, 18, 19, there wasn't a lot of awareness from them about what this issue was. And so because the electeds were not talking about it, the media thought, well, I don't really need to talk about this. And they were able to pigeonhole Bitcoin as this fringe topic that doesn't really need to be discussed. Once the elected officials started realizing, for good or bad, we need to actually look at legislating this, or we need to deregulate what's going on here and get out of it. Once the elected officials started doing that, I think the media followed. And I actually think the media attention is a very good thing for Bitcoiners for this reason. When the politicians are able to operate in the dark, they love nothing more. They do not want the general public being aware of what they're doing. And so we've seen in the last 3 years, the Biden administration take issue with cryptocurrency, specifically Bitcoin, trying to target it, trying to make it harder to access. And a lot of people were not even aware of what was going on. You've got tens of millions of Americans invested in Bitcoin who maybe weren't even aware that people like Elizabeth Warren and others were trying to crack down on it. With this media attention, we always say light is the best disinfectant. With this media attention, people are now aware of, wait, what is my senator doing on this? What is my presidential candidate doing on this? And I think that is helpful. Now the question becomes if the media covers it fairly. Right. I think none of us trust the legacy mainstream media outlets to do a fair job of covering what Bitcoin is all about and the legislative issue there. But I do think that the increased attention is good for the Bitcoin community.
Mike, your quick thoughts before a word from our sponsors.
Yep. We've now seen the Bitcoin conference evolve to when you Google this entire week, everyone is making all their major Bitcoin announcements. It's not just the press, it's every single company that's making Bitcoin announcements. Whether it's Ferrari accepting Bitcoin, or I believe Michigan just bought $5 million of Bitcoin.
Multiple pension funds, Jersey City, Michigan.
They're all making these announcements this week because they know the press is saying this is the week that we're going to talk about Bitcoin. This is all happening. So even the momentum itself of this event causes all the press to want to talk about it and everyone to make all their major announcements. These people aren't even making these announcements at our stage, which I want to point out, we welcome anyone. If you have a big Bitcoin announcement next year, please come to us. We'd love to have you on here. We'd love to promote it.
I'm going to make a Bitcoin announcement right now. Yes. The Daily Wire is accepting Bitcoin for memberships.
You're putting your treasury in
I
the
can't
Bitcoin.
Don't hold me to that, but I would like to make it.
Ben said it's okay. Ben said it's okay. Perfect. Yeah. So hopefully, look, we were happy to have you here. Daily Wire, the rest of the press, thank you for coming to experience it. And, we hope to have you again next year. And once again, we invite all the press that want to cover it, want to experience it and see it. Please come on down.
The world, the media converging at Bitcoin 2024 here in Nashville, Tennessee. Still hours to go. More packed agenda. And, of course, Donald J. Trump. Now a word from our sponsors. We'll be right back.
This is Mara, taking Bitcoin mining to the cutting edge of energy solutions. We're monetizing excess hydro energy in Paraguay, turning waste into value by reducing landfill emissions, and recycling data center heat to warm communities in Finland. With Mara, we're building the base layer of a sustainable future. To learn more, visit mara.com.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
The Bitcoin Conference. We started with a dream to build a community focused on Bitcoin. It all started in 2019 in the heart of San Francisco, the first major Bitcoin conference in years that kickstarted a revolution. And then Miami, a place where enthusiasts, developers, dreamers, and innovators could come together to make Bitcoin better. It has been an amazing 5 years and 8 conferences, thanks to all of you. Bitcoin Conference has become the largest premier global Bitcoin gathering in the world, leading hyper-Bitcoinization. While Miami was incredible, it was time to set the stage for Bitcoin in a new city. So we took the conference on the road. Nashville, Tennessee was the obvious choice, a city known for music and freedom. Next year, the conference is hitting the road again in search of the next global stage. We are headed to a new city next year. With hyper-Bitcoinization right around the corner, we have no plans to take the foot off the gas. Find out where we are headed next. Scan the QR code and be at the main stage for the big announcement.
Dollar will dramatically lose its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
Welcome back to the Mara Live Desk, everybody. We are here at Bitcoin 2024, presented by Bitcoin Magazine. We are just about an hour away from President Trump speaking. We are here joined by Alex Gladstein, the Chief Strategy Officer of the Human Rights Foundation. Alex, thank you so much for joining us. You just got off the main stage. You were talking a bit about mining, educating the audience about mining. Could you tell us a little bit about what you talked about?
Sure. Well, happy to be here and honored to get the opportunity to be up on the main stage with so many other luminaries. This week's been amazing. The content I've seen, the things that are happening. The world is changing, and we're right here for it. We got front row seats. We got the former President of the United States about to speak, which we'll get to. Yesterday, here and also at Bitcoin Park and other places, there was so much going on. I saw a panel with the governor of Tennessee, someone from the Tennessee Valley Authority, and a senator talking about how they're going to make Tennessee this nuclear mining capital, basically. Beautiful. And they're expanding nuclear, and they're going to use Bitcoin mining to help bootstrap that. It's unbelievable. And got so much good content. Obviously, RFK, that was very interesting. Look, we all know he's not going to be president, but look, Bitcoin's about memes. And the funny thing is, it was a Kennedy that was more bullish than any Bitcoin podcaster has ever been, even jokingly. Yep. He gets up there and he explains that he would buy 4 million Bitcoin. I mean, it's like that's the new meme, though. It is. That's the new bar. It's moving the Overton window.
This is true. Could I actually ask you a quick question about that? We had Femi Longe, who just joined your organization.
Yes.
You announced that this weekend. He was on the desk earlier. Okay. And he was actually saying, he shared his thoughts on that. And he was saying maybe it's not so great that America acquires all this Bitcoin, right?
And they're not. Like, they're not going to, even the idea of buying that much, they're not going to get there. But, you know, whether or not it's good or not is not really for us to decide. I mean, we have to just sort of deal with it. It's going to be the evolution of Bitcoin as it monetizes from zero, from an idea, into the global reserve currency of choice for everybody in the world. And that's just the journey we're on. And, you know, at the beginning, it was just computer programmers and people operating on the Silk Road who realized it was valuable. and then over time, human rights activists and environmentalists and journalists, and now you have Wall Street, and now you have nation-state mining, and you have nation-state adoption, and now you have the leaders of the most powerful country in the world. So this is just the journey, and there's a great Alan Farrington essay on this called Wittgenstein's Money.
Yep.
And it's talking about, well, what would it look like if something went from nothing to the world reserve currency? Well, it would look a lot like this.
What we're watching
and
right
that's
now.
Literally what's happening. And the RFK thing was just another fork in the road. You know, he was here last year, and you know, he didn't really say a whole lot. And this year he gets up there and he just delivers this policy speech that's like boom, 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 boom. Yep. And what he said about retail transactions and being able to use Bitcoin as a currency without it being taxable events when you buy things was maybe even more profound than the idea of buying it.
Agreed.
Now that's something I bet most Bitcoiners can get behind.
Yep.
Let us use Bitcoin as a currency. Don't buy it. You know, you don't need to buy it. They'll be forced to buying it eventually. Yep. They'll mine it. They'll buy it. They'll use Bitcoin mining to balance power loads and to bring us into the future of energy. But the most important thing is just let us be. Yep. You know, let us use freedom money. Yep. And you know that's the best thing they could do. Yep. That's the best thing the U.S. government could do is just let us use it as currency.
Yep, I agree 100%. You just mentioned, you talked about balancing power loads, so that's a bit of a technical term that is associated with Bitcoin mining. Could you dive into that a little bit more?
Yeah, well, in my speech, I talked about how I had my eyes opened by journey to different countries in Africa last year when I went with Gridless, amazing team, Eric, Janet, Philip.
Shout out.
And what you learn is that countries like Malawi, only 11% of people have electricity. And, you know, essentially, there is no one working on that. There's no one who's like going to bring them all online. There's no capitalistic incentive that makes sense. Most of the power infrastructure in rural Africa, rural places around the world, is all concessionally financed, meaning like donation. It relies on altruism, which isn't really going to get you very far. This changes everything with Bitcoin mining. And we were visiting these sites where it's like, okay, you're in a micro hydro, which is like a small turbine powering a village from running water in a river in a remote location. And you have to understand there's no grid to sell the excess energy to. So at night, the village sleeps. Yep. They have no power demand, basically none. The river never sleeps. So it's like you have this wasted energy. And you start to realize every single power location in the world wastes energy. Bitcoin mining saves wasted energy. It turns that wasted energy into capital. It buys 100% of what the village and the surrounding area doesn't want or doesn't need or doesn't buy. And it sells it to the Bitcoin network. Yep. And Bitcoin network is buying all of that. And the best part is it's paying in Bitcoin, not the local kwacha collapsing currency. It's a huge deal. So then it allows the local power company to have a better balance sheet, to build up, to expand, to build more power, to bring more power. And this is all self-interest. Yep. They're making money, Gridless is making money, and the people are paying less for their power. Yep. This is a little paradoxical for most people. They're like, wait, I thought that Bitcoin miners, you know, were a drag on the network and are making things expensive. No, that's a lie. It's actually the opposite. Because now the power company can sell 100% of what it produces, it can charge less. Yep. So you're going to see this price of power drop. It's really amazing.
Yeah, I agree 100%. And in Malawi, too, I think I read something in one of the essays that you wrote on this. There's further this is leading to more electrification in these areas, and as you just said, at a cheaper rate as well. Could you dive a little bit more into that if possible?
Well, I mean, look, just in that example, now that we have Bitcoin mining, the power company can afford to go build another micro hydro. They can afford to connect more homes. And they're going to do it out of their own self-interest. They're not going to do it for altruistic reasons. You don't need Bill Gates or the UN or Warren Buffett to come in and make a big donation. No, we don't need to wait for that. They're never going to do that. You know, if we relied on that, these people would live in darkness forever.
Yeah.
This is going to make it happen for people around the world who don't have access to electricity. Because the crazy irony is most of them live in a place of massive abundance. Yep. Solar, wind, geothermal, biomass, all around them. And they can't harness it because they never had a way to align incentives before. Yep. Bitcoin changes everything on that front. And it's not just in, you know, I talk about how it's not just in sort of poorer countries where this is going to happen. It's happening in advanced democracies, too. I mean, look at my state of California. I was showing how much we waste every year. The UK government wastes. They spend hundreds of millions of dollars every year wasting wind energy. Bitcoin fixes that so dramatically. Now it's going to pay you instead of you paying it. It's just so transformative.
New paradigm.
It does, you know, it's hard for people to swallow because they've been lied to for a decade plus by the government and the media, which has been telling them that Bitcoin is dangerous and risky. The reality is it's not, and it's really good for us, and it's really good for the planet. It's going to make, you know, more green power, and it's going to have more electricity per capita for everybody, and that's how you advance civilization. I used a chart that showed, basically income per capita versus electricity consumption per capita.
Yep.
You don't want to be down here. You want to be up here. And the only way to get from down here to up here is to use more electricity. I showed case examples of South Korea and Vietnam, and as they used more electricity, they got richer. It's very basic.
Yeah.
And Bitcoin is a technology that can help us bring the 4 billion people who don't have a whole lot of electricity, or none at all, and bring them up and to the right, which is really the most important thing we can do as humans, because without power, you don't have health, you don't have wealth, you don't have civilization. So this is how we advance, is to use more power, and Bitcoin's going to help us do that. And the final thing I'll just say is that, there's an important distinction between fossils and renewables, because fossils are more modular. Like, we don't really waste a whole lot of them. I mean, we can talk about flaring, but generally speaking, like, when there's less demand, they dig less out of the ground.
Right.
Okay, that's not how renewables work at all. It's up to God. There's whatever. There's wind, there's sun. Like, we don't control it. Bitcoin buys, all of what's produced.
Yep.
And then, the demand is the demand, and Bitcoin just saves the rest.
Interesting.
And
amazing. Yeah.
So that's the idea.
We appreciate that. Thank you for the breakdown. Also, you used this term aligned incentives, which is often used in Bitcoin. So when people have the same incentives, this word alignment has come up a lot since we've been here. There's a large contingent, I think, of conservatives here, obviously, to see President Trump. And there's this alignment of incentives with, conservatives purport to support more. Purport to support more financial privacy, more financial freedom. Bitcoin purports to foster these things as well. But on the other side of things, I'm kind of curious as to what you think about this. We have Democrats who often talk about financial inclusion and other things that Bitcoin provides as well. So I'm curious, your thoughts on Trump, and then also, are the Democrats eventually going to come on board?
Well, we don't know. We don't know what Trump's going to say. I mean, of course, the rumors here are that he doesn't want to be upstaged by RFK, who came out with this wildly bullish sort of idea. So we'll see. I mean, that's interesting. I think, taking politics out of it, it's remarkable that the former president of the United States is going to come give a speech at the Bitcoin conference. Just completely, it doesn't matter what party they're in. Like, that is insane. 10 years ago, a time traveler probably would not have believed you.
Yeah.
We went from being, 3 years ago, really excited about the smaller Latin American country that, frankly, most Americans haven't really heard of, to the former president of the United States. Like, that is a freaking leap year advance, step function advance. Now we're there. Now we had Kamala's team debating. She ended up not coming. The point is, it's now, Bitcoin is in the national conversation. It's not going anywhere. And the folks at BPI do such a good job making that the case. And their summit in D.C. every spring is so important to support and to attend, where we can help educate our lawmakers. And again, look, people have different opinions about the U.S. government adopting Bitcoin. Fine. But we want Americans to adopt Bitcoin.
Agreed.
So let's push the government to the side. They're probably not going to buy a lot of Bitcoin. That's fine. We may not even want them to Femi's point. Maybe we want other countries to accumulate it. We'll see. But what we definitely don't want them to do is to go after developers making Bitcoin more usable as a currency and more private.
Yeah. Can I put a pin in that one? I think we're going to dive right back into Bitcoin and privacy right after this. We're going to cut to Q again. I'm here with Alex Gladstein from the Human Rights Foundation. We're here at Bitcoin 2024. Don't go anywhere. Over to you, Q.
Thanks, guys. I'm down in the expo hall, and as I've said all day, all week, we have some incredible different booths as well as some experiences. So right now I'm sitting in the Korsov tunnel. Don't kill me, Core Scientific. I'm sorry if that's not how I pronounce it. But it's walking you through essentially how to harness energy for Bitcoin mining, what the future of that looks like. But look, if anyone out there's got a shroom chocolate and wants to sit here and discuss the future of humanity the way this video does, I'd be open to it. Back to you guys at the desk.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here at the Mara Live Desk. We're here at Bitcoin 2024. We have about an hour until President Trump speaks. To my left, I have Pete Rizzo, host extraordinaire. He's sitting to my left here. He'll be part of this panel here. Yeah, and we have Alex Gladstein, Chief Strategy Officer of the Human Rights Foundation. Alex, we were just talking off camera a bit about privacy, the importance of privacy, and quite an interesting conversation you had the other day with someone, an early advocate for privacy on the internet.
Yeah, so a couple things. First of all, a brilliant move by you guys to do this in Tennessee. The amount of interaction with the Tennessee lawmakers has been extraordinary. I mean, I watched conversations with the governor yesterday, with senators, talking about how they're going to use Bitcoin mining to harness the excess nuclear power that they're building out here. But something else that was very interesting that happened was I was on a panel with the Attorney General of Tennessee, and we were talking about the attacks on Bitcoin developers, which really are a continuation of the crypto wars from the early 90s, right, where Phil Zimmerman, who took the stage the other day, which was amazing, I got to meet him. I just was like, thank you very much for putting everything on the line back then. It's happening again, and it's happening to people who are developing open source tools like Samurai. And we had Zach Shapiro from BPI on the panel with Matt Odell and myself. We're discussing this, and he was very bullish on Tennessee pushing back against the federal government on these things and providing a framework to protect open source development related to Bitcoin privacy. And it's very important if Tennessee is willing to do that, because they can create briefs and they can push forward and make frameworks that then the government has to respond to. So he's basically committed to that. I watched this happen live. So the Tennessee government is now going to work with BPI to challenge attacks on Bitcoin developers. And that is an incredible, that's the single outcome of this conference that's amazing. And of course it's not.
Bouncing off what Alex saying, really, I mean, this is cypherpunk values going into mainstream politics, right? You said Phil Zimmerman, a veteran of the crypto wars, man, wow, that he's on stage here speaking at a Bitcoin conference, and how important it is to kind of bridge this history, right? Bitcoin Magazine hosts sometimes, and then a historian on Twitter and on X, if you follow me there, I kind of go into the cypherpunk history, and just bouncing off what you said, the cypherpunks really were a political group, right, in the 90s in California, and they were really activated by this idea that, in a digital age, we wouldn't have privacy. You read people like Hal Finney, like Phil Zimmerman. They were worried about many of the issues that we see today and that politicians are now responding to, and essentially it was this lack of privacy in the digital age, and now we have Bitcoin, the digital cash, hopefully bringing more privacy to our financial lives. But obviously the case of William Hill and Keanu Rodriguez and the Samurai developers chilling, because it reminds us of this history, and really the worst parts of this history, which is government overreach, but government prosecution of individuals who are merely writing and publishing code, right? That's what happened during the crypto wars. So the PGP, pretty good privacy, this was the project that Phil Zimmerman brought to the world. You might be familiar with it. This was a piece of code that he wrote that was treated by the government as a munition. It was as akin as he launched, open sourced the code for a nuclear weapon, right? That's how they prosecuted him, and this was a case that lasted for years. You can talk to the veterans like Adam Back, who are still around, and they'll tell you about this. But echoes today, right? That's why I think it's important that there's political engagement, even as there's worries about partisanship at the conference.
I appreciate all that context, Pete, and I actually want to touch on this while you're here, Alex, especially. Why is privacy important, especially to the people that you work with in the human rights field?
Well, when we talked with the AG, of Tennessee down here, what was super interesting was that we discussed the idea of, is it American to go after a blacksmith if the knife that he made was used in a crime? No, of course not. You go after the criminal. So, that's what is happening now. They're going after the blacksmith for somebody else's crime, and it's not American. Now, it might be what they do in Europe or China or somewhere else, but it's nice to see that there are American officials willing to step up to that. And the way that it connects with the work we do at HRF is very important. Now, due to historical coincidence, essentially, or the values and virtues we have in Western society, a lot of the privacy tools were made here, okay? We don't actually know who Satoshi Nakamoto was, but they were probably in an advanced democracy of some kind. It seems likely. And obviously, Hal Finney and many others were in America or Europe who helped to build the tools we have today that allow us to have sovereignty and privacy on the internet. So if we're attacking people at home, it hurts everybody. So like, for example, when the Phoenix folks who make a very effective Lightning wallet pulled out of the US market due to concerns that maybe they could get sued, which is really depressing that the U.S. government is creating that environment. Like, we should be getting people to come here to build. We should be encouraging entrepreneurship and innovation, and instead we're on a short list of, like, North Korea and Turkmenistan for countries that can't use Phoenix.
Yep.
So, you know, we can change that, and if we don't, it sucks for human rights activists globally, because all of a sudden their ability to use Phoenix as they're traveling gets limited, and it's just not, it sucks. So what we want to do is help the officials here, and BPI does such a good job of this, understand that they can play a role in defending human rights for everybody by making America a place that people can come and build Bitcoin tools. Like, you know, of course, I think this is very important from the mining perspective, but we also have to build Bitcoin here.
Right.
Yep.
I was going to say, I think Samurai should be exciting, right? This is something that I think we should want to build, right? This is simply a tool that takes a transaction, that accepts it, and then you are able to withdraw the same amount of cryptocurrency that you put in. It's simply a service that kind of moves cryptocurrency, or in this case Bitcoin, around. Obviously there's some privacy benefits, but you know, this tool doesn't require a central operator, yet the operators are being accused of money laundering, right? This is traditionally something that a company would have to register, and the argument, of course, is that they are a company, even though this is simply their code, their speech, right? And as we've seen in the U.S. law, there is this precedent that code is speech, right? And I think it's important that that gets upheld.
Appreciate that. Appreciate the context, and also the fact that the developers of Samurai Wallet were never actually touching customer funds, yet they're being charged as a money service business. Quite intense. Pete, you're the Bitcoin historian. You've been covering crypto full time, or Bitcoin and crypto full time for over a decade. Have you ever seen anything
Don't say it like that.
Have you ever seen anything that has had this sort of chilling effect, or is that has developers so nervous?
Well, I think we've been in a series of chilling effects, right? We haven't talked about it, but you know, the China migration. You know, China earlier we was talking to Scott Pressler, conservative commentator, about this, and he was curious about China, right? And China, of course, had a tremendous advantage, right? This was a country where, because of their ability to produce mining chips or computer chips, just generally, you know, 60-70% of the global mining power, again, these are the machines that are competing to produce new Bitcoins, were consolidated in the country, and rather than embracing it, rather than using this really as a tool to advance their own country, they simply banned this industry and sent their miners abroad, and that's why there are so many miners here. It's very interesting to see Donald Trump kind of seize on that opportunity. But yeah, when you take this perspective, I think it's important to remember that Bitcoin exists in this geopolitical way, and that we've seen just hostility from so many places in China right now. Even if you're a CEO of a cryptocurrency or Bitcoin company, there in many cases they can't leave their homes, they can't travel, right? So there's this idea that, you know, Bitcoin might face kind of some overreach in America, but this has already happened, right? China really did take such a negative attitude, and I think, you know, maybe it hasn't been as bad in America, but it can get better, right? We've seen businesses struggle to get banking, startups that were debanked, right? So there hasn't been a level playing field, and I think that's what the industry is calling for. It merely just wants to compete against existing financial services.
Appreciate that. And in that context, so there hasn't been a level playing field, and you're talking about what's been important here in America, things that we've upheld, or the idea that things can get better here in America. In a place like China, maybe we don't expect that so much. Alex, from what you're seeing around the world, you're one of the people who have sort of made it, I think, a more public knowledge that it's the exception, not the rule, to live in a liberal democracy.
Sure.
So there's authoritarian regimes around the world. How much of what comes out of America is not only going to influence other liberal democracies, but other leaders, what they're going to see from America on Bitcoin, maybe the broader crypto space as well, and how is that going to affect things worldwide?
Well, in the earliest days of Bitcoin, my organization, HRF, was involved in something called SOPA PIPA, which was what the U.S. government was trying to do, was basically allow corporations to start censoring the internet. And one of the fears we had, because we don't really work on domestic policy, but we were afraid that this would create a chilling effect where dictators would say, oh, look, America's doing that, so we're going to do it too. So basically, whatever we do gets copied by everybody else. So like any sort of financial restrictions we have may get sort of dispersed through FATF and these other sort of alphabet soup organizations to dictators globally. So we are still, I know that we're not quite the city on the hill maybe we used to be, but like we matter a lot. And like what we do really carries weight around the world. And look, at the end of the day, I want to push back against this idea that that a lot of, sadly, people sort of maybe on the Democrat side have, that Bitcoin's like bad for America. This is sort of what Elizabeth Warren pushes, and it's fake. It's fake news, because if you think about it, and I mentioned this yesterday on my keynote, you know, what do dictators need? They need three things. They need censorship, they need confiscation, and they need closed capital markets. So then I posed to the audience, well, what is Bitcoin, and what is the American idea? It's property rights, free speech, and open capital markets. So, ultimately, look, I think we're going to go through a transition here. We are a country today that issues the reserve currency. We can literally issue credits that buy oil. I mean, that has major benefits. But, a lot of that is tied up in a system that does a lot of exploitation of other people. And I think, globally, and I think that if we move to a system where we're more collaborative with the rest of the world, we'll actually be stronger. So this is sort of my thesis, is that America is going to be really dynamic in a Bitcoin world. And if you look around, yes, okay, it's going to be really rough for the CCP if the people have more power over the economy. That's going to be really bad for them. But it's not going to be bad for Nashville. It's not going to be bad for Tennessee.
I think the way that I would look at this question is, what does America gain from being against this invention, right? It is an invention. Bitcoin exists. It's out there in the world. It's a neutral, apolitical monetary system. What does America gain, right? We've seen our smartest people go abroad. Those companies move abroad. And we've seen that the industry has been held back, perhaps even from its full potential. And what does its full potential mean? Well, it obviously means jobs. It means innovation. I mean, look at how many companies are here. I mean, there has to be at least 100 companies here on the floor.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's absolutely right. So, and in these businesses right now, even 12, 16 months ago, we're thinking, hey, like, we should move outside of America. Right, so from merely an economic perspective, it's hard to see what the U.S. gains from sticking with its current policy.
Well, can I push back a little bit on that, if you don't mind, Pete? So we have dollar hegemony around the world, right? The dollar is the global reserve currency. There's maybe some fear that maybe Bitcoin might replace that one day. Do you think that factors into some of the political decisions that are being made right now?
Well, I don't think it's reached the level of political discourse where they're aware of it. I've had several conversations on this desk today where this has kind of come up, right? This natural competition between Bitcoin and the dollar. Of course, in the Bitcoin space, we believe that Bitcoin competes with the dollar, should compete with the dollar, that it will compete with the dollar. And I think we want to move away from the U.S. financial system as it's currently constructed because of all the great writing that Alex Gladstein does. You can go to bitcoinmagazine.com, and he talks about all of the, really like terrible nature of the system in terms of like what it takes to actually operate a global reserve currency for the U.S. dollar to maintain that status. Is that a conversation that Donald Trump is having backstage right now, where he's with a roundtable of industry executives? I don't know. I can't answer that question.
It is a conversation his vice president pick is having.
Oh, okay.
J.D. Vance has talked at length. He even questioned Jay Powell, head of the Fed, on this on the record last year. There's a video of it. You should watch it. And he's basically saying, you know what? Like, isn't it bad for the average American that we have the reserve currency? Doesn't it make it really hard for us to make things in a competitive way? Hasn't it hollowed out our industrial base? Hasn't it brought the plague of drug addiction to our people? And the Fed chair is basically like, yeah. So this is the externality of being the reserve currency that we don't often talk about. I mean, a lot of people know that it's bad for other countries.
Yes.
But a lot of people don't realize it's bad for the average American.
Yeah. So the strength of the dollar, obviously, it's something that makes exports more expensive. Is that what you're getting at? So when we send things abroad, we don't have as much money coming into the country as a result. Just to clarify,
because the dollar's so strong,
right.
we can't make stuff that's competitive on global markets.
Right.
So it all goes to China or wherever else. And it means that, essentially, our manufacturing base gets totally hollowed out. And now we're dependent on all these countries for all this important stuff. We're kind of paralyzed. And so if we can weaken the dollar, which this is what J.D. Vance and some of Trump's economic advisors want to do, they want to weaken the dollar and devalue the dollar like we did in the 80s to try and combat what was going on with Japan and the rivalry with Japan. We forced Japan to appreciate its currency so that they stopped becoming... We didn't want them to become the number one power in the world.
That's right.
And they were threatening to become one, and we said no, and we had the Plaza Accords and all this stuff. We basically forced Japan to strengthen its currency so it became less competitive so that we could sell more stuff.
Perfect.
And that's going to happen again. That's what they're proposing, is to devalue. Now, what do you want to hold in that situation? You probably want to hold Bitcoin.
I appreciate that, and that's a perfect note to end on. We are going to cut over to Q again. I was sitting here with Pete Rizzo, the Bitcoin historian on X. Also, as I said, news desk host extraordinaire, and Alex Gladstein, Chief Strategy Officer for the Human Rights Foundation. Alex, thank you so much for your work. Pete, thank you so much. Cutting over to you, Q. Let's go.
Thanks, Frank. I am down on the expo hall with my dear friend, Uncle Rockstar. He is a contributor to BTC Pay Server as well as Nostr. And what we wanted to spend some time talking about is a hot button issue. It is going to be talked about during Trump's speech, as well as been talked about and discussed all throughout this conference and weeks and months leading up to it. And it's around Ross Ulbricht.
Yes, and from my perspective, it's going to be talked until the election day, and then after the election day, because Donald Trump promised that if he's elected, that he will free Ross. So we are all waiting for that.
Right, and for those who maybe are not as aware of who Ross is, Ross was the creator of Silk Road, who has been now in jail for how many years?
Man, it's been what, like over a decade? And it's crazy that you get jail time just for creating a free market. Really, his biggest contribution to Bitcoin, in my view, was about applying the technology that Bitcoin is and ensuring that we can use it for transactions, and to create a free market and then get a jail sentence, 2 lifetimes. It's crazy, man.
It is insane to watch this transpire, but also at the same time, it is incredible to see that this is now becoming a conversation that we're seeing presidential candidates having in real time. I know you helped create something special to commemorate this moment. Do you want to try to share it with the audience to talk a little bit about this?
I was showing it yesterday on the air, but I'm showing it again because I've been helping with Bitcoin payments here at the conference. So besides those great free Ross t-shirts that you can pick up for free, they're available next to the merch store. Let's go. Let me help you. Boom.
Free Ross, day one.
Yeah. Besides that, there is Laserite cards that you can use to pay here with Bitcoin at the conference. We can't promote as much as Talk to a Girl, you and me, but we gotta try our best. And yeah, free Ross day one.
We're gonna hawk to a little bit of Bitcoin onto that card. Frank, we're gonna head back to you guys at the desk.
Yeah.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
The Bitcoin Conference. We started with a dream to build a community focused on Bitcoin. It all started in 2019 in the heart of San Francisco, the first major Bitcoin conference in years that kickstarted a revolution. And then Miami. a place where enthusiasts, developers, dreamers, and innovators could come together to make Bitcoin better. It has been an amazing 5 years and 8 conferences, thanks to all of you. Bitcoin Conference has become the largest premier global Bitcoin gathering in the world, leading hyper-Bitcoinization. While Miami was incredible, it was time to set the stage for Bitcoin in a new city. So we took the conference on the road. Nashville, Tennessee was the obvious choice, a city known for music and freedom. Next year, the conference is hitting the road again in search of the next global stage. We are headed to a new city next year. With hyper-Bitcoinization right around the corner, we have no plans to take the foot off the gas. Find out where we are headed next. Scan the QR code and be at the main stage for the big announcement.
The dollar will dramatically lose its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. The main event of Bitcoin 2024, just minutes away. The 45th president, Donald J. Trump, coming up. I'm sitting here at the desk right now with Christian Carolus of the Human Rights Foundation. Coming up, the great Ron Paul will be joining us on this desk. I want to talk about the environment here, CK, what you're seeing around the venue. I'm looking online at some of the news as it's breaking. The presidential or former president's motorcade outside. Lines are for blocks in terms of the people out. It looks like really the election 2024 has come to Bitcoin 2024.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, there's lines around this entire event throughout the expo hall. People cannot wait to go into the main stage, the Nakamoto stage. And, you know, I think we're going to experience history here.
Well, certainly a lot of speculation about what Donald Trump might say. I mean, there's lines of people waiting now to get into the main stage. We saw RFK yesterday. I think it would suffice to say expectations are high for Trump's speech. Would you agree, Christian?
Yeah, very high, and I hope people actually don't get disappointed. He is still new to Bitcoin, and it takes some time. It was very interesting if you can juxtapose position RFK's presentation from last year, Bitcoin 2023, to this year. He went from I'll protect nodes to I'll buy 4 million Bitcoin. Right. So he took a giant leap in this past year or so. So, you know, I think maybe Trump is about a year behind, but we'll see if he is as bullish as RFK by 2025.
Well, of course, no shortage of bullish news rolling across the Bitcoin Magazine Twitter feed. Going to read some today earlier. Cantor Fitzgerald, CEO, saying they own a, quote, shitload of Bitcoin. We've seen multiple pension funds drop news announcements. The state of Michigan allocating to Bitcoin. Jersey City as well allocating to Bitcoin. Christian, your thoughts on just the institutional news that we've seen?
Yeah, well, you know, I am pretty famous for saying no one is bullish enough. I think that the bullish news, especially in a bull market like this, when there's so much momentum, just continues to pile on. And, you know, there's only 21 million Bitcoin out there. So if RFK is trying to buy 4 million of them, right, all of these states are starting to get in. I can imagine that institutional FOMO is just around the corner.
And the pressure is on for this idea of a strategic Bitcoin reserve in the U.S. It sounds like we're expecting the Trump campaign to make some sort of announcement. Do you think that Trump will announce that he will buy Bitcoin as president today?
I don't like to speculate, but if he wants to even remotely make a splash compared to RFK, I think RFK is definitely pushing him into a corner to make some pretty big commitments, and obviously Trump is the front runner rather than RFK, who's an independent, so that would carry a lot more weight if he does.
I want to describe a little bit of what you're going to be seeing as you watch Donald J. Trump speak at the Bitcoin conference. So there's going to be a number of T-shirts out in the audience with some slogans. One of them is Free Ross Day One, the other Free Ross Vote Trump. Let's introduce the audience at home. For those who don't know, why do Bitcoiners want President Trump to free Ross? CK.
Yeah, well, Ross Ulbricht, he was the founder of Silk Road, and he really turned into the first kind of martyr for Bitcoin along with Julian Assange. Thankfully, Julian Assange was recently allowed to go back home to his family after being tortured in various different forms of isolation for a long time. Yeah, released but not pardoned. But Ross is the other one, and honestly, I think it's almost like a marker for how far Bitcoin has come in terms of the zeitgeist and influence around the world. To see if and when Ross actually gets out of prison. Ross spent his entire 30s, that entire decade in prison. And again, I think that the legal system was trying to make an example out of him. Don't step out of the line. Don't get out of the dollar system. So if President Trump does actually win, he has already committed to free Ross, and I think that would be a massive milestone for this movement in general.
And a big signal he's sending to the libertarian-leaning community, to Bitcoiners. We're taking questions live in the chat, streaming on X, YouTube, and Rumble, talking right now about what we're going to see on stage when Donald J. Trump takes the stage, and the signs talking about Free Ross Day One. Obviously, Ross, an innovator in the community, who's looking for a chance at freedom for Donald Trump. I guess, is this enough, CK? Do you think that this issue or this promise is enough to get Bitcoiners who are uninterested in the electoral process to vote?
I definitely think that libertarians and Bitcoiners, many of them are single-issue voters, but many of them are dual-issue voters. It's Bitcoin and Ross. Ross's freedom is absolutely imperative for this movement's progress. And, I think a lot of Bitcoiners will consider potentially voting in a different way if that is something that they find is a reasonable assurance and something that they think will happen. And, that's what the political process is all about. Politicians need to see what the people want and deliver on it, and I think a lot of people want to see Ross freed.
Well, the price is high. Expectations are high, flirting with $69,000. They're calling it in the chat thread the Trump pump. Is that how you would describe it, Christian? Or what do you think about the market activity that's surrounding this event right now?
Yeah, it could be the Trump pump. It could be the Bitcoin 2024 pump. I remember I was at Bitcoin 2019 back when I used to be with this organization, and the environment was euphoric, and I'm feeling rhymes of that here at Bitcoin 2024.
Mm-hmm. Well, of course, much more to come today, including Donald J. Trump. We're going to hear more senators on stage kind of supporting Donald Trump's policy. Of course, rumors that Kamala Harris might come to the conference, interesting as well. Of course, she didn't actually attend, but certainly there's political fervor here. Christian, as a representative of the Human Rights Foundation, I guess, how do you look at the politicization of the conference?
Yeah, well, the Human Rights Foundation is not really focused on American politics. We're actually focused on politics outside of democracies. The reality about democracies is that this happens, right? That politicians come here and they try to make their case to the people. In Russia, they haven't seen Vladimir Putin in the public for 25 years, right? So it's a completely different situation. In terms of the politicization, let's just say the politicians seeing Bitcoiners and Bitcoin as a imperative for their election. I think that that's part of hyper-Bitcoinization, and it's something that should be expected. And often I'm actually disappointed by the lack of foresight from many Bitcoiners who are complaining about politicians getting into this as if they want Bitcoin to stay a niche little hobby rather than an actual revolution that can change the world.
Well, of course, minutes away from Donald J. Trump's historic speech at the Bitcoin conference. Let's stay with that word that you mentioned, hyper-Bitcoinization, Christian. Obviously, a lot of people tuning in for the first time, maybe Republican voters, conservative-leaning Americans. What is hyper-Bitcoinization, and how does that encapsulate the vision of this movement?
Yeah, the idea of hyper-Bitcoinization is summarized in this kind of meme, which is infinity divided by 21 million. Obviously, Bitcoin is a fixed supply hard asset currency, and the idea is we can price the entire world in it, and actually, if we do so, that will create better economic calculations and make the world a far better place with far less manipulation of currency and enable people to create bigger and better and stronger markets. And, you know, it is obviously going to be a big process because right now we're at less than 0.01% adoption of Bitcoin, despite Bitcoin being a household name. And to get all the way to hyper-Bitcoinization, we're going to need all the help that we can get. But I truly believe that Bitcoin being the world's global and only money is something that is going to make the world a far, far better and more equitable place.
When people ask you about that future and how it will be, the concerns that they might have, are people concerned about a future where Bitcoin is the dominant currency in your view, or simply they just need more education?
You know, I think everyone needs more education, obviously. All of us, even if you're here for 10 years, even if you're in this space since 2009, since the beginning, it is difficult to grok what a paradigm shift in money could look like and what it would mean. So obviously there's going to be questions, but I've said this on many podcasts and many shows in the past. The fact that people struggle to see this future is almost like proof of paradigm shift, because if you're in the current paradigm, it's impossible to see what the future looks like.
Well, of course, we can see the future ahead here at Bitcoin 2024, moments away from Donald J. Trump's historic speech, talking now about the global context of Bitcoin as really a financial movement, but a freedom movement. Christian, wondering if you could add a little context about that for the folks at home.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this is what the HRF and the financial freedom team, which I lead at HRF, is all about, which is that Bitcoin is freedom money. Bitcoin is money that dictators can't stop. Since WikiLeaks and actually Obama froze fiat and credit card and banking rails to WikiLeaks, that started a trend where if a government does not like something that someone is doing or saying, they freeze their account and debase them. So what Bitcoin offers is now money, once again, is this kind of inalienable element. And the reality is that without your ability to access your money, do you have any other rights? Do you have freedom of speech if you can starve and your family can starve by getting debanked for speaking out, right? So having money that dictators can't stop, having money that governments can't stop is absolutely, absolutely imperative for a free and civil society.
Freedom on the ballot, free Ross on the signs. We're minutes away from Donald J. Trump's historic speech. We've got a word from our sponsors, then we'll be right back at the Mara News Desk presented by Bitcoin Magazine. Head to bitcoinmagazine.com, pick out an issue of the Bitcoin Magazine.
Why?
What's the second best? There is no second best.
We will ensure that the future of crypto and the future of Bitcoin will be made in America.
So yeah, today we're going to be talking about runes.
We're talking about runes.
But first,
Anyone can be a part of the Bitcoin economy. It's like a good church.
Because it's an ethical ideology, there are many people that feel very spiritual about it.
I think that Bitcoin has those characteristics to be not just the most Islamic form of money, but the most Jewish and the most Christian form of money as well.
Bitcoin is just another step in the technological development of how we can serve God better.
It is trying to remove politics from money.
Bitcoin can make the world a better place.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. The main event of Bitcoin 2024, just minutes away. Donald J. Trump's historic speech, a former president speaking at a Bitcoin conference. Right now, we have a special guest who's no stranger to politics or Bitcoin conferences, Dr. Ron Paul, former U.S. candidate for president. Dr. Paul, thanks for joining us.
Good. Nice to be here.
And you influenced a whole generation of people to think differently about money. Many of the old-time Bitcoiners that I talked to found Bitcoin through your work, your writing, from the authors you evangelized. Can you tell us what it's like to be at a Bitcoin conference today, given all that context?
Well, you know, I think it's fantastic. And in a way, I didn't seek out 10 years ago, well, I'm going to promote the Bitcoin deal. But I did have a precise goal, and that was to excite people about freedom and to alert them to the dangers that we live in. And that's why I ended up in Congress, only because I spoke out, because I had no real desire just to go to Congress. But the thing of it is, by alerting people to what happened, but one of the things I did get on banking committee, I was fascinated with monetary policy, was highly influenced with August 15th, 1971, when they, severed the dollar, and I was convinced that there'd be a lot of inflation then. So that was that was the one thing that impressed me, and so I got on the banking committee right away to talk about monetary policy, and things have evolved very much like I've anticipated. But I'm still giving this pretty much the same speech that a lot of young people came to. I just loved going to the college campuses, and I became influenced by them. They claim I was influenced others, but I was influenced by young people, how open they were and how independent-minded they were. And I always kid, because there's probably somebody here that belongs to the Chamber of Commerce. I said, I didn't do as well with the Chamber of Commerce as I did with young college kids, even in the liberal universities, because I think I'm so fully convinced that the message of liberty is so fantastic that it's a shame that we don't do a better job. And this is something that came out of my interest in monetary policy, because I introduced a bill for competing currencies. Get rid of this total monopoly of the Fed printing money.
Well, of course, when you started, there was no Bitcoin. You were simply concerned about the Federal Reserve and U.S. monetary policy. For the folks at home who maybe support President Trump or another candidate listening for the first time, what can you share about your work really lobbying against the Federal Reserve?
Well, it really started early on, because probably the first year, matter of fact, the first campaign I was in, it was in 1974, and was tokenism. But I know I went back and found the literature. I said, there's something wrong with the monetary system. We should sound money, and we should look into this Federal Reserve. And I was in favor very early on. To do one thing was to audit the Fed, to expose to the people how terrible it is, and how they gain this monopoly power, and also to know how secretly it was done. So I was looking for openness, and there was a bill passed in the early 80s, or I think maybe 70s. It was called the Bank Secrecy Act. And I thought, well, that's good. I'm for bank secrecy. But it turned out it was secrecy for the government in order to look at all our bank accounts. So I was looking for something, you know, where the people have their privacy. So privacy has been a big issue in what I've done and did in Congress to emphasize the need, because privacy, at times they talk about it, but that's what liberty's all about, privacy. You're an individual, you can do what you want with your money. You know, when I talk about income tax, why is it that the government gets all your money and they allow you to spend a certain portion of it? So that's all the principle of liberty. So I think this movement, which there's too much credit given to me that I had anything to do with it, but what I say is I talked about the problems that we have and how the principles of liberty solve our problems, and I believe in competing currencies and rein in the Fed's monopoly. And all of a sudden, somebody interpreted that. Maybe I didn't think this up, but it's what I love about it. It's a consequence of people concentrating on the principles of liberty, and because I so strongly believe in it, and I just think that we need a better effort. I work every single day to try to present the case for liberty so that people, the average people, just wake up. And so evidently, if people in this audience, they're
waking up, they're awake, and they're in line here, waiting to see Donald J. Trump. He's sitting here with the great Dr. Ron Paul. Dr. Paul, would love to get your thoughts on the issues facing Americans and the economy today. Obviously, in election 2024, the economy is going to be a huge issue. What are your thoughts on just the current state of inflation and savings for the average person?
I think we live witnessing now the cracking of the biggest bubble ever in the history of financial history. And it's been created by the number one cause, of course, is the inflation of the money supply and the devaluing of the currency. But I date so much with August 15th of '71, because that took and severed the last link to something with a definition. And I think you have to have
talking about the Nixon shock.
Yeah, when they closed that, I think you have to have a unit of account, morally and financially. But if you have no account, you know, and that's what the debate and the arguments going on now. Can and will you know, a Bitcoin be a unit of account? But I don't think there's a magic wand. I think it takes time to people understand that so that they measure things. Today, still, the majority of people still measure the unit of account as $1, and that's why the bubble keeps being bigger. But it's going to change. The bubble always ends, and it ends either by the government wising up, which they never do, and spend less money and quit printing money.
Is there a solution to the debt crisis that you see right now if you were in power?
Not under these conditions, but there is a solution. It can be found, in freedom. So you have to realize that the government can't. They created this problem. So, but it's going to be very hard because it's very painful to quit spending. I mean, too many special interest groups. It's a ton of them, rich and poor and everybody. And then you have the military-industrial complex. You have domestic spending. You have foreign policy spending, and but unfortunately, it's not just been one party. It's been both parties that spend. And so I'm very independent-minded very often on, blaming he did this and he did that, because to get elected, so the people have responsibility too. But I think that's where the waking up is going. People are starting to wake up. And I thought there was an awakening with COVID. Right. You know, when the people finally said, what are you doing this to me for? And the whole thing is, people waking up. The government took over the medical care system and gave all those directions. They were tyrants. You know, they didn't allow us to make the medical decisions, and they controlled. They did this in education. Right. So it's the taking over the monetary policy. The symbolic date or the real date that I pin it down is that August 15th, when there was going to be no restraint on the federal resolve, no restraint on the special interests, no restraint whatsoever. So this is the reason why we have so much special interest and so many lobbyists in Washington, and they really run the show.
Well, Dr. Paul, I want to get your thoughts today. We're minutes away from Donald J. Trump's historic speech at the Bitcoin conference. I want to talk a little bit about your Bitcoin journey. And maybe you can tell us how your thoughts on Bitcoin have evolved in 2012 when you were running for president. A lot of young, enthusiastic kids coming to you with this maybe crazy idea.
Well, I have to say, I see it through my personal viewpoint, and that is, and we already touched on this, if you take the principles of liberty, the people solve these problems. I didn't stay up and say, you know, I understand inflation and we have to solve this problem. I think I'm going to invent the Bitcoin or something like that. But no,
so
but you have to have freedom of choice. You have to have freedom of choice, so that's important. Otherwise, the ideas can't develop. So I have a lot of confidence in people who are allowed to make up their own mind, recognize that they own their lives, they ought to own their own money, and there's one strict rule of this almost total freedom, is you can't use violence and you can't defraud, because if you break the rules of natural law, it's not going to work out. And that's a contest that's been going on for thousands of years, the good and the bad and the natural law. But we're up against right now in this country groups of people that said, you guys, you believe in this truth thing. You're always seeking truth. What is right and wrong? And they actually have a philosophy. Marxism is based on it. They don't have it. Don't waste your time trying to find out what truth is, because there is no truth. So what does that do? Opens up the door to tyranny. You know, that's what they do. It's an open up to force, and that's where we are. And then the bubbles, and I see it as a moral bankruptcy and a financial bankruptcy, and it does end, and it is ending. This bubble's going to burst. The biggest question is, how are they going to survive? How will we survive? And that is what we don't know. If it isn't connected with maximizing and the understanding of liberty, it's not going to work. And so sometimes this has gone through history at times, and sometimes that we'll end up getting a worse government. So if things don't come along where they decide that the principles of limited government and personal freedom, if that's not acceptable, we're all going to suffer more. We see some of the results, in our cities now, with more homeless people and all this. That's the payment that is coming back. But I also see, I'm really an optimist on this, because I do believe when I see a crowd like this, that if you're indicating the possibility that some of them came because they heard the principles of liberty, that would excite me. And I think there are people that get excited about liberty. And at one time somebody came up to me and said, oh, you're a politician that wants to legalize marijuana. And I pretended I was very resentful about it. I said, no, you have it wrong. I never said legalize marijuana. I said legalize freedom of choice.
We're with the great Dr. Ron Paul here. Ron, want to get your sentiments, your idea. Oh, applause. Wild here for Dr. Ron Paul. Dr. Paul, is there a candidate that can go far enough to solve some of these issues facing America? Is there a candidate in this election that has impressed you?
Oh, yeah, about 10. Well, I don't get into the personalities. I think we get lost sometimes at one time, because I was never a person in politics. I was a person that was enthusiastic, that I wanted to speak out, and that was a vehicle. So I don't deal with parties, but I go out and see people and talk to people, and I've met Trump, and the one thing about Trump, and this may be talking out of school, he might say, you shouldn't be talking about our conversation, that his personality was different. He was much more cordial than I ever believed.
Well, people in person, they make a different impression.
No, it was different. Some people would interpret his personality differently, but I really try to avoid it. If anybody wants to talk about freedom, and I can have an influence, then I'm interested.
Well, we're here with Dr. Ron Paul. We're going to send it over to the main stage. Of course, his legacy lives on in the conversations here at Bitcoin 2024 in Nashville, Tennessee, minutes away from Donald J. Trump, 45th President of the United States, taking the stage. We'll be right back with fast reactions of what happens on stage here at the Mara News Desk. Dr. Paul, thank you so much for joining us, and another round of applause from everyone. It was great.
Good to see everybody. I don't need these.
The dollar will dramatically lose its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
All right. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. How are we feeling? Nashville, how are we feeling? I can't hear you. Let's make some noise. That's better. That's better. We are moments away from seeing President Donald J. Trump, but before then, we have a quick announcement. I would like to tell you all, first of all, from the bottom of our team's hearts at the BTC Inc., the Bitcoin Conference, and Bitcoin Magazine, thank you. Thank you for coming to witness this historic moment. Thank you for coming to celebrate Bitcoin. We are so excited to have you here, and we're so excited as well to have you next year. We want to give you a quick video. Let's roll it. Big announcement.
Next year, we are bringing the Bitcoin Conference to the American West, Las Vegas. The brightest minds in the world will converge to deliver Bitcoin history. Buy your tickets now at b.tc/2025.
We cannot wait to see you in Las Vegas. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to introduce CEO of BTC Inc., the man, the myth, the legend, David Bailey. Please come on out.
Hello. Wow. Wow. We've come a long ways in 10 years. This crowd is insane. Are y'all having fun? You know, as Dr. Paul always said, it's an idea whose time has come. Bitcoin is an idea whose time has come. So I want to thank the leadership of Donald Trump for coming out, supporting us, supporting our cause. And I also want to give him a special thanks, and I'd like all of you to give him a special thanks for committing to commute Ross Ulbricht's sentence on day one of his administration. This crowd is insane. Let's go. You know, I remember the first Bitcoin conference I went to. There was, I don't know, 800 people there. I think there's 8,000 people in this room. You know, this is a special moment in time. You can feel the energy here. The fact that we have 10 U.S. senators here, we have 2 presidential candidates here. Bitcoin is the future of this country. And it's not a red party thing, and it's not a blue party thing. It's an orange party thing. So with that, I want to show y'all something. You know, who better than the man himself, Donald J. Trump, to lead the Orange Party? But we also wanted to give him a little gift from the Bitcoin community. So I'm holding in my hand a Cassasius coin from 2013. Okay, there's 1 Bitcoin on here. A Bitcoin OG flew halfway around the world to come and deliver this for the president. So on behalf of the entire Bitcoin community, I want to give Donald Trump a Bitcoin, non-custodial Bitcoin, and I want us to officially greet him as a Bitcoiner. So with that, I don't know if he's ready yet. We're going to be joined by the 45th and hopefully 47th President of the United States.
All right.
Not ready yet. Not ready yet.
It's not me. I'm not the President of the United States. Maybe someday. Ladies and gentlemen, we are so excited. We are just waiting for everything to be ready. Give us a little time. We're going to play some music. We'll be right back. Any minute now, don't worry.
Bitcoin in a strategic reserve. Is this what you're expecting Donald Trump to announce today?
I think it's important to set your expectations properly, but also I think most people are greatly underappreciating what's about to happen next. I think this is going to be a momentous occasion for humanity, not just Bitcoin, and people will look back in history and be like, this was the moment that nation-state FOMO really began.
And you've been here for historic moments. Bitcoin 2021, obviously El Salvador adopting a Bitcoin standard. Take us into that moment and how it might compare to what we're about to see.
I mean, it's absolutely insane when you look back on it that we were excited about President Bukele of El Salvador, a country of 6 million people, adopting Bitcoin just 3 years ago. And today we have the former president of the United States, the likely future president of the United States, who seems incredibly optimistic about Bitcoin and understands that Bitcoin is American at its core, and it can fuel the next great century of American success.
Well, of course, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., independent candidate, speaking yesterday, setting a high bar for the former president. I'll read some of his proposed executive orders. I will direct the U.S. Treasury to purchase 550 Bitcoin daily, more than the circulating supply, until the U.S. has built a strategic reserve of 4 million Bitcoin. His proposal, transfer 200,000 Bitcoin held by the U.S. government to the U.S. Treasury, and signing an executive order to remove some of the IRS restrictions on the spending of Bitcoin. When you think about how this could be topped, what might we be seeing from Donald J. Trump? Does he take these policy proposals? Do we hear this on stage in minutes?
I think it's important. It's important that there is a lot of respect here for presidential candidate RFK. But it is different when it comes from the likely presidential candidate, likely president of the United States, next president of the United States. So I think it's important to take that into context. I also think it's important to realize that every individual, every company, every government, their goal long term will be to accumulate as much Bitcoin as possible. The question is, when do they realize that? And the sooner you realize that, the better you do under a Bitcoin standard.
Well, I know you have friends and family here. What are they expecting from Donald J. Trump today? How are they looking at this moment? Has this made your career, your Bitcoin interest more real to them?
I mean, to me, Bitcoin is more than a career. You know, it's a lifestyle. But this, I am proud to say that this is my parents' first Bitcoin conference.
Wow.
Which is pretty crazy. You know,
10 years, 11 years?
Yeah, being in the space for over a decade. This is their first one, but I mean, could you pick a better one for it to be their first?
It's a big introduction, and of course, election 2024 coming to Bitcoin 2024. We're talking right now about the expectations for Donald J. Trump about to go live on stage. Obviously, this is unprecedented. A little bit over time here. We're waiting for the president to arrive, maybe some last-minute speech revisions, but still the expectations are high, I think, for a strategic Bitcoin reserve. We keep hearing this phrase. What do we think about this idea, and why are Bitcoiners excited about the U.S. government holding Bitcoin?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's particularly important when we reflect on RFK's speech that is the likely expectation, is a strategic Bitcoin reserve. I think that makes complete sense for America. Like, we want to accumulate the hardest asset that has ever existed. I think that's better for the country. I think it's better for American citizens. I will say that cap gains piece is unlikely to be announced here. I do not expect that. That would be amazing.
Insider information.
This is not insider information. I would just say that would be way too amazing, because the tax treatment of Bitcoin in America is borderline predatory, and I think it would be better for this country if we remove that treatment.
Well, we're waiting for Donald J. Trump, the 45th President of the United States, to take the stage. I want to read through some of his quotes. 2019, his introduction to Bitcoin, his first remarks, quote, "Bitcoin just seems like a scam. I don't like it because it's competing against the dollar. I want the dollar to be the currency of the world." The reversal, obviously the positivity now. What are your thoughts thinking back about some of these statements, given what we're about to see, Matt?
It's just amazing how much can change in 6 months, you know, and I just think it's important for everyone to just stay humble out there and realize the world can change faster than you expect it to. But it is just amazing. It is amazing to witness and be a part of, and I'm just really excited to hear what the president says.
Well, certainly some people expecting hard policy, maybe Donald Trump laying out a vision for America and Bitcoin. I'll go through some of his other statements, and the reversal really beginning in May of this year, right? We saw there was a private fundraiser. He said that Biden is against it. Biden doesn't even know what it is. He has no idea. Gensler is against it. The Democrats are against it. I'm fine with it. If you like crypto, you better vote for Trump. What was your thoughts when you heard that just months ago that Donald Trump had reversed his ideas about Bitcoin?
I was cautiously optimistic and very skeptical, and I feel like today changes that, but we'll see.
And we've seen some policy advances. Trump saying, "I will ensure the future of Bitcoin will be made in the USA." Of course, that's already one of his promises. "I will support the right to self-custody. I will keep Elizabeth Warren and her goons away from Bitcoin, and he will never allow the creation of a CBDC." Taken as a whole, from the policy we know of Trump, what are your thoughts about his core proposals so far?
Look, I think it's important to properly set expectations. I think the fact that he's here alone is a massive validation of everything we've been working on for so many years, that thousands of people around the world, hundreds of thousands of people around the world have been building out this protocol, have been building out the tools that make all of this possible. And just to have him here today to discuss Bitcoin with us is absolutely monumental. Everything else is simply gravy on top of that, in my opinion.
Of course, expecting history, expecting updates on the main stage, looking at a rapt audience of people who are waiting to see Donald J. Trump make history here on the Nakamoto stage at Bitcoin 2024. We've got some theme music coming out there, maybe some optimism that he's about to take the stage. We're going to send it to a quick commercial break. We'll be coming back. We'll be watching history together. Stay tuned. Keep watching on X, YouTube, and Rumble. We are minutes away from history at the Bitcoin conference in Nashville, Tennessee. Stay with us.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. We are minutes away from the main event at Bitcoin 2024 in Nashville, Tennessee. People are lined up around the venue to see Donald J. Trump, and we've got some news to break on the desk right now. We've been told that a special guest is on his or her way to the venue. We don't know, and that's the source of this delay. And again, waiting for Donald J. Trump, former president, to take the stage. With me, a packed panel to keep your attention wrapped as we wait. We've got Matt Odell, founder of 1031 Ventures, longtime Bitcoin advocate, and Christian Carolus of the Human Rights Foundation. Guys, what are you feeling right now? History might be made. It's delayed. Christian, you're on the stage.
Oh, man, the anticipation is real. The anxiety and energy is in the air. I don't really know what to think, but I can't think of someone delaying Donald Trump other than a huge guest. Huge guest.
Yeah, special guest. I'm not sure we can say more, but maybe potential history and maybe the internet will be broken, if we can call back to that. Obviously, we're talking about what policy proposals we might see from Trump. We've covered RFK's bold initiative yesterday. CK, maybe we can cut in there and just get your perspective. What can Donald Trump say on the stage to get Bitcoiners excited out in the polls in November?
Well, you know what? First, we talked about this earlier. Freeing Ross is an imperative. Second is protecting Bitcoin privacy, and a strategic reserve would be a very, very nice campaign promise. Going back to RFK, he pretty much gave Bitcoiners everything they could have asked for in terms of campaign promises. No one is bullish enough on these massive, massive campaign promises for Bitcoiners. And I think one that went a little underreported but is absolutely huge is the potential of removing capital gains tax from Bitcoin's transactions. That has been a big, big thing that is hampering Bitcoin's use as day-to-day currency. And it's something that's really important because Bitcoin stacks both extremely well as a store of value as well as a medium of exchange. It's just that the current regulatory environment is very, very prohibitive of doing that.
We've been reading through some of President Trump's past statements, going all the way to his 2019 rejection of Bitcoin through his recent reversal. Want to highlight some of the remarks from July that have maybe flown under the radar, maybe taking us into a window of what he might be saying on stage, what he's thinking about how Bitcoin intersects with the future of America. He said, quote, "I don't want to be responsible for another country taking over this industry," calling his engagement with the industry, quote, eye-opening. And of course, the two quotes that got the most play on Bloomberg that day, quote, "China is into it, it's not going away." Matt, what do you think about this idea that Bitcoin is persisting, it's winning, and that the U.S. must react, in fact, to Bitcoin's rise around the world?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's simply adapt or die. I mean, I think the game theory of Bitcoin plays out that every person, every company, every government is incentivized to adopt Bitcoin as quickly as possible, because as this adoption cycle happens, the purchasing power starts to evaporate if you don't adopt it sooner rather than later.
Christian, your thoughts on some of this? Obviously, you work for the Human Rights Foundation, an organization with a global context. This idea that Bitcoin is on the world stage, that it's competing or maybe moving America's interests in a direction. Your take on the former president's remarks?
Well, no, I think that this is extremely important. The reality is that a lot of policy that happens globally is copycat policy from America and the West. So the U.S. often sets the tone. We're seeing that the Biden administration and the Department of Justice had made a very negative stand towards financial privacy within Bitcoin. HRF does not think that financial privacy is a crime, and we have many examples of where activists and freedom fighters need financial privacy to protect themselves from dictators that we supposedly oppose here in the U.S. So we need to look at what we are doing and know that this affects the entire planet, and if we can make a positive turnaround here in the U.S., we are hopeful that it can change policies around the entire globe.
Matt?
I mean, off of what CK said, I really want to highlight here that as an American myself and as a Bitcoiner, I've worked with many developers, many open source developers throughout the world, and their main concern right now is legal liability over writing open source code. I think America stands to gain substantially if America is a place where they can safely build any project they want to build that is open source, that is not in their control, and that they do not have legal liability for that.
It's Bitcoin 2024. We are minutes away from Donald Trump taking the stage, making history. We're going through his past remarks right now, thinking about what he might be able to say and laying out a policy vision for the United States and Bitcoin. Christian, going back to you, another quote from Trump, quote, "Other countries are going to have it." This takes us maybe into his insight and thinking, and other countries are active on Bitcoin. Tell us what's going on around the world.
Well, the reality is that Bitcoin is a permissionless system, and we are already seeing countries like Bhutan, countries like El Salvador, they can permissionlessly adopt this technology. They no longer have to ask for permission to buy treasury bonds. They no longer have to ask permissions to use the US dollar. They can just mine Bitcoin on their own with their own resources. They can accept Bitcoin. They can buy Bitcoin. And if we fall behind here as Americans in the United States, you know, that is not going to stop other countries that see it as a benefit from picking up on it, and they stand to gain outside gains.
Of course, waiting for Donald J. Trump to take the stage, the news we broke minutes ago, a special guest on the way. The reason for the delay, talking Trump right now, talking RFK. Want to switch a little bit to yesterday's remarks from Michael Saylor. Obviously, we're talking about a high bar. 4 speeches at this conference. His message to the world, quote, "The financial life is being sucked out of you." His plea to have the United States buy 4 million Bitcoin of the 21 million that exist in his 21-year Bitcoin forecast. Want to walk through the bear, base, and bull scenarios? His bear case for the price of Bitcoin, $3 million per coin. His base case, $13 million per coin. In his bull case, a whopping $49 million per coin. In the midst of the Trump pump, we're at $69,000 today. Want to get this industry panel's reaction on these numbers. Matt, you seem happy.
I'm very happy. I've learned my lesson about making price predictions. I would say it's probably a little bit on the bearish side without saying absolute terms. Michael Saylor is a capitalist. Donald Trump is a capitalist. Through my work at 1031, we're investors in 36 Bitcoin companies, oftentimes the lead or the exclusive investor. Most of them are based in the United States. I think at its core, we need the United States to be the leader in places where you can actually run a Bitcoin business in an ethical way, in a sound way, that you have solid foundations that you can trust. And from a government point of view, you really cannot accumulate enough Bitcoin. No matter what, there's no number that is enough. I think Bitcoin is up and to the right forever. The question is, what is the timeline? It is a scarce asset. The supply will never change as adoption increases. And then later in the adoption cycle, as human flourishing increases, or GDP, etc., the Bitcoin purchasing power should increase with it. So if you go by that logic, you can never have enough Bitcoin, period. So every person, every company, every government should simply stay humble and stack sats as hard as possible.
Well, of course, the script is out the window here. We're 20 minutes over from when Donald J. Trump was supposed to take the stage. We're told we're minutes away and that a special guest is on the way. We're talking now about Michael Saylor's bold vision for Bitcoin, his insane price predictions. I think the reaction from the chat, obviously bullish. Are these price predictions insane, Christian?
Well, you know, I am on the record for saying that Bitcoin is likely a paradigm shift in value. I think that it is a better system for communicating and making economic decisions. And therefore, if you divide all the value on the planet by 21 million coins, that is not enough because it is a better system. It actually makes infinity bigger. I think Matt alluded to that. As human beings continue to flourish, infinity will get bigger. And to be honest, there is no prediction on a long enough time horizon that is bullish enough. I don't think any of us can actually be bullish enough. Our monkey brains are just not smart enough to see the new paradigm.
Monkey brains here waiting for Donald J. Trump to take the stage. Expectations high for special guests. Of course, the chat's roving right now with expectations of who might come out. We don't know, of course. We're waiting to hear, but we know Donald J. Trump is here, that he will be speaking. We're now talking about Michael Saylor and his price predictions for Bitcoin. We're going to take it to a short series of ads. A word from our sponsor. We'll be right back. History is moments away at Bitcoin 2024. Stay with us.
The Bitcoin Conference. We started with a dream to build a community focused on Bitcoin. It all started in 2019 in the heart of San Francisco, the first major Bitcoin conference in years that kickstarted a revolution. And then Miami, a place where enthusiasts, developers, dreamers, and innovators could come together to make Bitcoin better. It has been an amazing 5 years and 8 conferences, thanks to all of you. Bitcoin Conference has become the largest premier global Bitcoin gathering in the world, leading hyper-Bitcoinization. While Miami was incredible, it was time to set the stage for Bitcoin in a new city. So we took the conference on the road. Nashville, Tennessee was the obvious choice, a city known for music and freedom. Next year, the conference is hitting the road again in search of the next global stage. We are headed to a new city next year. With hyper-Bitcoinization right around the corner, we have no plans to take the foot off the gas. Find out where we are headed next. Scan the QR code and be at the main stage for the big announcement.
Anyone can be a part of the Bitcoin economy. It's like a good church.
Because it's an ethical ideology, there are many people that feel very spiritual about it.
I think that Bitcoin has those characteristics to be not just the most Islamic form of money, but the most Jewish and the most Christian form of money as well.
Bitcoin is just another step in the technological development of how we can serve God better.
It is trying to remove politics from money.
Bitcoin can make the world a better place.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine, the eyes of the world on Nashville, Tennessee. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor at Bitcoin Magazine. The main event of Bitcoin 2024, minutes away, but delayed. If you're just tuning in on the stream, we're waiting for Donald J. Trump to take the stage at a Bitcoin conference with a special guest who is on his way. Obviously, no more to say on that, but a great panel who is going to kind of continue to talk about what we might see from the former and possibly future president to my left. Matt Odell, founder of 1031 Ventures, Christian Carolus of the Human Rights Foundation, and P, podcaster extraordinaire, joining us. P, take us into the reality. What's the sentiment on the floor right now?
I mean, it is electric. People are excited. They're ecstatic. They cannot wait to hear what is going to happen on stage in a few minutes, hopefully.
Well, we've been talking about these three words that have the world's imagination: strategic Bitcoin reserves. The expectations are high that Trump will make an announcement, and the pressure on because of RFK yesterday coming out saying he'll waive capital gains on purchase transactions, stockpiling 4 million Bitcoin. What does the president need to say, P?
Oh, man. That is a very difficult question to answer. I mean, the world is his oyster.
Well, take me into your thoughts as a Bitcoiner, someone who supported Bitcoin for a long time. Maybe he's even competing for your vote as an American. Is there something Donald Trump can say to you today?
You know, I mean, I am extremely excited to hear what he has to say about using Bitcoin as a reserve asset, support for Bitcoiners, support for Bitcoin as a store of value. So anything in that vein would be huge and would be extremely exciting to hear today.
Of course, we're taking questions on X, Rumble, and YouTube streaming live. Send them in. We are waiting for confirmation of when Donald J. Trump will take the stage. We've talked about his policy. We've talked about Michael Saylor's Bitcoin price predictions, and we're talked about the price activity, $69,000 right now, and expectations that the Donald Trump future presidency could be good for Bitcoin and the Bitcoin price. Christian, why don't you take us in there? Is that an expectation that viewers should have?
Yeah, you know, I think that anything on the size of the United States becoming friendly and officially friendly to Bitcoin is absolutely fantastic for Bitcoin price, because that opens the door to all the innovations that is happening here. And I actually want to turn it to some reporting that I saw earlier today, which is that the Democratic Party is actually now pressuring to stop Elizabeth Warren's attack on crypto, end her siege against Bitcoin privacy and Bitcoin mining, and that this pressure is actually changing Bitcoin from a red issue to something that is apolitical, and I think that shows exactly how fighting Bitcoin is turning into a losing issue. So not only can it be a winning issue for a candidate, but opposing Bitcoin can absolutely be a losing issue. And I would love to see in November some massive splashes against some anti-Bitcoin politicians, especially ones that are incumbents who have been there for a long time, like Elizabeth Warren.
Well, of course, there's this idea floating around Washington now, new for some, that Bitcoiners are single-issue voters. Matt, are you a single-issue Bitcoin voter?
My single issue is freedom, and I've yet to see a presidential candidate in my lifetime run on that issue, and hopefully that changes soon.
P. Christian, your thoughts? Is Donald Trump right now competing for your vote?
Yeah, I mean, you want to go, P, or I'll go? So, yeah, I mean, I think that, of course, he's competing for everyone's vote. For me personally, I have not been someone who has voted for a mainstream political candidate for president ever in my life. So, if he can say the right things and he can make the assurances that I find to be credible for Bitcoin, it could be something that I can consider. And I think that there are a lot of Bitcoiners who are in my same shoes, a lot of people who are millennials who are in my same shoes, who have been disillusioned from the existing political conversation, and they are excited about Bitcoin, and maybe he can sway us.
Well, there's a lot of talk here about Bitcoin as a partisan issue. I'm going to back up and talk about Bitcoin as a generational issue. Maybe something that's just appealing to young people. The old timers don't get it. P, your thoughts on Bitcoin as a generational voting issue?
Absolutely. I think it's extremely relevant, even more so than before in this election. We've never seen Bitcoin discussed so openly, so consistently in an election cycle. And I think that's a testament to how it is becoming even more part of the mainstream conversation. It's really... it's entered the Overton window. I think, it's huge.
We're waiting for history to be made on stage. The eyes of the world on Nashville, Tennessee. People rapt about what Donald J. Trump might announce on stage. Now even more expectations of a special guest. Guys, what are your thoughts on this special guest? Who it might be? Who can take the expectations and the sentiment here even higher than it is?
I mean, Pete might hate me for this, but...
Are we going to say Elon?
The special guest is worth it. I think it'll be worth the wait. We personally know who the special guest is. It's going to be well worth it.
Well, I do not know, and I actually heard, I have it on good authority, that it's actually a sort of genetic chimera that's been constructed of sort of a combination of Santa Claus and Elon Musk and also Abraham Lincoln combined into one.
Right.
Is that correct?
I think that is who Satoshi Nakamoto is.
You're not supposed to tell them ahead of time.
I'm so sorry.
Well,
we can
back
edit this
up
out,
a little
right?
bit and talk about Satoshi Nakamoto, maybe in context of this historic moment. We've seen history on this stage before. Maybe this will be the most historic announcement we've ever seen at a Bitcoin conference coming up. Satoshi Nakamoto, of course, the founder, creator of Bitcoin. We know this individual is very highly motivated, a cypherpunk. He believed in privacy, believed in freedom. Matt, your take on what he would make of the idea of this conference being so political?
I imagine if Satoshi's out there somewhere, that the last 15 years of Bitcoin has just absolutely blown his mind, because it has just been amazing to witness personally. It has blown my mind over and over again. It is astounding to watch both the pace and progress of this movement. And I really do think that we could see here the beginning of the next great American century. And I'm humbled to be sitting here right now as that happens.
Talking about Satoshi Nakamoto, this Bitcoin movement was once an idea in someone's head, something that didn't exist. Christian, your thoughts, your perspective?
Yeah, I mean, look, I agree with Matt. Likely Satoshi himself was not even bullish enough, but he did know that he was building an economic incentive system that was, if it did catch on, it'd be worth getting some, right? So that's the exact quote. And Pete, I mean, I would love to turn it to you. I've called you the world's Satoshi expert. You've done incredible research into everything Satoshi. I know you may be even writing a book one day. I mean, tell us, what do you think Satoshi might think?
Well, look, I think Satoshi was a person of intent. We know that because of the way he's architected this system, right? Obviously, building it with so many qualities, the 21 million limits, the cap that ensures that monetary freedom was available for everyone. But I think with Satoshi, look, if he's here, I think he is probably marveling at what he's achieved, right? I don't think he could have known, but it's important to kind of look at the context of where he came from, right? He saw an internet that was politicized. He foresaw that the technology that we now use to connect could be turned against us. The kinds of things we're experiencing today with deplatforming and privacy, these were all things that were of concern to the community he came from, the cypherpunks. And I think it's very interesting to watch, really, in the headline maybe here is that the cypherpunks have entered mainstream politics, maybe with the arrival of Donald J. Trump here today. Do you think that's a fair categorization, Matt?
I mean, I think the cypherpunks have been trailblazers in terms of political freedom in the United States specifically, but also globally. They were leaders in the fight in the early 90s for encryption to be the standard around the world and be easily accessible. This idea that you write code and you opt out of corrupt politics in order to achieve your goals, but also at the same time you engage with local politicians, you engage with ethical governments in order to protect yourself and protect the movement. That was a twofold win in the 90s. That was a twofold win because the code got distributed, the code was sound, it worked really well, but also that governments weren't actively attacking encryption. And yes, there are attacks in different places around the world. We've seen them recently in the UK and Europe, which is really not great to see because privacy at its core, it protects every single human on the planet. The ability to selectively reveal yourself to the world. But at the same time, if you look back at these last 30 years, I think the early cypherpunks would be quite proud that there hasn't been major transgressions, at least among Western democracies, against encryption and the different open source tools that empower freedom.
Well, I think one of the most fascinating things, Satoshi categorizing Bitcoin as an alternative to central banking, an alternative to government-run monetary systems, and here we have governments coming into the conversation. Christian.
Yeah, well, I mean, ultimately, every single government on the planet runs a website. Every single government on the planet uses email. Bitcoin is actually a protocolized version of money and value and property that we can use, and it actually delivers property rights to places where it was not even possible to happen under government. So ultimately, you know, I think that it is extremely bullish that now governments are once again bending the knee, looking at technology, and then ultimately having to adopt it. And I think that that is Bitcoin's sound game theory.
We are waiting for history at Bitcoin 2024. We're waiting for Donald J. Trump to take the stage. We're waiting to unveil the special guest. And of course, right now we've got a word from our sponsors. We'll be right back on the main stage, bringing you news, highlights, analysis until history is made. Stay with us.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
This is Mara, taking Bitcoin mining to the cutting edge of energy solutions. We're monetizing excess hydro energy in Paraguay, turning waste into value by reducing landfill emissions, and recycling data center heat to warm communities in Finland. With Mara, we're building the base layer of a sustainable future. To learn more, visit mara.com.
Dollar will dramatically lose its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm Pete Rizzo, editor at Bitcoin Magazine. The script is out the window. The main event of Bitcoin 2024 was minutes away. We're waiting for Donald J. Trump and potentially a special guest. Expectations are high. Strategic Bitcoin reserve potentially on the table. RFK yesterday making history with an aggressive policy plan, calling on America to stockpile 4 million Bitcoin. Michael Saylor of MicroStrategy making the same appeal. We've got a new round of panelists to discuss as we await history to happen on the Nakamoto stage. I've got Matt Odell to my left, founder of 1031 Ventures. We've got Mr. Mike Germano, president of Bitcoin Magazine, and Q Gahimi. You know him as our roving reporter on the stream. He's been around the venue, talking with people, getting into the expectations, the insights, everything that's been going on. Obviously, a big announcement on stage before the waiting period that we're now entering, that Donald J. Trump is now a Bitcoiner. The Bitcoin community banding together to gift 1 Bitcoin to Donald J. Trump. Mike, your reaction to this news?
Rizzo, I really appreciate you calling on me first as I came running over here from the main stage.
Well, that's because you know what happened in the room.
Yes. So, folks, one of the wonderful things that are happening here, if you not see, there's a massive line that's outside because obviously 4 weeks ago, we weren't even expecting to have a
I mean, I've seen the video. It looks absolutely wild. Is there people really lined up outside the block right now?
Oh, there's people outside the block. The room is full. It's to capacity. You know, we had to once again deal with fire codes. I want to say thank you to the Secret Service that did an unbelievable job here at the event. Not only were we excited that RFK got his Secret Service detail, which he deserved, but obviously they're paying a little bit more attention with President Trump now at Secret Service. So, you know, we have our expo hall. We have all the main stages. So going through Secret Service, you actually have to go through TSA. So I don't think Bitcoiners would ever expect having to go through TSA. Matt Odell's a big fan of TSA. So
Proof
he's really
that election 2024 has come to Bitcoin 2024. Q, you're joining us from the floor. You've been covering all aspects of this venue. Maybe take us into what's happening outside. Right now, we're just seeing a room of energized people, people looking at TV screens, lined up to try to get in to see Donald J. Trump, to see this special guest, waiting. What are you seeing?
I mean, look, we got in here very early in the morning, and from the start, before doors were even open, people were lining up in anticipation of this talk. People immediately, they got in, they didn't want to do anything else. They went straight to the screenings, went down into the Nakamoto stage, and I saw people with books. I saw people like prepared to camp to make sure that they can just stay there all day to have seats to watch this historic event transpire. Never in any of the Bitcoin conferences that I've been to have I seen anything like this. We're making history today.
Of course, the waiting is building expectation. Is this raising the stakes for what Donald Trump has to say on stage? Mike?
He's a showman. Donald Trump's a showman, right? I mean, I'm expecting it to come out with like, money, 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 money. Like this is, you know, this guy, you know, he's an apprentice. He's teaching us a lot. He's a showman. I think he's building up the hype. And right now, you know, I want to point out Ron Paul, who's a doctor, you know, the good doctor. He kind of ran as fast as he could over there, and he's in the hall with everybody. He got a wondrous applause when he came in. And right now, we're actually finally the live stream is being broadcasted to everybody in that room. So we want to thank everybody, for waiting. We are working on it. There's obviously a lot of security, which is exciting, and we are definitely not buying time up here. We're taking it very seriously.
Well, we're really working through the issues. We're talking about the policy proposal that Trump might put forth. Of course, already a slew of public statements from Donald Trump since his reversal earlier this year on Bitcoin and cryptocurrency. Of course, his big issues, energy independence, coming out against CBDCs, recognizing that we're a growing industry and constituency, and really maybe the biggest one, he doesn't want to lose a foreign advantage that we might have and the international stage. Matt, why don't you take us in?
I want to see the president lead us forward on the next generation of American success. I want to see America become the best country in the world to run a Bitcoin business. I want to see America become the best place in the world to be an open source developer. And I want to see America start stacking the hardest asset that the world has ever seen in a big way.
Well, a lot of talk that this might really be a 1990s moment for Bitcoin, really the internet becoming mainstream during that decade, breaking through and with legislation in America, really powering economic productivity for the next decade. Q, your thoughts on how what Donald J. Trump might say on stage might compare to this time period where we know America embraced innovation and could do so again?
I mean, we are bearing witness to the game theory playing out in real time. When Jack Mallers announced El Salvador adopting Bitcoin in 22, it was an incredible moment. The euphoria in that room sends chills down my spine just talking about it. I could not imagine that just 2 years later we would even be remotely having this conversation around America potentially having some sort of adoption, looking towards it. Germano's getting jumpy. Go in.
You know, the only thing I think we're talking about what Trump's going to do. There's one thing that Trump needs to do. The one thing he promised is he needs to free Ross on day one.
Right.
That is the one thing that he needs to do. And my hope is when he gets in, he free Rosses on day one. And then when we look at Bitcoin 2025 in Las Vegas, there's only one person that everyone's going to want to see speak, and that will be Ross. So
Well, let's talk about Ross Ulbricht, founder of Silk Road. Of course, the reason that many people became Bitcoiners. Maybe, Matt, you can speak to Ross and his importance to this community and why so many people champion his cause.
I mean, I think at the core of the issue here is Ross has been in jail, often in solitary confinement, for 15 years now. It was a nonviolent crime. He was running a Bitcoin-powered drug marketplace. And I think it crosses party lines, the fact that he has done more than enough time served. President Trump has promised to commute his sentence day one. And that's a key point there. Not pardon his sentence, not say he was not guilty, but commute it for time served. I would really like to see that. I will say that that falls under the context of believing a presidential candidate's campaign promises. I will say a lot of other things President Trump can announce today. Actually, he doesn't even need to fulfill for it to become a self-fulfilling prophecy, which is part of the reason it makes it such a crazy moment. And the fact alone that President Trump has come down to Nashville to the largest Bitcoin conference in the world to talk about Bitcoin and talk about innovation in America is a massive achievement in itself that not enough people appreciate at this moment, but they will appreciate in 2 decades. They will appreciate in 3 decades. They will look back on it and be like, that was it. That was the paradigm shift right there.
We're waiting for Donald J. Trump to take the main Nakamoto stage with a special guest. Of course, we're talking about something more somber, the freedom of Ross Ulbricht at stake in election 2024, meaningful for a country and a community, but also meaningfully for a family. Mike, I know you've spent time with some of Ross's family, know the cause, know the movement. Q, this is something that people who have reported on the scene know well, the tale of Lynn Ulbricht and the family. Mike, Q, I'm wondering if you could speak to that.
I mean, look, as someone who's a parent myself, to think about not being able to see your kid is a thought I don't want to have. And so when you see Lynn and she keeps coming every year, it makes you want to do a little bit more. It makes you do the research. It makes you be willing to wear the free T-shirts, the 10,000 T-shirts we have outside. Everybody in that auditorium right now who's wearing a T-shirt, right, they all want to see that happen too. They get to be part of this movement. And if you didn't have, you know, a mom like Lynn, I don't think this movement would be here. And, you know, I would like to say, even at Bitcoin Magazine, every single employee, you know, Free Ross seems to creep up on everything. I want to give a shout out to Tommy. Tommy, our resident crazy designer who pushes Free Ross everywhere.
Right, this has been a core advocacy push from Bitcoin Magazine. Any issue, if you go online, subscribe now, you'll find a Free Ross ad. So Mike, maybe as the publisher of Bitcoin Magazine, you can tell us why we've sent that message to so many people through our magazine.
Well, number one, it's because the magazine team always swaps out an ad and puts a Free Ross ad in anyway and doesn't tell me. So I don't have a choice. But I think that's what it means for, you know, once again, Ross helped a lot of us maybe buy our first Bitcoin for didn't matter what reason, right? And more importantly, it's a movement that is something we're excited to get behind. And as a publisher of a print magazine, we want to just thank all the people who subscribe to it. If you didn't do that, we wouldn't have had the money to do the long-form journalism. We wouldn't have had the money to put on this event. So we really appreciate those who believe in our cause too. And so we'd have to believe in a cause like freeing Ross.
Moments away from Donald J. Trump taking the stage, we're told a special guest is on the way. We want to back up. This is a historic moment. People from around the country coming in for the first time. Mike, you mentioned Dr. Ron Paul on this stage earlier today, speaking to the hundreds of thousands of people watching, really about his personal life, his crusade against central banking, about the monetary policy issues that are affecting America, and of course the economy. Such a big deal this year. People just feel like they can't get ahead. The TikTok videos going viral. People don't understand what's happening to them. To the average American voter who's coming to this for the first time, seeking answers, we say Bitcoin fixes this. What does this mean, Matt Odell?
I didn't realize you're going to call him in. I just want.
You sit next to me.
I just want to say that after we free Ross, I would really like to see in the American government and across the American political spectrum, the priority be placed that America becomes a place where code is protected speech. I believe the Constitution already protects it. I believe that we have developers right now that are sitting in jail, one notably being Samurai developers, that should be freed immediately, and that protection should be in place going forward so that developers of open source software, non-custodial software that does not touch money, are not treated as money transfer businesses, and that are properly treated as protected speech writers.
Q, want to take you into this conversation. Of course, central banking, monetary policy concerns around the world. Maybe take the viewers at home into your thought process here.
I mean, everyone feels it. We all see it when we go to the grocery store. We all see it when we're trying to fill up our tank of gas. We spent some time yesterday talking about this. You would be hard-pressed to find someone who has not felt the effects of our terrible monetary decisions here in America and beyond as well. It's important to also recognize the fact that while the world relies on the dollar and we have felt inflation, the rest of the world has consistently seen higher and higher inflation than what we have stateside. So if you think it's bad here, it only gets worse and worse the further out you go. I'm going to continue to hammer this point home, but the fact of the matter is we have such a financial privilege to be in America, in the country that has the global reserve currency. Most of the world, the majority of the world is unbanked, and Bitcoin is an opportunity for them to have access to money and store their wealth in a way that they just don't have.
We're going to go to a quick break now before we're bringing up another special guest, and we are still awaiting history. It's coming, folks. Donald J. Trump in the building at the Bitcoin Conference at Music City Center here in Nashville, Tennessee. Stay with us. We'll be right back on X, YouTube, and Rumble. Stay tuned.
The Bitcoin Conference. We started with a dream to build a community focused on Bitcoin. It all started in 2019 in the heart of San Francisco, the first major Bitcoin conference in years that kickstarted a revolution. And then Miami, a place where enthusiasts, developers, dreamers, and innovators could come together to make Bitcoin better. It has been an amazing 5 years and 8 conferences, thanks to all of you. Bitcoin Conference has become the largest premier global Bitcoin gathering in the world, leading hyper-Bitcoinization. While Miami was incredible, it was time to set the stage for Bitcoin in a new city. So we took the conference on the road. Nashville, Tennessee was the obvious choice, a city known for music and freedom. Next year, the conference is hitting the road again in search of the next global stage. We are headed to a new city next year. With hyper-Bitcoinization right around the corner, we have no plans to take the foot off the gas. Find out where we are headed next. Scan the QR code and be at the main stage for the big announcement.
This is Mara, taking Bitcoin mining to the cutting edge of energy solutions. We're monetizing excess hydro energy in Paraguay, turning waste into value by reducing landfill emissions, and recycling data center heat to warm communities in Finland. With Mara, we're building the base layer of a sustainable future. To learn more, visit mara.com.
Anyone can be a part of the Bitcoin economy. It's like a good church.
Because it's an ethical ideology, there are many people that feel very spiritual about it.
I think that Bitcoin has those characteristics to be not just the most Islamic form of money, but the most Jewish and the most Christian form of money as well.
Bitcoin is just another step in the technological development of how we can serve God better.
It is trying to remove politics from money.
Bitcoin can make the world a better place.
But our country is blessed to have the extraordinary talent, energy, and genius represented in this room. It really is great genius. Not all of you, but most of you, many of you. But this is the kind of spirit that built America, and this is the spirit that's going to help us make America great again. That's what we're doing. I stand before you today filled with respect and admiration for what the Bitcoin community has achieved. It's incredible, actually. I sort of say to my sons, it's like incredible because they know so much about it. They're so aware of it, much more so than people that are a little bit older. But I say this is the steel industry of 100 years ago. It really is. I think you're just in your infancy. I can see it happening. In just 15 years, Bitcoin has gone from merely an idea posted anonymously on an internet message board to being the 9th most valuable asset anywhere in the world. Can you believe that? Is that right? That's a big deal. Think of that. It's already bigger than ExxonMobil. Soon it will be surpassing the entire market cap of silver. It's not bad. How about gold? How about gold? Let's go gold. And one day it probably will overtake gold, but based on the way it's going now, it could very well be a possibility. There's never been anything like it, and I don't think you've ever seen anything like it. And most people have no idea what the hell it is. You know that, right? So what happens when they figure it out? That's going to really be something. Bitcoin is not just a marvel of technology. As you know, it's a miracle of cooperation and human achievement. And a lot of relationships that are formed. I just did a meeting, a roundtable with a lot of the leaders, and it's amazing. There's a great camaraderie. It's really interesting. Obviously there's competition, but there's a relationship, there's a friendship that's developed with a lot of these people. I noticed it. I don't usually see that too often. I see the opposite, actually. They want to get each other. They want to kill each other. These guys have a great feeling. Very smart people, too. Congratulations on all that you've accomplished. This room is amazing. The people in this room, high IQ individuals. I'm running against a low IQ individual, her. I'm not even talking about him, her. I got a low IQ individual. The reason I've come to address the Bitcoin community today can be summed up in two very simple words: America first. Because if we don't do it, China's going to be doing, others are going to be doing it. Let's do it and do it right. My vision is for an America that dominates the future. We have the best economy, the highest standard of living. China dominate. They are making too much progress as it is. And we want them to be successful. I don't want China to be successful, but we have to be the most successful. That's what's going to happen. I want the United States to be first in technology, first in science, first in manufacturing, first in artificial intelligence, and first in space. You know, at MIT, my uncle was a professor there, Dr. John Trump. He would have fit in with this room very nicely, actually. That's why I mention it. And I believe he was the longest-serving professor in the history of MIT. He graduated. We have a very intelligent family, actually. He graduated tremendously. I think he has 3 different degrees, but they said, would you like to stay on, John, and be a professor? Well, I've got a lot of offers, I assume he said, but I've got a lot of offers. Well, we'd like... He was there for, I believe, 41 years. When I was in the White House, the head of MIT came to see me, and they presented me with a book on my uncle. He was a legendary guy in the academic world and in the world of MIT. So I understand a lot about what you're doing, and I have great respect for highly intelligent people. And you are highly intelligent. America's destiny is to lead our rivals in everything and to surrender our industries to no one, You know, some of you are involved with AI, but you also have the same thing. You need a thing called electricity. You need a lot of electricity. You know, AI needs to be really dominant, and China can do it much easier. We have environmental impact statements to do, but we're going to do things that nobody thought were possible. You need tremendous amounts of electricity. You need double the electricity of the entire electricity that we have right now in the United States to dominate, and we'll get that done. Who would think we can get that done? But we're going to get it done. We'll be having power plants built at the sites. We'll be releasing people from certain ridiculous requirements. And we'll be using fossil fuel to make electricity because we're going to have to. We'll be using nuclear. We'll be doing it in an environmentally friendly way. But we will be creating so much electricity that you'll be saying, please, please, President, we don't want any more electricity. We can't stand it. You'll be begging me, no more electricity, sir. We have enough. We have enough. You know, in the Midwest, they just opened, it was very interesting, they just opened up 2 chargers, you know, a charger for the electric cars. And you know, I love Elon. He's great. He endorsed me, and great endorsement and everything else. But not everybody has to have an electric car. I told him that. So we're going to get rid of that mandate, if you don't mind. Some people want gasoline-propelled cars. Some people want a hybrid. And some people like an electric car. They're great. I think they're great. I think what he's done is great. I think he understands it. I guess he probably wouldn't have endorsed me. He knows where I am in this. But he did, and it's just like they did these chargers in the Midwest. There are 8 of them. They spent $9 billion to build 8 chargers to charge up a car. And at that rate, it would cost approximately $12 trillion to put the charges in. Somehow that's not working. The country would have to file for Chapter 11. We'll do a chapter, you know, it's called Chapter 7 instead of a Chapter 11, but it's the equivalent. No, we have to use our brain. We have to be, we are the party of common sense, okay? We have to have common sense. But what we do have to do is we have to produce tremendous electric for AI and for all of the other things, including the things that you're doing, and we'll get it produced, and we're going to get it produced fast, or we're not going to be able to compete with China and other countries. So we're going to get it produced fast. This afternoon, I'm laying out my plan to ensure that the United States will be the crypto capital of the planet and the Bitcoin superpower of the world, and we'll get it done. If crypto is going to define the future, I want to be mined, minted, and made in the USA. It's going to be. It's not going to be made anywhere else. And if Bitcoin is going to the moon, as we say, it's going to the moon, I want America to be the nation that leads the way. And that's what's going to happen. No, you're going to be very happy with me. You're going to be so happy. You're going to say he's the greatest guy. That's why I'm proud to be the first major party nominee in American history to accept donations in Bitcoin and crypto. And they've made a lot of them, I might tell you, and I appreciate it. Since we made that announcement on May 21st, we have already raised $25 million, much of it in Bitcoin, crypto, and others that are very, very good also. But as you know, our excitement about the future of Bitcoin and crypto could not be more difficult from the approach of our opponents. Can't be, look, our opponents have gone a difficult route. They're going old-fashioned stuff. We're going to take it right down the middle. We are so different from anybody else in terms of a campaign. First of all, we understand it. They don't understand it. They are blocking your path. They're blocking your way. But I've made it a lot easier for you because the SEC has been very, very tough on you. And now they see that you've embraced me. All of a sudden, people that were under investigation, they're being let go. They're saying, oh, no, we don't want to do that. We love crypto. Let me tell you, if they win this election, every one of you will be gone. They will be vicious. They will be ruthless. They will do things that you wouldn't believe. But right now, because of me, they're leaving you alone. So please say thank you, President Trump. Thank you very much. And the reason they're doing that is I've heard from some of your great geniuses that talk to me about this subject. I've heard from Vivek. 175 million people in some form are involved with this world of crypto and Bitcoin and all of the others, 175 million. So when they heard that, they said, let's be nice to them, at least until after the election. So I've taken a lot of pressure off a lot of people. A lot of people are very happy today that about 3 months ago weren't so thrilled. For 3.5 years, is that right? Look, he just said that's right. And you know it's right. For 3.5 years, the current administration has waged a war on crypto and Bitcoin like nobody's ever seen before. For those who work in this industry, they target your banks, they choke off your financial services. Have people seen that? Yes? Yeah, they have. Plenty of hands up. They block ordinary Americans from transferring money to your exchanges. They slander you as criminals. But that happened to me, too, because I said the election was rigged. He said the election was rigged. He should spend the rest of his life in jail for making that statement. Of course, they say it about us, and it's okay, right? No. And by the way, we're doing very well in the election. You know, we lost a candidate recently, Crooked Joe Biden. And I thought, we lost this wonderful person. You know, he's actually a terrible human being, if you want to know the truth, so don't feel sorry. And we have another he's the worst human being, and I sort of made an analogy last night. Last night, think of this, I was speaking in front of a very powerful and very strong, very religious group, Christians, evangelicals, Christians. And then today, I come in front of Bitcoin, and now I'm going to Minnesota to do a rally. You think my life is so great, don't you, huh? But I cover a lot of territory. I go from religion to Bitcoin to a rally. And I don't get it mixed up like other people do. Where they come out and they say, may God bless everybody involved in the Bitcoin world. But actually, we mean that because you need blessing, because you've got to do something very spectacular. But we had an incredible time last night talking to Christians, largely Christians, a Christian group. And this is so great. And then we have a very big rally in Minnesota. Hasn't been one since 1972. Richard Nixon, can you believe it? And I think we're leading Minnesota. But there's some hanky-panky that goes on in Minnesota, but I think we're doing good. So we're going to leave here. We're going to go there for a big rally, but this is such an honor to be with you. Sadly, when we see the attacks on crypto, it's a part of a much larger pattern that's being carried out by the same left-wing fascists who weaponize government against any threat to their power. They've done it to me. Did you see I just won the big case in Florida? Thank you very much. The big case. Thank you very much. Good. Now, it's a big case. That was the document case. I have Presidential Records Act on my side. Biden didn't. By the way, Biden, they said, here's what they said. They said, he's guilty as hell, but we're not going to charge him because he's incompetent. I won the case the old-fashioned way. It's called you win. I wouldn't have wanted to win the way he won. Trump won the case because they called him incompetent. Think of this. So they called him incompetent. So he's incompetent to run for trial, to stand trial, but he's not incompetent to run the country. How does that work? But he's not doing it anymore because he didn't do particularly well in the debate. Did anybody watch the debate? Not too many people. Somebody said to me, you did horribly in the debate. I said, why? He said, because there's no way he can continue forward. That's how bad he was. I said, I understand that, and that's exactly what happened, actually. We had a great debate. It was a tremendous debate, actually, and since then, hey, look, you have to open the eyes. You have to see what's going on. We have a country to run. The problem is that Kamala is worse than Joe. She's worse. She's a radical left lunatic, defund the police, all of the different things. And so far she's got a little honeymoon going on right now, but when people hear about her, and she's against crypto, by the way, and she's against it very big. So I just want to let you know, you got to get out. You got to get out and vote. It should be no surprise that these same totalitarians are hell-bent on crushing crypto and obliterating, and that's what they want to do, and that's what they are stated. Well, I mean, they're there right now. You have the SEC, you know what they're doing, obliterating Bitcoin. The reason could not be more clear, because Bitcoin stands for freedom, sovereignty, and independence from government, coercion, and control. The Biden-Harris administration's repression of crypto and Bitcoin is wrong, and it's very bad for our country. It's really quite un-American. As you know, 6 days ago, we officially defeated the worst president in the history of the United States. I believe he was the worst president in the history of the United States. Think of it. Millions and millions of people have come into our country. They've come in from jails. They've come in from, think of it, insane asylums, mental institutions. They've come in as terrorists. We have the largest number of terrorists coming into our country right now. The same people that you just heard about from Israel, that did that in Israel, they're coming in and nobody checks them. Nobody knows what's going on. We have no idea what's going on. They've lost control of our country, and only bad things can happen. So it's not going to be that way. We're not going to let that happen. We're beating them, and we're beating them badly, and we have to make sure that we do. We need to do it for our country. And you can't just be a fighter and have your man lose the fight, or woman, but in this case, a man. He's losing the fight. He's down by 15, 16, 17 points. They say that you're not going to win, Joe. You got to get out. He didn't want to get out. He said, I'm not getting out. He said, you're getting out. He said, I'm not getting out. I got 14 million votes. I'm not getting out. They said, if you're not getting out, we're going to institute the 25th Amendment on your mental competence. He said, like I said before, I think I'm going to get out. Okay? And they got him out. But it's like, think of this. You fight, you're in a campaign. You spend a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of effort, and he's losing. And then they say, let's take him out of the fight. We'll put a new fighter in there. The new fighter is her, probably my second choice. He will always be my first choice, but she'd be my second choice. And again, if we don't win this race, and I know you're not that political, but you have to be political because your whole thing, I mean, you have a lot of politics involved in what you do. If we don't win this race, this country could be finished as we know it. This country is going to be in bad shape, and we have to be in there. We have to fight, and we have to win. And I pledge to the Bitcoin community that the day I take the oath of office, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's anti-crypto crusade will be over. It will end. It'll be done. It'll be done. The moment I'm sworn in, the persecution stops and the weaponization ends against your industry. And as long as I'm in the Oval Office, Elizabeth Warren, Pocahontas, do you remember? Yes, I'm an Indian. She said, I'm an Indian. Why are you an Indian? You don't look like an Indian. No, my mother told me I have high cheekbones. Oh, that's why she was an Indian. So I named her Pocahontas. Elizabeth Warren and her goons, and she's very nasty to you. She hates your people. She hates everything about you. Will keep their hands off Bitcoin. They're going to keep their hands off crypto. They're going to let it grow. We're going to let it grow. On day one, I will fire Gary Gensler and appoint a new SEC chairman. I didn't know he was that unpopular. Well, I didn't know he was that unpopular. Let me say it again. On day one, I will fire Gary Gensler. Whoa. And we'll appoint a new SEC chairman who believes America should build the future, not block the future, which is what they're doing. And Kamala Harris wants to make him Treasury Secretary. That's not good. That's not good. He was Hillary Clinton's finance person. Did you know that? Crooked Hillary. Remember Crooked Hillary? Do you remember her? Anybody remember? He was the finance chairman of Hillary Clinton's campaign against a gentleman known as Donald Trump. Not a popular person within the... Actually, she came to my wedding. Do you know that? To our great First Lady, Melania. She came to our wedding. And Bill came to our wedding. But it's amazing things when you run for office, a lot of things change in your life. A lot of things change. As president, I will immediately shut down Operation Choke Point 2.0. They want to choke you. They want to choke you out of business. We're not going to let that happen. And no longer will your government sit by and watch as Bitcoin jobs and businesses flee to other countries because America's laws are too unclear and too tough and too angry and too stiff. We will keep each and every Bitcoin job in the United States of America. That's what we're going to be doing. Upon taking office, I will immediately appoint a Bitcoin and Crypto Presidential Advisory Council. Would anybody like to be on that particular council? Please raise your hand. Their task will be to design transparent regulatory guidance for the benefit of the entire industry, and they will get it done in 100 days. We will have regulations, but from now on, the rules will be written by people who love your industry, not hate your industry, people that want to make it clear and simple, straightforward and fair, people that want to see your industry thrive, not dive. Next, I will immediately order the Treasury Department and other federal agencies to cease and desist all steps necessary, because, you know, there's a thing going on in your industry. They want to move the creation of a central bank digital currency. It's over. Forget it. CBDC. There will never be a CBDC while I'm president of the United States. And I will always defend the right to self-custody. Self-custody. You're going to have a great industry. You're going to have a great industry, and we're going to be fuel for your industry, not demolish your industry. America will once again be a nation that protects property rights, privacy, freedom of transaction, freedom of association, and freedom of speech. We're going to change we're going to go back to the old days when we were a nation that was building, not a nation that was eating itself alive from within. As part of our effort to provide regulatory clarity, we will create a framework to enable the safe and responsible expansion of stable coins. Do you know what a stable coin is? Does anybody know? Please raise your hand. Allowing us to extend the dominance of the U.S. dollar to new frontiers all around the world. America will be richer, the world will be better, and there will be billions and billions of people brought into crypto economy and storing their savings in Bitcoin. So that's the way it is. That's pretty much the way it is. Those who say that Bitcoin is a threat to the dollar have the story exactly backwards. I believe it is exactly backwards. Bitcoin is not threatening the dollar. The behavior of the current U.S. government is really threatening the dollar. The danger to our financial future does not come from crypto. It comes from Washington, D.C. It comes from trillions of dollars in waste, rampant inflation, and open borders while giving welfare and free health care to all of the illegal aliens that are pouring into our country by the millions and millions and millions. It comes from printing hundreds of billions of dollars to fund endless wars overseas while our cities are like combat zones here at home. 2 weeks ago in Chicago, 117 people were shot and 17 died. Afghanistan doesn't have anything like that. You know, you think about tough places. Look at what's happening with our cities. What's happening in the last 3 years, last 3.5 years. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Think of it, 117 over 4th of July weekend. 117 people were shot and 17 died. This is the United States of America? I don't think so. By the way, when I was president, we had no wars. We had no new wars. We didn't start any. Remember when Hillary said, he'll start wars. Look at his personality. No, I said, my personality will keep us out of wars. But we finished off some of the old ones like ISIS, which they said would take 5 years to do, maybe more. We did it in 4 weeks. We beat ISIS in 4, because we have a great military. And it's not a woke military, by the way. Maybe some of the people on top are woke, but this is not a woke. I got to see that first when I looked at what they did and what they did for me, they were unbelievable. They did things that nobody thought were possible. Our real generals and our soldiers, there's no woke. They're trying to get them to be woke, but these people are not going to go woke, I can guarantee you that. With your support this November, we will restore confidence and we will restore common sense to our nation's capital. Because ultimately, it is about, it's not, are you conservative? Are you liberal? Are you progressive? They like progressive. It sounds so nice, right? It'll destroy our country. It's actually become a terrible word. It'll destroy our country. But it's not about that. It's about common sense. We want to bring common sense back in. This is all common sense that we're talking about today. And Bitcoin and crypto will skyrocket like never before, even beyond your expectations. And you are the people that are doing it. As we stop the war on crypto, we will immediately, and we'll do this very quickly, begin to build our economy, because when America is prospering, Bitcoin is soaring, and it'll go up with it. We had the greatest economy ever, and we will soon have it again. Under the Trump administration, the typical middle-class family income rose by $6,000 a year. People don't like mentioning that. America had more money to save than at any time in many decades. As a result, during my 4 years in office, now you have to listen to these numbers. These numbers are like beautiful. And I don't want to repeat myself. Listen to these numbers. As a result, during my 4 years in office, Bitcoin surged by 3,900%, from $898 the day I took office to $35,900 the day I left. That was the biggest jump, I guess, in just about any industry. Think of that. Now compare that to just after 3.5 years of Biden and Harris, adjusted for inflation, Bitcoin is up 50%. Now 50% sounds good. but not when you're comparing it to almost 4,000%, right? 50%. You know, normally you say, oh, that sounds pretty good. Let's not put that into the speech. No, 50% is not good. When people can't afford groceries or rent, they have no savings to store in Bitcoin. This administration caused the biggest inflation in the history of our country, and that's what's happened. Our people are being wiped out. From the very first day we take back the White House, we will replace the Biden-Harris economic stagnation with a brand new Trump economic boom. You're going to have a tremendous boom. You know, you have a lot of great analysts out there. Scott, I'm talking about you, Scott, one of the greatest of all, and others that say the stock market's going up because they think Trump is going to be elected. And if Trump isn't elected, this country's going to go into a depression the likes of what you had in 1929, and I hope that's not true, but I can understand it, and I can understand what they're saying. The stock market gain, they think, is because looks like we're going to win the election, and I don't know what's going to happen with the election. You know, they cheat like hell, and I don't know what's going to happen, but if we win it, this country is going to be boomtown. It's going to be booming like it never boomed before. The current administration's economic plan includes trillions in new spending and $5 trillion tax hikes. They want to increase taxes by $5 trillion. They want the expiration of the Trump tax cuts to take place. They want a wealth confiscation tax so that when you make all of your money that you're going to make and all of the people you're going to employ, they want to take away your money in the form of a first-time ever tax and a gigantic capital gains tax that will exceed substantially in many states over 50%. My plan is the opposite. We will lift the workers and we will create savers out of so many people, and we will reward success. We will not punish success. They want to punish success. They want to punish genius. I'm not going to let that happen. I will make the Trump tax cuts permanent and deliver massive tax cuts for families and individuals and businesses that produce jobs. That includes no tax on tips. You know that, right? Going to get rid of the tax on tips. I will cut unnecessary and burdensome regulations, fight every day to make America the best place on earth to build a business, including a crypto business. It's going to be the best place. You're not going to have to go to China. You're not going to have to learn, gee, how do I learn Chinese? I want to learn it very quickly. I have a little granddaughter that speaks fluent Chinese. Can you believe it? And it's a wonderful thing, but it's not easy, but you're not going to have to do it. Most importantly, for our citizens, we will end the inflation nightmare that this administration has created, and we will end it quickly. It's got to end. It's destroying our country. You know, inflation is a country buster. You can go back many, many years to Germany, and you look at what happened to Germany during their huge period of inflation, destroyed the country. It's a country buster. The Bitcoiners, and I say to you that you recognize the dangers of inflation long before most others did. You understood inflation, frankly, better than anybody else. You know that, don't you? If only they had listened. They didn't listen to you. They didn't listen to you. The trillions of dollars in ridiculous waste approved by our opponents resulted in the very inflation disaster that Bitcoiners had always predicted. 20, 30, and even 40% of the value of every dollar was wiped out, and wiped out quickly. You understood that, but a lot of other people didn't. The life savings of millions of Americans was rapidly destroyed. And very simply, uncontrolled inflation is a stealth taxation of the middle class. It really is. It's a stealth taxation. I call it the Biden tax. Now I'll call it the Harris tax, or the Harris-Biden tax, or whatever the hell we're going to call them. But it's a disaster. It's a tax of 50%. It's a 50% tax. Inflation, think of it, it's a 50% tax on people, 50. This is a human tragedy, and it's destroyed people. It's a national disgrace. It's destroyed everything in its way. It must never be allowed to happen again, and it won't. When I'm president, I guarantee you it won't happen, because we're going to do things that make sure it doesn't happen. They've allowed pricing to get totally out of control. We're going to do energy, bring it down to levels that people have not seen in many, many years. We had it at levels. We were at $1.87 for a gallon of gasoline. You don't see that right now. For 4 straight years, under my leadership, we had effectively no inflation, none. When I left office, it was 1.4%, and then it stayed there for almost 2 years. Remember when Biden said it was 9? I inherited 9%. That was just another lie. Misinformation, disinformation. We gave them a hot country. We went through the COVID. We did an incredible job. Never got credit for that. Always got credit for the economy, for the military. We rebuilt the military. We created Space Force. We did so many different things. Never got credit for that. You know what? We gave them a great country with essentially no inflation. And after 2 years, they drove this country and they drove inflation through the roof. 2 years, cost of living went up, in some cases, by over 50%. And they say 22%. They like to say 22, but it could be much higher, and it is much higher depending on what they include. They don't include things like interest rates that went from 2.5% to 10%, but you can't get the money. When I return to the White House, I will stop the wild and wasteful spending of this administration. I will end the endless wars. They never stop. Again, we had no wars. We had no new wars under your favorite president, President Trump. We had no new wars. They thought I was going to start a war. Let me tell you something. I'm going to stop World War III because we're closer to World War III than we've ever been since the end of World War II. I will seal the border and stop the invasion of millions of people pouring into our country illegally. We will totally defeat, and we will do this quickly. We will defeat inflation, and together we will bring back the American dream for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. We will bring it back, the American dream. You don't even hear the statement American dream anymore. You don't hear those words anymore. We used to talk about the American dream. A lot of you people are in the American dream, but you're going to be crushed if you don't elect me. I hate to tell you. You don't elect me, you're going to be crushed. You're going to say, Alice, what a mistake it was. We went for a person who has no talent. She's been a failure at almost everything she's done instead of Trump. And look at us now. We're going to move into an extremely small house from our beautiful house. But we will end the war on American energy, and we will very simply drill, baby, drill. We're going to drill, baby, drill. We have to. It's what we have. We have more liquid gold under our feet than any nation in the world, more than Saudi Arabia, more than Russia. We don't use it. We don't use it. They use it. We don't use it. We go out and buy oil from Venezuela. It's amazing. But we won't stop there. We will harness American energy in all forms. I have set the ambitious goal that by the end of my term, the United States will be the #1 lowest cost of energy and electricity of any nation on earth. We can make it so inexpensively. Because of what we have under our feet, we can make it so inexpensively. And with low energy costs, America will become the world's undisputed Bitcoin mining powerhouse. You'll be a Bitcoin mining powerhouse. You will not have to move your family to China. You will not be moving to China. As we implement these reforms, Bitcoin and crypto will grow our economy, cement American financial dominance, and strengthen our entire country long into the future. Many Americans do not realize that the United States government is among the largest holders of Bitcoin. Does anyone know that? How about that? The federal government is almost 210,000 Bitcoin, or 1% of the total supply that will ever exist. But for too long, our government has violated the cardinal rule that every Bitcoiner knows by heart. Never sell your Bitcoin, right? That's right, isn't it, huh? That's right. How did I figure that one? Never sell your Bitcoin. And so, as the final part of my plan today, I am announcing that if I am elected, it will be the policy of my administration, United States of America, to keep 100% of all the Bitcoin the U.S. government currently holds or acquires into the future. We'll keep 100%. I hope you do well, please. This will serve in effect as the core of the strategic national Bitcoin stockpile. As you know, most of the Bitcoin currently held by the United States government was obtained through law enforcement action. You know that. They took it from you. Let's take that guy's life. Let's take his family, his house, his Bitcoin. We'll turn it into Bitcoin. It's been taken away from you because that's where we're going now. That's where this country is going. It's a fascist regime. And so as I take steps to transform that vast wealth into a permanent national asset to benefit all Americans, today I repeat my pledge to commute the sentence of Ross Ulbricht to a sentence of time served. It's enough. It's enough. That's what we are as a country. Ultimately, my promise to each and every one of you is this: I will be the pro-innovation and pro-Bitcoin president that America needs and our citizens deserve. This will be one industry, but this will be a thriving industry, a great industry, and I'm going to be doing the same thing for every other industry also. Our nation has never thrived by trying to censor new ideas and shut down the dreams of our people. America always plants our flag on the next frontier and pushes boldly ahead. We have to do that. We haven't been doing that for a long time, especially the last 3.5 years. It's gone the exact opposite. Those of you in this room inherit the legacy of generations of American pioneers and patriots, risk-takers and renegades who settled this continent, built the modern world, and lived on the bleeding edge. You live on a bleeding edge. You do know that, Bitcoiners, don't you? You are the modern-day Edisons and Wright brothers and Carnegies and Henry Fords, and what you do in your lifetime stands a chance to outlive us all and inspire humanity for generations to come. This will go down as a very important day in the history of your industry. Together, you are building America's future with your own smarts, your own grit, and your own skin in the game. You have a lot of skin in the game, and that's what you're doing. It takes courage to do it. Most people don't have that courage. My job will be to set you free and to let you do what Americans do best and what you're going to do better than anybody. Win, win, win. You're going to win, win, win. With energy, passion, and brilliance like we have rarely seen before, our country cannot fail. We're in a failing nation right now, but we're not going to be for long. Our country cannot fail. With your help, we will save our nation, we will restore our republic, and we will make America and Bitcoin bigger, better, stronger, richer, freer, and greater than ever before. Thank you all. Have a good time with your Bitcoin and your crypto and everything else that you're playing with. And we're going to make that one of the greatest industries on earth. Good luck and God bless you.
Magazine. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. You just saw history. The 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, making history in addressing the Bitcoin industry. We got some quotes from him. In 15 years, Bitcoin has gone from an idea to the 9th most valuable asset in the world. Stay tuned. Cynthia Lummis now taking the main stage. We're told she has even a bigger announcement. Let's take a look.
Donald Trump, here it is. This is the Bitcoin Reserve Bill. I'm reading from the text. In the Senate of the United States, to establish a Bitcoin strategic reserve, a network of secure storage vaults, purchase program, and other programs to ensure the transparent management of Bitcoin holdings of the federal government. My name is Cynthia Lummis, and I'm the Bitcoin Senator. When Satoshi Nakamoto, in January of 2009, mined the first Bitcoin, he brought about an asset that will change the world. And this is our Louisiana Purchase moment. This Bitcoin reserve that we're going to create will start with the 210,000 Bitcoin that President Trump just mentioned and pull it into a reserve stored in geographically diverse vaults. And that's only the beginning. Over 5 years, the United States will assemble 1 million Bitcoin, 5% of the world's supply. And it will be held for a minimum of 20 years and can be used for one purpose: reduce our debt. This Bitcoin is going to be transformative for this country. As President Trump just said, we are printing too much money. We are spending too much money. We printed in 22 months during COVID the same amount of money that had ever been printed in the history of the United States. Well, no more. With a strategic Bitcoin reserve, we will have an asset that in that period of time before 2045 can cut our debt in half. And as Michael Saylor said yesterday, if we put $3.3 million in a Bitcoin reserve, we will eliminate the United States debt. We will be debt-free because of Bitcoin. This asset is transforming not only our country, but our world. And the United States needs to be the global leader, as President Trump just said. And you know what? We don't have to raise taxes to do it. We have the funds now. This bill provides that not only will the asset forfeiture money be transferred into this reserve, fulfilling President Trump's promise that he won't sell any Bitcoin, but we will convert excess reserves at our 12 Federal Reserve banks into Bitcoin over 5 years. We have the money now. But we'll no longer be holding it in US dollars, an asset that is designed to debase at least 2% per year. We'll be holding it in an asset that will grow in value, that throughout its history has grown 55% per year. This is the solution. This is the answer. This is our Louisiana Purchase moment. Thank you, Bitcoin. It's your love of freedom, your innovation, your thoughtful design, your keeping this asset alive, well, free, and in support of individual sovereignty that is going to save America. Let's make America free again, Bitcoin. This is our present to the United States of America. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. We've got a packed panel here to react to even more news. It's pouring out here in Nashville, Tennessee. To my far left, Frank Corvo, lead business reporter at Bitcoin Magazine. Alan Helm in the middle, and Matt Odell of 1031 Ventures. Guys, Cynthia Lummis, the Bitcoin Reserve Bill, strategic reserve, talking about a network of reserves that will ensure the transparent holdings of the federal government's Bitcoin. They want to hold Bitcoin for 20 years. Cynthia talking about the Federal Reserve System converting its excess reserves into Bitcoin. Matt.
I mean, I think that is absolutely massive. I think it will take people a little bit to realize what a big deal that is. I think it's great for the country. I mean, I think it's obviously great for people that are holding Bitcoin as well, because it should increase the adoption of Bitcoin substantially. And last but not least, I would say, you know, I have a great relationship with Senator Lummis, Senator Blackburn, who's coming on next, Senator Hagerty. Both Senator Blackburn and Hagerty are here in the great state of Tennessee. And I would just say that at the local level, it is incredibly impressive how our politicians are thinking about moving this country forward, and it's inspiring to see.
Well, Lummis with the big why here, reducing our debt. Frank Allen, your take on the government could buy Bitcoin as a way to solve the debt crisis.
Alan, I'll kick it over to you.
Yeah, well, I mean, first off, let's just talk about the energy in that room. I mean, it's very, very clear, Matt, you're talking about at the local level, but at the federal level, and I mean, this really all kicked off in May when Trump made very pro-Bitcoin comments at the Libertarian National Convention. We're 3 months out from that, and all of a sudden we're talking about Bitcoin as part of the U.S. Strategic Reserve. I mean, it's hard not to be bullish.
Well, I say gradually, then subtly, but is this real, Frank? Do you think that this proposal can actually be passed? Can it be enacted? Is this just hopium for the masses?
This is a good question. I think Lummis was the right person to deliver it. She's been pro-Bitcoin for a long time now, so if they were going to choose someone, a senator, to do this, I think Lummis was absolutely the right person. Is it hopium? We don't know. You know, at the same time, we're not here necessarily to pander to politicians, but we are here to celebrate when they do sort of see what we see and when they're going to take action.
Well, of course, we saw history with the 45th President of the United States before. We'll be back to connect the dots between this Lummis announcement and Trump's historic speech, sending it back to the Nakamoto stage. We've got another packed panel of Vivek Ramaswamy and more. Stay tuned. It's Bitcoin 2024.
Hello, everybody. We are going to be talking about Bitcoin and the future of American democracy. I'm here with U.S. Senator Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee and Vivek Ramaswamy. Well, first of all, I'd love to get your reactions to what President Trump just said, as well as Senator Cynthia Lummis talking about having a strategic Bitcoin reserve for the United States. This is a historic moment here in Tennessee.
It is indeed a historic moment, and I am so thrilled that President Trump has become the first presidential candidate to actually have a Bitcoin platform. I think that that is so significant, and what you're going to see from those of us in the Senate once President Trump is inaugurated is a push to make certain that those of you that are involved in Bitcoin have the energy that you need, low-cost, affordable, stable energy, so that you can do your Bitcoin mining. Another thing you're going to see us do is make certain that you can self-custody, and you're going to see us get the federal government off your back, out of your blue wallets, and let you control your life and have that freedom of transaction that Bitcoin allows.
So I want to make an observation about President Trump's speech, and I think it was historic, not just because he gave that speech and it's in the interests of the people in this room. That's not why he made the commitments he did. He made the commitments he did because it's in the interests of the United States of America and the values that this country was founded on, and there is a difference. I think that if our founding fathers were alive today, they would have endorsed every one of the things that Donald Trump just said on that stage. It is part of a deeper cancer in this country where you think about what is sucking the lifeblood out of the United States of America. It is the rise of this fourth branch of government. The people who were never elected to run the government, who are actually writing rules that are affecting not only every one of you, but every American. I think what you're going to get out of that second Trump term isn't there to go around and just mess around the edges of it. We want to get in there and actually shut that down. That's how you revive this country, put that regulatory state in its place. You know, one of the things that we didn't necessarily hear from today, but I want to see become part of this conversation is every time one of these administrative agencies, you know, the SEC was discussed today, pursues an action that they end up losing in federal court, they're still putting people through hell in the process. You know what? If you lose, you pay. And to actually have accountability in the government for the cases they actually bring, so it's not a one-sided crusade, but there's actually accountability once and for all for the people who are actually making hell for American citizens. And I think that's where this conversation is going.
We've heard President Trump talk about how he wants America to be first. What's at stake if another country adopts Bitcoin before us?
So look, I think, go ahead, Marsha. No, you have good thoughts on that.
No, you go ahead on that, and then I'll follow up.
So look, I think that the United States of America was founded on the unapologetic pursuit of excellence. Excellence is our heritage. It is in our DNA as a country. And so what I think is at stake for the United States of America is really shame. The idea that we, through self-harm, constrained ourselves from achieving the maximum of what is possible in Bitcoin or in any other arena is, I think, a stain on our country. When we rallied behind the cry to make America great again, it was not just Donald Trump that we hungered for. It was for the unapologetic pursuit of excellence. That is who we are as Americans. That is our heritage. That is our identity. That's what's at stake in this room, right? When you say Bitcoin to the moon, you know, I know many people just want the value of their holding to go up, and that's fine. But I think it is a statement of a deeper point of American exceptionalism, right? We're the unbounded, the unbridled, the unafraid, the people who would not be constrained to achieve the maximum of our potential without any government or system standing in our way. That's what our founding fathers envisioned. And I think that culture, it has been domesticated, it has been tamed, it has been whipped into submission by this new culture that penalizes excellence and celebrates victimhood. While that inner animal has now leapt oceans to lift up places like China. And so, yes, when we say make America great again, what we want is to unleash that inner beast, unleash that inner animal spirit. And that's the animal spirit that I know motivates those of you in this room to achieve what you do. And that's what we're going to unleash again in January of next year.
Yes, and I think as you look at what President Trump was saying and adding on to what Vivek is saying, what we realize is that there is a new axis of evil. It is Russia, China, Iran, North Korea. And we understand and fully appreciate if America is not first, in this innovation, then the innovation is going to go to whomever is first, whomever has the lowest barrier to entry. And we don't want that innovation, those bright minds, to leave our shores. We want those bright minds to be here. Likewise, that also means getting the federal government out of your way. And one of the things you will see from President Donald Trump is going to be a push to work with us in the Senate and in the House to rein in the federal government, to right-size these agencies, and to make certain that we're getting rid of a lot of these unnecessary rules and regulations and bureaucrats who spend their time shuffling paper and never answering the questions that we, the people, have of those agencies, whether it's the SEC, the FDIC, the IRS. So if you're going to open doors of opportunity, it means you remove the obstacles. And I think we have certainly defined what many of those obstacles are.
Let's talk a little bit about transactional freedom. Yesterday, a lot of the people who came to the Bitcoin conference heard Edward Snowden say that America is the only advanced democracy that doesn't have a data privacy law. What are you going to do to prevent financial surveillance and really allow for transactional freedom?
Natalie, I'm so glad you brought that up, because since 2012, I have had legislation that would establish a national federal preemption on data privacy and allow you, the individual, to own what I call your virtual you, which is you and your presence online. Now, as we look at the expansion of Bitcoin and of crypto, as we look at the growth of AI, as we look at the speeds with quantum, what do we know? If you're going to have AI, if you're going to have transactional freedom, you have to have a national, federally preemptive data privacy and data security law so that you have the right to own your presence online. And you have the right to shield that from being used to train large language models. And our hope is that with Republicans in control of the Senate Commerce Committee, we will be able to pass and have President Trump sign into law a national data privacy standard.
And I should say, these are, notice everything about Marsha's comments, these are not particularly partisan issues. Right, and you mentioned the Republicans, and that's what's going to be required in a new majority after January. But this is not a Republican or Democrat issue, and it certainly shouldn't be. Same goes for the opposition to a central bank digital currency. What was the most popular argument for the adoption of one? And this is all about surveillance, too, by the way. The most popular argument is that, hey, China's doing it, they're going to a digital yuan, and so we have to do it in the United States to keep up with the Joneses or keep up with the Jinpings or whatever the case may be. You have to step back and ask yourself why China is adopting a central bank digital currency or taking steps to adopt one, is to implement a surveillance state by force that otherwise would not have been able to be implemented without that central bank digital currency. So I do think that these should transcend partisanship. I also want to make a prediction this year about the election because of this. I think there's a good number of people across the United States of America who will not say that they're going to vote for Donald Trump or for a Republican this year, but who absolutely stand for financial freedom. They call themselves single-issue voters in crypto, and I think one of the things I've found in the tech world, crypto world, Bitcoin world is when you say you're a single-issue voter, effectively that means you're voting for Trump this cycle and you don't want to just pronounce it in so many words. So my empirical prediction here is I think the polls are actually off by about at least 1%. I think whatever the polls look like, you can add 1% of it, and that's the way you're going to adjust it. If that prediction proves right this November, you can call that the Bitcoin bump or the crypto bump this November, because I do think when you look at the number of people who are actually using or adopting Bitcoin or crypto into your portfolio, who understand the assault on that by the regulatory state today through the back door, not even through the front door. I think we now have a clear choice between the two major candidates of who's going to be the right one to get that job done. And I think it's, Natalie, I think probably for the first time in history, going to have a measurable, palpable impact on the outcome of this election relative to the polling that you now see. And so that'll be a prediction I'll make today.
Yeah, and if I can add one thing on the CBDC, this is something that as China started to push the digital yuan when Beijing hosted the Olympics, some of us stepped forward to make certain that our U.S. athletes were shielded from that because of the surveillance that is built into that. And as CBDC leads to that social credit score, it leads to the government telling you how you can and cannot spend your money. And you know, Natalie, I think we all remember in 2022 when the Canadian government shut down the bank accounts of people that weren't willing to mask. And then you had the trucker strike, and they shut down bank accounts. The federal government ought not to be messing with your transactional life. You want that freedom.
Yeah, that event minted a lot of Bitcoiners. Vivek, I'm glad you brought up bipartisanship, because one thing a lot of Bitcoiners love is that Bitcoin is a neutral currency, that it is apolitical. What if some people are watching this out there in their homes in America and they see President Trump embracing Bitcoin, and now they see it as something that's going to be used as a conservative tool, that maybe they should oppose it just because the other side is embracing it? What do you say? Should Bitcoin be apolitical and bipartisan?
Yeah, so absolutely it should. In fact, this goes back to America's heritage. Alexis de Tocqueville traveled this country, over a century and a half ago. And one of the things he said is that the United States of America isn't actually supposed to last. The land is too expansive. It's too diverse in terms of the ethnic heritage of people. There's too much religious diversity. This isn't supposed to last unless there are certain, what he called intermediary institutions that are apolitical, that you preserve from the sphere of partisan politics. And that's the sports of this country, the private sector of this country, the philanthropic institutions, but I would put Bitcoin in that category as well, where once that itself becomes politicized, then that, I think, is the beginning of the end. Listen really carefully to what you heard from President Trump. I know that was not delivered off the cuff, okay? Every one of those commitments he made were well thought out, and I think if he took the trouble, believe me on this, if he took the trouble of vetting it to say that it's going to go into that speech you heard today, he really means it and stands behind it. None of that involved the weaponization of a new tool to advance conservative ends. Sure, are there going to be some people who say that, hey, the right thing to do is to co-opt these administrative agencies and use them to advance conservative ends rather than progressive goals? Maybe some people who advocate for that, and they're entitled to their view. But I think what we stand for is when we hopefully win this election and take over in January of 2025, we don't want to co-opt those three-letter agencies or the regulatory state. We just want to get in there and shut it down for everybody. Left, right, center, doesn't matter. That's how you revive the country on principle. And so, yes, do we want to keep it neutral? You're darn right. Capitalism is neutral. Capitalism is what unites us across our otherwise partisan differences. It's been politicized, I would argue, in the other direction. But the right answer there isn't to fight fire with fire. In this case, it is to fight fire with water. And that is how you actually preserve what our founding fathers envisioned in 1776.
Let's talk a little bit about the American dream. It's been lost for so many people. It's been on the decline, and
welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. Once again, I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. Hours ago, we watched history happen, or just an hour ago, we watched history happen when the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump, took the stage, unveiling a slew of policy proposals. Reacting here on the desk, a new power panel. To my left, David Zell of the Bitcoin Policy Institute. To his left, Jack Mallers, CEO of Strike. And we've got Matt Pines, also of the Bitcoin Policy Institute, going to rip through some headlines from Donald J. Trump's speech. Bitcoin will be approaching silver and gold, and one day it will overtake gold. Quote, there's never been anything like it. Quote, day one promised to fire Gary Gensler. In the first 100 days, he said the rules for the Bitcoin and crypto industry will be written by people who, quote, love the industry, freedom of transaction, freedom of association, freedom of speech, safe, responsible expansion of stable coins, downplayed the threat to the dollar that Bitcoin poses, and he said the danger is not from crypto, but from Washington, D.C. And, of course, the big headline, committing to not selling 200,000 Bitcoin that the U.S. government owns. His quote, never sell your Bitcoin. Want to go to the panel reacting to Donald Trump's speech. Thoughts to the floor. Who were there? You were all there and watching history happen.
We were. Jack?
You want me to go?
Yeah.
All right, here's my complete take. I think there's a lot of media talking about, is this strong dollar? Is this weak dollar? Is the government going to speculatively attack the dollar and reprice the dollar against Bitcoin? What I heard up there is this is neutral dollar. From both, I'm combining Trump and Lummis. I think my personal takeaway is if they execute and follow through on this, so everything that was said is still speculative because he's not elected and in office. This announcement and the combination and the bill proposed by Lummis, if this is followed through, I put this on par for a U.S. economic announcement to 71 and Nixon.
Wow.
I do. I think the takeaway for me in the massive difference, if you think 1971 economic announcement, if you think 2008, all the economic announcements, those had negative connotations. Those were out of desperation. This is a progressive announcement, right? This is an announcement.
Trump pump to unwind a Nixon shock.
This is an announcement. He talked about jobs. He talked about energy. He talked about industry. This is an announcement about growth, about freedom, about future. This is an announcement of the United States of America on offense.
Yeah.
I think it's that big of an announcement, but in 71 we were on defense. And I think Bitcoin is freedom, it's optimism, it's innovation. So I think it's very American. I think the fact that you got two presidential candidates and a senator proposing such a bill is a huge deal. Unfortunately, I mean, I even am going to have to check Twitter and say, like, wait, what did each of them say? But that's my takeaways. It's not anti-dollar. It's not pro-dollar. It's not speculatively attacking the dollar. It's neutral dollar. It's pro-America. It's us being on offense. That's my take.
David, Matt, Jack saying this is history.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think there was a lot said, but if you strip away the sort of showmanship, the normal Trump speech, I mean, just the distilled policy points that Trump communicated, it'd be hard to ask for anything else. I mean, he talked about defending the right to self-custody, the right to mine. He talked about Bitcoin and stablecoins strengthening the dollar, pledged to commute Ross's sentence. I mean, I'm not sure there's a single sort of concrete policy ask of the Bitcoin community that he didn't firmly commit to. So, yeah, I mean, I thought it was historic, and I was impressed by the level of sort of techne in terms of the actual policy promises. They were sort of sandwiched in there. You had to sort of be listening. But, I mean, if there were a wish list that I had before that speech, I don't think there'd be any box unchecked.
Well, I'm going to wind it back. Robert F. Kennedy Jr., independent candidate, on stage yesterday promising to buy 4 million Bitcoin, promising to remove taxation on crypto and Bitcoin purchases. Matt, your reaction, how did it stack up with Donald's speech?
Well, I think that was sending a certain signal, right, that he was going to one-up potentially Trump's announcement. But I think today's speech was historic for Bitcoiners, but it was really strategic from the standpoint of anyone else around the world, especially other capitals that have to pay attention when a potential future president makes such a strategic potential shift in how the United States approaches Bitcoin. I think folks in the hall are thinking about it from the lens of what does it mean for Bitcoin? But I think national leaders around the world and other key decision makers are going to have to think about what this could mean for them and what sorts of second and third order consequences that might entail for how the United States is going to position itself, not just around Bitcoin, but around other larger shifts that could cascade in a future Trump administration. So I think that was a pretty substantial announcement from the standpoint of the folks in the room. But it could have even larger consequences as we go into the future if Trump.
Of course, the headline I think that's going to emanate here is the strategic Bitcoin reserve. So want to talk about that specific policy proposal. Obviously, the U.S. government owns Bitcoin. Trump has vowed not to sell that Bitcoin. David, would love your thoughts. Is this possible? Is this something he could actually achieve if he was elected?
I mean, I think it's something that he can achieve during the 4 years he's president if he's elected. The sort of any permanence to that policy, I believe would require an act of Congress.
Yeah, so he can use authorities under the 1934 Gold Act to take existing funds in the Exchange Stabilization Fund, which gives the Treasury Secretary discretion to stabilize the dollar by making purchases of gold, foreign exchange, or other securities or credits. And so the Treasury Secretary could probably just use a legal opinion to designate Bitcoin as foreign exchange. There's only, I think maybe $37 billion in the Treasury, Exchange Stabilization Fund, so could get a starter position. But actually getting to 1 million Bitcoin, which is the Lummis bill, that would be, I think, a much harder task. Just the announcement could probably lead to a runaway in the price, and it might be hard to catch up.
I want to talk about his messaging to the industry. Of course, we've got a great entrepreneur on the stage right now. I'm talking about Jack Mallers. Jack, as an industry scion who's moved some of your operations abroad because of the current administration, what is your impression of Donald Trump's messaging here?
We're bullish. We're bullish. But, hopefully this answers your question, but I think the profound takeaway is I think Donald Trump, I think RFK, I think Senator Lummis, I think the United States of America needs Bitcoin more than Bitcoin needs them. I think we all need Bitcoin more than Bitcoin needs us, right? And in my opinion, good times create weak men create hard times create strong men create great times. I think that's a lot of what we're living through in the United States of America. However, when I think of the strong men that were born out of incredibly tough times, like 71 in the divorce from gold standard, like in 2008, when you think of the strong men that are born out of these tough times, maybe you think of Roman gladiators on a horse, right? I think of Satoshi Nakamoto. Let me bring to light what is accomplished here, the power of the people to get presidential candidates to come up and look me, a 30-year-old American entrepreneur, and they tell, I'm going to keep you in business. I'm going to support your industry. I'm going to back our deficits and our debt with a hard asset. I'm excited, and I think the takeaway is a very strong men were born on a hard times, and there's an American revolution, but these strong men don't have faces, don't have swords, don't have guns. This isn't about human blood. This is cryptography. These are cypherpunks, strong men creating amazing times for this country. And the power of the people is that these politicians had to come serve us at this conference, come to our territory, speak our language, support our businesses. I think it's a huge deal. So again, we'll have to see what happens. But that's the profound takeaway is I started my company 4 years ago. And to sit and watch the leading presidential candidate come to my conference that I've been to every year and tell me how he's going to support me, I mean, come on.
That's got to feel good.
I think I'm proud to be an American right now.
Wow. Coming up on a short break, of course, I think the question that people are going to be asking, is this the most historic moment we've seen at a Bitcoin conference? I know, Jack, you made history at Bitcoin 2021 when the first nation, El Salvador, went on a Bitcoin standard and announced it at this conference. How does it stack up? You were in the room for both historic moments.
Listen, it's not competition. I'm not going to do that. What I will take this opportunity to protect President Bukele. I think he's gotten unfortunate, maybe some miscommunication, but some slander nonetheless. I think the Salvadoran people and El Salvador as a country are heroes. It's hard, it's impossible to say that we wouldn't be here without them, but I don't think it's also unfair to say that. I think that it's unbelievably brave what they've done, and I think we're all forever indebted to a country that was willing to be that brave despite no one else willing to take that leap. So where it stacks up, it's not going to be my place. I think that's you guys. You're the analyst, brother. But I do think that Bukele deserves a lot of credit, and I hope Bitcoiners know that we have his back.
Unpacking history here at the Mara News Desk. Former President Donald J. Trump speaking at a Bitcoin conference, making history. We'll be right back at the analyst desk after these messages. Stay with us.
Next year, we are bringing the Bitcoin conference to the American West, Las Vegas. The brightest minds in the world will converge to deliver Bitcoin history. Buy your tickets now at b.tc/conference/2025.
This is Mara, taking Bitcoin mining to the cutting edge of energy solutions. We're monetizing excess hydro energy in Paraguay, turning waste into value by reducing landfill emissions, and recycling data center heat to warm communities in Finland. With Mara, we're building the base layer of a sustainable future. To learn more, visit mara.com.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine, reacting again to history made here as President 45 Donald J. Trump delivers a historic speech to the Bitcoin conference here in Nashville, Tennessee. On the desk to unpack everything that was said, we've got Matt Pines, Jack Mallers, and David Zell. The question, of course, now that we've heard the policy proposal from Cynthia Lummis is this a speculative attack on the dollar? Is this the United States of America using Bitcoin to attack the dollar? David, Jack, your thoughts?
No, and I think it's actually really important that we break down what was proposed. From my understanding, what Senator Lummis just proposed is she's going to take the seized coins and move it into Treasury. That's over 200,000 coins. And then she wants the excess reserves at the 12 Fed banks to be used to purchase up to 1 million Bitcoins over the next 5 years. The reason I think that's significant is they are not printing new currency to buy Bitcoin. As much as bullish as we might be on that, that's very dangerous to the American people, right? If you want to, like, how high would inflation be? Well, if inflation's measured by BTC USD, it would be thousands of percent. So the middle and lower class would be unbelievably destroyed if they did that. And that was the concern, is Trump going to print dollars and speculatively attack our own currency, the world reserve currency? And so I think it's very clever, this proposal, is all the excess reserves are in gold. That gold is marked at $35 an ounce. It's not marked to market. If they're able to mark that gold to market, there's an extreme excess of reserves at these Fed banks. And I think what Lummis wants and what this country wants is let's build a strong reserve with that excess. Let's transition some of that out of a metal scrap and into digital gold, into harder assets. I think that's the progressive approach. That was my interpretation, which again leaves it neutral dollar for now, bullish Bitcoin, neutral dollar, pro-America. And I think that's what Trump and Lummis want out of this proposal.
Matt, David, your thoughts. Buying Bitcoin, good for the dollar? How do you explain that to folks in Washington?
Yeah, I think there's two kind of key mechanisms by which Bitcoin strengthening as a financial asset and a neutral reserve asset for the world strengthens U.S. national security interests. The first is sort of the dollar stablecoin nexus, right? To the extent that Bitcoin goes up, the demand for dollar-based stablecoins goes up. Dollar-based stablecoins reserved with Treasury securities creates a sort of synergistic positive relationship between Bitcoin, dollar-based stablecoins, the power of the dollar around the world, and demand for our debt. The second is a little bit more indirect, but to the extent that our financial assets have become the sort of shock absorber for global foreign surpluses, mainly run by our adversaries, buying up our scarce assets and leading to widespread inequality and the atrophy of our defense industrial base, Bitcoin sort of redirects those foreign surpluses into an asset that doesn't have those pathological second-order effects on our political economy and our defense and industrial system, but also leads to the monetization of a novel, scarce reserve asset that happens to be held by the majority or that we happen to hold the majority, or at least a plurality around the world. So, if the world is going to try to prepare for a more risky, more volatile scenario where gold becomes remonetized to a certain extent, well, that would be to the advantage of our adversaries. And if we shift to digital gold, well, I think we get the jump on them.
David, we're talking about the expanding of the dominance of the dollar through Bitcoin. How do you explain this policy proposal?
How do I explain the policy proposal? Look, our entire position in the international sphere is predicated on our control of the financial system and the current monetary order. I think what President Trump and what Senator Lummis did today was make sure that the country has a plan B. Having a strategic Bitcoin reserve, whether it's 200,000 or 1 million or RFK's 4 million, which seems a little high.
Huge numbers here, 21 million Bitcoin.
Yeah, but the effect is the same, right? Which is to say that if America continues to be the global reserve currency, well, great. We sort of converted some gold into Bitcoin, basically. If that doesn't happen, this strategic reserve ensures that America stays on top. And I think Americans all over the world should feel better knowing that there's an orange parachute for them if they need it.
Can I make a quick comment? Yeah, so I think the idea of strong dollar, weak dollar, it gets really complicated. You know, Trump's campaigning on a weak dollar. He's talking about, though, exports. Like his general campaign, he wants to strengthen exports by weak dollar. He's going to lower taxes. He's going to focus on growth. So I think that narrative can sometimes be convoluted. I think the main point is what every politician campaigning at this conference wants is if you're going to ask other nations to buy your debt, right now we're going through the worst bond market since the mid-1800s. All of our bank deposits are in that market. That's why our bank deposits aren't there. This government wants a strong treasuries market. That's what Jerome Powell's job is. Keep an orderly market in treasuries. Make sure these people don't dump their treasuries. How do you instill confidence in people to buy American debt? You back it with hard assets. That's what I think this is about.
Flipping the script a little bit here, the biggest applause point for Donald's speech, quote, day one promising to fire Gary Gensler. So much applause. He said it twice. Maybe for the people at home, why was there such a widespread embrace of this statement? Matt, we'll send it over to you.
Well, I think it's no secret that Gary has been quite hostile to the broader industry. And, you know, I think there's a sort of resentment that's been built up. And so to have, you know, someone with his stature just kind of recognize that, I think, and, you know, Donald feeds on applause lines. So I think that was my overall take, is that, you know, Donald's kind of experimenting each of these lines, and I think the crowd giving that reaction reinforces it over time, and I think that's a key kind of takeaway he's going to have.
Many Bitcoiners support Gary Gensler and what he's done to at least the alternative cryptocurrency market, holding the line that they're securities. Why is Gary Gensler not more popular, David?
Well, I mean, I think what the critical insight that a lot of Bitcoiners miss is that, like, this is ultimately a sort of cypherpunk movement. Like, you can have your own normative moral judgments about cryptocurrencies or crypto technology, whatever it is, but I think if you are a cypherpunk, you want the market to resolve these issues, not just some guy in a suit in an office somewhere.
Winding down here, of course, before we go on to our next guest, guys, quickly, bullish or bearish for Bitcoin, this speech? How do we feel?
I think it's pretty bullish.
Everything's bullish for Bitcoin.
Well, on the Saylor scale of double, triple, quadruple, maxi, maybe we can re-rank this speech.
Say somewhere between triple and quadruple.
You heard it from David Zell. Triple, quadruple, maxi speech from Donald Trump. We'll be right back after these messages with some more great speakers. Still more to come. Bitcoin 2024, the grand finale, moments away.
Next year, we are bringing the Bitcoin conference to the American West, Las Vegas. The brightest minds in the world will converge to deliver Bitcoin history. Buy your tickets now at b.tc/conference/2025.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. We're here winding down at Bitcoin 2024 in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor at Bitcoin Magazine. We watch history. Donald J. Trump, 45th President of the United States, came, talked to a Bitcoin conference. We're reacting on the live desk with a great panel here. We're joined by Khanna, Democrat congressman from Silicon Valley, California, and of course, Matt Pines and David Zell, you know from the previous installment. We're talking now about the bipartisan letter that came out today. The reaction maybe to Trump being here, that the Democratic establishment is getting together, sending a message that they want to change their tone. Ro.
Well, Bitcoin shouldn't be partisan. I mean, being against Bitcoin is like being against cell phones or the laptop or semiconductors. It's a technology, and Bitcoin is for freedom. You can't run a campaign saying we're the party of the future, we're the party of freedom, and not be for Bitcoin. If you're living in an authoritarian country, Bitcoin is how you can transact. That's how Navalny transacted in Russia. If you're living in a country where there's mass inflation, Bitcoin is your value. That's a hedge against inflation. And so our party should embrace America leading in Bitcoin. It's also embracing the world, because so many people around the world are for Bitcoin. And me and a lot of young members of Congress are trying to push the party in that direction.
David, Matt, would love to get your thoughts on the importance of this letter. Does it change the tone that you're hearing here at the event?
I mean, I've definitely heard people talk about it. I don't know if it's really hit the people at the event because they're so focused on what they just heard on stage. But I think for policy people, Bitcoiners who are working on this, it is I think we're both kind of breathing a sigh of relief. I mean, everything that you just said, we've been shouting this from the rooftops for years. It sort of reminds me of something that Pete Buttigieg has talked about. Like, why has the American flag sort of drifted into being this conservative image? And the stuff you're talking about, these fundamental freedoms to own value, to transact peer-to-peer, to associate with other people. This is a technology that's enabling that and codifying it in code. And so, I mean, just hearing Khanna say that is making my day. and look, if people aren't paying attention to it now, they will be in the days, weeks, and months to come, because this is a monumental shift from the previous sort of.
But look, I have to say, the Republican establishment coming out here in full force. Donald Trump on stage talking about Bitcoin, saying one day it'll overtake gold, promising to fire Gary Gensler, an appointment of the current administration, talking about how he'll change the industry for the better. I would love to get the reaction of the panel. How do the Democrats match this? Does the current administration or future administration need to buy Bitcoin? Ro, let's stick with you.
Well, but we should have Bitcoin as a part of our national assets. I mean, think about it. If you have someone like Michael Saylor, who invested privately $10,000 when Bitcoin was at $10,000 and now is a billionaire, why wouldn't the United States want to have digital property that's going to be used by people around the world? Again, that's not a partisan issue. It's an issue about being smart and having leadership. And I worked twice on bipartisan legislation. One, with Representative Patrick McHenry. So it's not just rhetoric. We worked on Fit 21 to have regulatory certainty. Here's what the SEC can do. Here's what CFTC can do. Here's a solution. It's not about an individual. It's that we need regulatory clarity. 70 Democrats voted for that. And then I voted to overturn SAB 121, which was not allowing banks to hold Bitcoin. So it's not just rhetoric. I've been for Bitcoin and crypto since 2017, representing Silicon Valley. And I am confident that the Democrats can be the party of the future on this.
Well, David, Matt, obviously there is a trust issue here, and there's a trust issue with the current administration. Your thoughts?
Well, I think we're in a particular moment where Bitcoin is, disruptive, and it's, the political system is still adjusting to it. But I think if we're going to look back in a few years, and I think this sense of Bitcoin being hyper-politicized will actually kind of decay over time. I think there's going to be an emerging consensus by folks that recognize this is going to be an inevitable feature of the global ecosystem, the technological and monetary paradigm. And I think the smart and progressive and forward-thinking leaders are going to win, and they're going to the folks that don't get it are going to fade away. And so I think that's going to we're sort of in this particularly volatile moment in lots of ways. But I already sort of see these indicators that we're trending in the right direction.
Well, of course, Harris DCG poll conducted in March found 33% of voters believe Bitcoin and crypto will factor into their choice of candidate. Talking now about the idea that Bitcoin could be a swing vote or even swing the election, to the floor for reactions.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think the letter from today is a really strong step for the Democrats to neutralize or try to neutralize any advantage in these swing states that Donald Trump has gained from being pro-crypto. I mean, the reality is that by committing to just a handful of sensible things, commuting Ross Ulbricht's sentence, ensuring the right to self-custody, to run a node. I mean, these sort of basic things, ending Operation Choke Point 2.0, buying a little bit of Bitcoin. I think to any extent that Trump's pro-Bitcoin stance has afforded him an advantage, there's still plenty of time for the Democrats to neutralize that in swing states where people may be voting not just with their physical wallets, but with their hardware wallets too.
Coming up on a break, but want to get, Matt, your thoughts on this idea of the single-issue voter. Can Democrats make appeal to the Bitcoin single-issue voter?
Certainly. I think, everything's up for grabs in this moment. I think if everyone looked at the last few weeks and tries to make, confident predictions about this election, they're fooling themselves. And lots of things come down to the last minute, and lots of things down to, do you actually appeal to the sensible center?
Well, obviously, we heard Kamala Harris potentially being at this conference. Rumors swirling. Ro, would love to get your thoughts before we hit the break. What can she do to build on some of this bubbling of pro-Bitcoin sentiment within her party?
Well, I think she should sit down with Bitcoin and crypto leaders, and we need more Democrats to do what Wally and I did. Come here, speak at conferences like this, and she needs to look at the letter and have 2 or 3 concrete initiatives. She should say, look, I'm going to work towards passing FIT 21 so that we have regulatory clarity. I'm going to commit to having Bitcoin part of our national assets. I'm going to make sure that if you own Bitcoin or crypto, banks aren't going to discriminate against you. I mean, what kind of country is that? Why would Democrats be for discriminating against holders of cryptocurrency and not allowing them to open bank accounts? And I'm going to recognize that Bitcoin is about human rights. Bitcoin is about freedom. She's running on freedom. She's running on the future. You can't have those values and be against Bitcoin.
Well, let's zoom out and really talk about the nature of Bitcoin and it needing to remain nonpartisan or just being nonpartisan. Quickly before the break, David, Matt, would love to hear you opine on that.
Opine, I guess that was the pun for me. Yeah, I mean, I think that's what you're seeing here. Right now, I think, the Republicans have sort of seized the initial advantage, but the Democrats are, recognizing this as an opportunity. And I think Bitcoiners are fundamentally thinking about the future of Bitcoin and the future, the prospects for freedom. And, we're going to think about which political parties and which candidates sort of recognize that and support them.
David, your final thoughts?
It's like Rose said. I mean, when you have an internet connection in Bitcoin, you can be anywhere in the world, and core civil liberties that we enjoy here in America, you get to experience. And there's no reason why red or blue should dictate whether you support a technology that does something like that. For the 56% of people that live in authoritarian regimes, or the 2 billion people that live in countries with double or triple digit inflation, helping those people, that is not a partisan issue.
We'll be right back after this break with more reactions from the live news desk. Keep it tuned, Bitcoin Magazine. And if you get some time, go to bitcoinmagazine.com. Subscribe to the latest issue of Bitcoin Magazine, the privacy issue on newsstands now. We'll be back at the desk. Still more to go on the final day of Bitcoin 2024 here in Nashville, Tennessee. Smash that like and subscribe button. We're live on YouTube, Rumble, and X, and we'll be back more with special guests. Stay tuned. We're almost over here at Bitcoin 2024.
Next year, we are bringing the Bitcoin conference to the American West, Las Vegas. The brightest minds in the world will converge to deliver Bitcoin history. Buy your tickets now at b.tc/conference/2025.
Why?
What's the second best? There is no second best.
We will ensure that the future of crypto and the future of Bitcoin will be made in America.
So yeah, today we're going to be talking about runes.
We're talking about runes.
But first,
the dollar will dramatically lose its purchasing power. The more they print, the more it gets diluted. Who it's good for is the people at the tippy top.
Because in order to keep the system going, they have to keep printing money.
And Bitcoin is that tool that allows us to beat the money printer.
Bitcoin is powerful in a way that is money that does not discriminate.
Bitcoin is built by the people for the people.
Welcome back to the Mara Live Desk, everybody. We are here live at Bitcoin 2024, presented by Bitcoin Magazine. We heard from President Donald Trump just a little bit ago. We've also heard from some other politicians, some of whom are joined with me. To my left here, we have Senator Bill Hagerty. We also have Senator Marsha Blackburn. And we also have Matthew Pines joining us, National Security Fellow at the Bitcoin Policy Institute. We've heard a lot of exciting news today. Some of that news pertains to Tennessee specifically. Senator Blackburn, let me kick it over to you first. What were some of the things that you shared today on the main stage?
One of the things we talked about on the main stage is how you get government out of the way and then what's the best place for government. One of the things I'm working on is a tax credit for Bitcoin mining. Of course, here in Tennessee, we're leading the way when it comes to nuclear energy placement and development. 45% of TVA's nuclear or their power generation is in nuclear. And we have a site, the Clinch River site, which the NRC has already permitted for a small modular reactor.
In fact, the only one in the nation.
The only one in the nation. So we are leading the way on how you get that base load capacity up and then facilitate industries that are going to need more power, one of those being Bitcoin mining. So what we are working on is legislation that would be a tax credit that would enable individuals. It could be used for economic development in rural counties, in areas we have this stable, plentiful power supply, and then we will look for those ways to incent this. We talked about that. We talked about the need to right-size the federal government, the need for the federal employee retirement system first to offer a Bitcoin ETF as an option for investment.
Incredible.
And then looking at ways that instead of employers just putting money into a 401k, the allowance of those employees to use a Bitcoin ETF if they're looking at that for their store of value and want that ability to self-custody those dollars.
Perfect.
Yep.
Appreciate that. Senator Hagge, is there anything there that you heard that you wanted to maybe expand on a little bit?
One thing that we have, Senator Blackburn and I have spent a lot of time on this, because as we think about the Tennessee Valley Authority, that is the largest electric utility in the United States. It's located right here in our own state, and we spend a tremendous amount of time with the TVA thinking about their future supply, their future distribution needs, and how to manage all of that. We did a great breakout session yesterday with Jeff Lyash, who is the CEO of the TVA, with Governor Lee here of Tennessee and myself, talking about how we can think in the long term about building the grid that we need to support the industry, not only the Bitcoin mining industry, but importantly, how the Bitcoin mining industry can support new industries of the future, like AI, like the automotive sector that's coming in here, like ultimately semiconductor manufacturing, which we would both love to see happen here in Tennessee.
Amazing.
And if you think about the profile of the demand load for a Bitcoin miner, it's ultimately flexible.
Yep, that's right.
Which means at nighttime, when we don't need as much electricity, we can actually use that capacity and absorb that then. The Bitcoin miners can dial up. If we were to have some type of weather event, they can dial down to zero in a millisecond. They're the perfect kind of company that can allow TVA to cost justify building out the grid, but at the same time provide this wonderful accordion effect, sort of a cushion, or if you will, to allow us some safety as we think about peak capacity and how we address the fact that we're going to have weather events or other sorts of events that will strain the system. So if you think about marrying the supply that we need to build with demand that uniquely is so flexible in this industry, that will help us cost justify building out a tremendous grid. And Senator Blackburn and I have benefited so much from the competitive advantage that the TVA delivers as we recruit companies and industry to come to Tennessee. And we want to see more of that happen, and this is one of the best ways we can imagine doing it.
Right, and one of the things is we've got Elon Musk doing a project over in Memphis, XAI.
Right, right.
And you look at the capabilities that are coming through AI and the power load that is needed there. You've got Ford with Blue Oval City, the power load that is needed there. And then having these, having diversification in your generation capacity to meet that base load, because the base load is going to be increasing.
Oh, yeah.
Amazing. And this is one of the things that that Senator Haggerty and I, our governor, and Jeff Lyash at TVA are all thinking toward.
Amazing. This is sincerely appreciated. It's amazing to hear such enlightenment, such a progressive and nuanced thought from two senators. So we thank you so much for joining us here. We have to cut back for just a moment, but please stay with us. We'll be right back, and we're going to head over to you, to the Nakamoto stage.
So what is money and how does it get value? Paper money has value because someone says so. Bitcoin is different. It's like digital gold. It has value for many of the reasons gold does, but that's only the start. It has a limited supply, only 21 million, so no one can decide to just print more. Because no central authority controls it, it can never be shut down. And unlike with banks and credit card companies, you don't need approval to use it. It puts the power back in all our hands. Bitcoin lets you control your finances. Kraken lets you buy Bitcoin. Kraken, see what crypto can be.
Next year, we are bringing the Bitcoin conference to the American West, Las Vegas. The brightest minds in the world will converge to deliver Bitcoin history. Buy your tickets now at b.tc/conference/2025.
Why?
What's the second best? There is no second best.
We will ensure that the future of crypto and the future of Bitcoin will be made in America.
So yeah, today we're going to be talking about runes.
We're talking about runes.
But first,
Welcome back, everybody. We're here at the Mara Live Desk at Bitcoin 2024, presented by Bitcoin Magazine. To my left, we have Odell, Matt Odell, partner at 1031. To his left, we have Joe Carlasari, partner at Amos & Davis Law Firm. And to his left, we have the man, the one and only, David Bailey, CTO of BTC Inc. David, you just had the honor of introducing the 45th President of the United States, bringing him out to the main stage. What did that feel like? Tell us a little bit about it, please.
Well, it was a little awkward because then we had a 1-hour pause after the introduction. But it was cool. It was crazy to go out there and see the masses of people. I mean, it's hard to get an appreciation until you can just see them all in one view. And it just got me thinking, like, wow, this is like 15 of the first Bitcoin conference I went to. If you added all the people there together,
amazing,
15 of them in one room.
Yep.
And it's just like, shit, you know. I mean, and when you talk to speakers, you know, like Trump or people who are, you know, speaking on the biggest stages. This stage is actually basically as big as they get. I mean, so he was very happy with the turnout and very excited. And I've heard that we had even more people on the live stream. Somebody told me on YouTube we had 300-something thousand concurrents.
Yep.
Sick.
It was an exciting time, absolutely. Joe, I think we were standing next to each other for a minute. We were taking in some of it together. What were some of your biggest takeaways from the talk?
It was amazing. There's no way to sell it short, right? It's a historic moment for not only just Bitcoin, but for America as a whole. One of my favorite lines, Trump's line about how the rules moving forward are going to be written by people who love your industry, not people who hate it, right? That is so important. As a litigator, as someone who practices in courtrooms and has to face the hostility of the U.S. government trying to clamp down on anything they don't understand, it is so powerful to have a president that's going to be, hopefully, putting forward more pro-Bitcoin policy, right? And putting it in the context, the larger context of economics and like how to build again, how to grow in our country. Putting it in the context of AI and the need to have better energy policies. Really wonderful to have Bitcoin in the mix with that. As somebody who's hopeful for America.
Amazing. Appreciate that. Matt, we were sitting next to each other as the speech was going on. There was a few moments where we clapped, some key phrases. Obviously, people like to hear that he was going to get rid of Gary Gensler. What were some of the things that sort of you think you're going to remember most from this talk?
He reiterated that he's going to commute Ross Ulbricht's sentence, which was incredibly important to hear. Loved hearing that. You said never sell Bitcoin, which is, I don't know, as like in terms of, to me that just hit me really hard. I think I did the Leo point. Nice. You know, it's just like, oh, he said it. I can't believe he said it. And I think that's a realization, right? That's a realization just how hard this asset is, that this is the hardest asset of all time. Humanity has never seen an asset this hard, and you want to accumulate as much of it as possible. It's pretty unreal to witness it. I think I'm still decompressing. I spent a lot of the time here on this desk, and it'll probably take me a few days to really get my senses in order and figure out what comes next.
Well, sorry.
Yeah, that's fair. Please, Joe.
No, one thing I got to say. Okay, so we all go on this Bitcoin journey, right? Where we go from skepticism, rejection, to sort of being more open-minded, saying some of the verbiage, not really understanding it, and then moving to the point where we get it. Like we finally get Bitcoin, right? Trump is on that journey. He goes from when he was very critical, right? Like he put in those tweets where he was negative about it, to now he's more accepting. He's more open to it. He's going to get there, right? I can feel it. Like that's how I read his speech.
I agree, and I think that there's a gentleman we have to thank for that, and is sitting over to our left here. So
I would just say to back up that point, like the way the president makes decisions about what's going to be part of his policy platform is like he talks about it and he gets a reaction from people, and the things that people react really positively to and are excited about, he doubles down on.
Fire Gary Gensler.
So, Fire Gary Gensler is going to end up becoming part of his stump speech wherever he goes, because like the crowd loves it. And so like I think this was the first time he's spoken in front of a public audience like this on this topic. There were some parts that need to be kind of like ironed out. Maybe some things like, okay, the crowd didn't like this, and the crowd liked this a lot. So, I think after a couple iterations of this, he'll start to really polish, and I think he'll start doubling down on the things that people like the most. And so, okay, we start with we're not selling any Bitcoins. Like, it's a great reaction. And it's like, okay, well, maybe we should add some Bitcoin. So, I think it's a step-by-step process, but overall, he's unbelievably impressed by the energy of our industry. He's blown away by how this is all driven, by young people, and he would consider all of us up here young people.
That's good.
He, the round table that we had right before he came up to speak, it was packed full of industry people. I mean, packed. And the president said this publicly, but we've raised $25 million for the president so far. This is the second biggest fundraising event the president has ever had. So, he's like, wow, this is serious people running serious businesses. These are some of my friends from Wall Street are here. Some of my friends from the energy sector are here. There's masses of people cheering for he's loving this experience. So
amazing.
I'm very eager to see where he's going to be at a couple months from now. And, I think this is not like a, one-time event. This is like he's traveling down a path.
Yeah.
This is signaling to the entire industry, right? If you're a politician out there who doesn't understand Bitcoin, you are a dinosaur. You have to get on board with Bitcoin because it is the future for growth in this country.
Amen. I appreciate that. Well, we are going to leave it there. We do have to kick it back to the Nakamoto stage. Again, David, we want to thank you for all the work you put into this, though. Yes. For all the people here watching, please give him a round of applause. We sincerely appreciate everything you've done, David. Thank you. It was a very special day here. Again, we heard President Trump speak just about an hour or two ago. We're kicking it back over to the Nakamoto stage. Stick with us here on the last day of Bitcoin 2024, presented by Bitcoin Magazine.
A solution called Fedimint. It's a form of federated eCash protocol. Now, eCash was the first suggested scaling solution for Bitcoin. In fact, 9 days after Bitcoin was put forward as an idea by Satoshi, it was suggested to use Chaumian eCash as a way to scale Bitcoin to potentially billions of users. And it's a 40-year-old, mature, simple way of scaling Bitcoin. It allows incredible features. You can scale privacy, you can scale transactions, and it works today.
Hi, everybody. I'm Ryan Gentry. I'm the head of business development at Lightning Labs. Lightning Labs is the premier developer of the open source software powering the Lightning Network, which has been live on mainnet since 2018. We recently, this past Tuesday, announced a new release to our suite of software tools, the Taproot Assets protocol on Lightning. Taproot Assets is a new protocol that allows for arbitrary asset issuance on the Bitcoin blockchain in a very scalable manner, with the goal being, bringing stablecoins back to Bitcoin and bringing their, tens of trillions of dollars of annual volume to the Lightning Network and, to the Bitcoin network to help kind of grow the pie for all of our developers and companies, who number now in the hundreds, if not thousands, on the Lightning Network. So, very happy to be here today to talk about the best path for scaling Bitcoin and kind of improving upon and extending the work that's already been done by the Lightning community.
Are you saying that Lightning's working?
I'm saying the Lightning's working. Lightning's working very well.
Oh.
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned that, Obi, because that was exactly what I had in mind to ask, is that I think out of all of the tools that are being worked on here, Lightning is perhaps the one that we know more about and the one that we all use more. And even despite claims to the contrary, right? And so, on another point that you brought up about bringing stablecoins back to Bitcoin, I think that part is important because a lot of people miss or forget that stablecoins started on Bitcoin. And a lot of the developments, a lot of the use cases that we see now thriving outside of Bitcoin started on Bitcoin. So I think this also, I can see you agree, Paul, that...
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, we really don't want to be having more conferences where later on, people come up on stage in 3 years or 5 years and we're talking about, oh, how do we bring something back to Bitcoin? It's much easier to just proactively grow and make sure that we're always growing and we have more people coming. Growth is not just about, scalability is not just about transactions. It is about, getting a lot of people in this conference to get politicians to pay attention to us and stuff. We want the growth. That's much better than not having it.
From my perspective, Bitcoin is growing. The other cryptocurrencies have raised a lot of money through things called ICOs. They've used a lot of that to advertise and market and convince people to use their cryptocurrency. However, Bitcoin has no marketing team, and it's continued to grow and extend its lead against every other cryptocurrency. Yep. So the reality is, if you just look at the reality and look at the numbers, it is growing by itself. Now, very early on, it was said by a number of people in the space, including Satoshi, but other people said this. They said that anything that would be needed to add to Bitcoin at the appropriate time, once proven in the market, can be added. And that is what we are seeing happening now with technologies like Lightning, with technologies like Fedimint and eCash.
I certainly don't think it's just like a magical fact that the right technology will be added at the right time, like in an infallible process. But in general, I do agree that building a social and political movement is actually more important and more difficult than building a scalable piece of technology. So I do think that, I mean, we could ask everyone here, if there was a different coin that was more scalable than Bitcoin, would you immediately sell all of your Bitcoin and buy that coin? And everyone would say no, right? So because you want to be in a club that other people are in, and you want to be part of something that works. Although I do think the end game, it will be a matter of life or death at the very end of the game. If there is something that doesn't scale and something that does, for whatever reason, either by choice or for some other reason, the non-scalable one will be
Yes, that boogeyman would be a bad end state, but that's not the reality. You're looking around this set of seats right now, and we have multiple very different approaches. Each one of them has the potential to scale to billions of users. Each one, and we've got 4 here. 3 are more advanced than 1.
And we should be pluralist, and we should try them all. That is very important.
Sorry about that.
I guess to your guys' point that yes, Bitcoin works, right? And it's not the most scalable or the fastest that is gonna necessarily have people just going and using them, right? And so I would, as people that are working towards that goal of bringing millions or billions of people to Bitcoin, why do we need to scale Bitcoin?
I think that's a great question, and I think you know, the idea here is, you know, what Bitcoin is and what Bitcoin represents, and I thought you know, Blue Matt did a really nice job earlier emphasizing and talking about trustlessness, right? And talking about the idea that you know, the true value of Bitcoin is that you can hold and transact without needing to trust any third party, just relying on yourself, right? And so I think what we want to do is we want to be able to provide that capability to as many people as possible that we can. We want to be able to, you know, let anybody who, you know, is willing to do the work to, you know, run a node. We want to lower the barrier to entry so that you can transact trustlessly in this, you know, new world that we're in. And so, obviously, though, Bitcoin, to be the system that it is, has to have, you know, a capped block size. It has to have 10-minute blocks. There are these things, these aspects of the design of the system that are non-negotiable. So many years ago, as everybody's here is well aware, you know, the decision was made to scale this system in layers. And kind of the Lightning Network was, you know, the first layer that was, you know, added into the capabilities to design the network was added in 2017. You know, with a series of soft forks ending in SegWit, and you know, that has allowed us to, you know, theoretically completely demolish the specific limit on transactions, right? Well, what Lightning does is you can, you know, with as many channels as you could open, in theory, you could be doing, you know, hundreds of millions of transactions per second if everybody was just zipping, you know, between each other, right? So that limit of, you know, instead of the 3,000 transactions per block, now, you know, 3,000 transactions per 10 minutes, now we can send, you know, essentially an unlimited amount of transactions off-chain if we wanted to. And so I think kind of the next step for, you know, scaling this trustless transactional capacity is how many people can hold the assets themselves without having to trust a third party, right? And, you know, with Lightning, right, like, you know, with anything, right, on Bitcoin, to hold it trustlessly right now, you have to own your own UTXO. Right? There's like, I think, what, 150 million UTXOs, something like around that order of magnitude right now. We have a long ways to go to get to the ability for 8 billion people to do that, or at least a significant percentage of that. And I think that's what a lot of these, you know, further-looking ideas and a lot of these proposals here are: how can we expand access to self-custodial ownership? So that you can, you know, be a first-class Bitcoin citizen making trustless transactions as designed.
I'll just add that I think if we don't scale, then probably the most important attribute of Bitcoin, the 21 million, is really just a meme. It's like completely undermined. And as much as we want to say that Bitcoin only has 21 million and we can all self-custody and no one can ever debase the currency, like if you don't have these venues for people to go out and use their Bitcoin in a trust minimized or trustless manner, then people will artificially inflate the supply of Bitcoin. Like a spicy take is I was talking to somebody, some like, frankly, like big whales out in like Singapore, and they were telling me that a lot of these whales are being approached by these like Bitcoin L2s that are fake and not actually decentralized and trustless, and they're essentially giving the whales Bitcoin IOUs on these Bitcoin side chains, but not actually requiring them to go into the multi-sig or the bridge. So imagine a whale that has 100,000 Bitcoin. They're just getting a free 50,000 like Bitcoin that's minted on this chain. Like if we don't have these kind of like verifiable and trustless side chains and ability to scale, you're going to have these games that are actually played. And for me, it's like the 21 million, that kind of like the fundamental human property rights of Bitcoin, it is in fact being undermined because we don't have like fully successful scalable solutions yet, in my opinion.
So we're here in the West, and so you'll tend to have Western viewpoints on these things. But the reason why we need to scale is there are certain people who will not be able to access Bitcoin at the base layer at the cost of on-chain transactions. And you're excluding billions of people by being able to insist on these extreme views on what is required with no level of pragmatism. In the real world, we need this balance, and we need this pragmatism. And with that pragmatism, you're able to service people who either are unbanked because the banking options they have don't exist. They're underbanked because the banking options they have are incredibly, almost criminally expensive, or they're debanked because they live under the yoke of authoritarian regimes and dictatorships. These are the people that we are already working with, and we serve today, right now. This isn't theory, this isn't philosophy, this is reality. And that's why you need to scale today.
And I admire a lot of what Obi is saying, because it's very true and it's very legitimate. But there is a world where like this technology is emerging where we can have the best of both worlds. Like we can service all of these like underbanked people. We can have the microtransactions. We can have very scalable stuff. But like we don't have to take on the trust assumptions, and we can actually like mathematically prove the validity of these things happening on layer 2s. Is it there yet? I would say no. But like, do we kind of see this light at the end of the tunnel where we could get there? Possibly. And I think what we're doing at Alpin and kind of some of these other people building the ZK rollups, it's like we're kind of taking the shot at a home run. And I love why we have like all these people on the stage, because we have these like multiple varying approaches, and what we're doing may fail, and so I think we need these different alternative solutions. But there is a potential path for us to get there, to have that holy grail of what we want, of all the stuff that Obi was just mentioning, with the actual Bitcoin ethos of credible decentralization.
And I think that's, by the way, that's the thing that excites me the most. There's a ton of different ideas, and Fedi, although we are very much focused on Fedimint, it's what we create is this community super app that's run by and for communities. Anytime someone solves that magical sort of Rubik's Cube and is able to create something which is as simple to use as what we have, as private as what we have, as scalable as what we have, with lower trust assumptions, we'll just add support for that as well. It's not an either or. And that should continue at the base layer, at the Lightning layer, and at any other layer as well. And then we as an organization, as a community, add this into whatever we do, and we go forward.
Yep. And I think similarly along those lines, one thing that's been really, really cool, and I would commend the Fedi team for kind of being one of the first to glom onto this idea, is using kind of Lightning as an interoperability layer for many different scaling solutions. So if you think of, the internet is a kind of network of networks, right? Patching them all together so it's all kind of one contiguous system. That's kind of how, with Fedimints being able to transact over the Lightning network with existing, either if it's a non-custodial wallet or a custodial wallet, you could think of the same exact thing happening where if I have funds in a side chain, we have this live today on the Liquid side chain, being able to hold funds on Liquid and transact over the Lightning network through submarine swaps, being able to use kind of Lightning as a universal connective tissue for all the various Bitcoin layer 2s and Bitcoin connected companies, I think makes it easy for new projects to join the community, right? You would much rather, if you're starting a new project, just have one Lightning service provider provide you access to the entire Lightning network than have go and do the BD individually with every single exchange and every single wallet to get them to support your new project, right? So I think that kind of leveraging Lightning as an interoperability layer and letting many, many different attempts at scaling Bitcoin connect to that one common tissue is really powerful and something that we're going to see a lot of as more projects come to market.
Yeah, I think the fragmentation issue is definitely one to watch, especially with the layer 2s that you mentioned, David, that there's a lot of them popping up. And so if there's this possibility to use Lightning to be this interoperability layer, I think that's very positive. I wanted to touch back on a point that many of you discussed, and I think that is central to Bitcoin, which is custody. I know we usually see it as self-custody or third-party custody, right? But Obi, you have a very interesting idea of this second-party custody that you're able to achieve with Fediments. I wanted you to talk a little bit about that.
Yeah. So prior to being at Fedi, I ran a Bitcoin exchange for nearly a decade, the UK's longest-running Bitcoin exchange. And so that was third-party custody, or nowadays I call it stranger custody. You're giving your money to a stranger, effectively. They wear a suit, they've got a really nice, flashy website, but it's someone you don't know. The gold standard, or the Bitcoin standard, is self-custody, where you are custodying your own money yourself. But it's most complex for most people. You have to figure out where you have to make a backup, which involves recording a number of words, 12 words, we call it seed. You have to find out, that's when your problems start. You have to find out where to store it, who to trust to hold it, because guess what? Most people will give it to a friend, then effectively you've given it to someone else, your money. Or you dig a hole in the ground and hope no one finds it. And then we have something in the middle, which is second-party custody, where you're holding your money with trusted friends and family, that people that you've known and trusted through your lived-in experience. It can be significantly simpler than first-party custody, but provide the user experience of third-party custody. And so understanding that, and after many years of trying to get people to self-custody from running an exchange, and being told by very intelligent people who knew the value of self-custody that unfortunately they trusted me more than they trusted themselves, we realized that they could actually trust second parties, friends and family, more than they trusted me as the CEO of an exchange. And that sort of nib of an idea led down the line to meeting my co-founder, Eric, and he introduced this idea, which was Fediments, which is this community custody protocol, which was built on top of eCash and Bitcoin, the first eCash protocol run on Bitcoin. And it uses second-party trust from your community. So it could be as small as your family, all the way up to a village or town. And you're using the existing trust relationships, and we're leveraging that. At some point, if we can make that even more trustless, that's even better, but that's way better than trusting a stranger. It's somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, I think the self-custody point is just so important. I think it's going to be very difficult for a lot of people to learn this skill, but I don't think, like, if you can learn to drive a car, you should be able to learn, like, the BIP39 12-word seed or something. And I think we just have to, because you were saying before about, like, if we lose too much ground on this, then the Bitcoin will just be a name. It will just be paint over something that is tough.
So let's take the car metaphor. Most of the people on the planet are children. So how would you deal with them?
I think the children will learn just fine.
Still have value.
But of course, children don't have bank accounts.
Do they have to learn at 3 years old, 4, to self-custody? 3 or 4? Or 5?
I think like compared to what, right? Most children don't have a bank account. So.
But are you suggesting that they should learn how to self-custody?
I think when I say self-custody, I mean like they roll their own randomness, so they know like how to use the wallet generator, and which can be, someone could be like the Apple, the Steve Jobs of that, or whatever, make that much easier.
I would suggest that's not a pragmatic solution.
I mean, but something like Fedi, and like these, like, if you have these more expressive layers, like you could build any of these solutions. Like you could have the trustless solution where somebody takes on the personal sovereignty. You could have the federation solution. It's like giving people all of the options. And so like one that I'll say is if we have these things like ZK rollups and we have these trustless side chains that have any form of expressivity that you want on them. Like one thing is like this phone, like most people don't know, it has a hardware wallet inside of it. It basically has a ledger inside of it called a secure enclave. It's like, well, why can't we use this to store our private keys in there? And those private keys are inaccessible by Apple or anybody else in the operating system. It's because you can't currently do it with the curve that's used in Bitcoin transactions. But if you can move these again into this trustless expressivity layer, like you could have this where any single person in the world that has one of these phones, this can be their hardware wallet. No more seed phrases, no more 12 words. Like my parents or anybody could actually like securely store their Bitcoin. If they want to add multi-sig to that, great. If they want to go back to the Bitcoin layer 1, great. If they want to have a federated model, great. But giving all of this optionality in the most trust minimized manner possible, like that's the solution. You kind of let this free market of solutions decide.
That is a pragmatic solution. Fundamentally, if you are technically strong enough, if you are comfortable enough with your own competence, and if you are financially capable enough, you should absolutely self-custody. It is the best option, there's no question. But being pragmatic, babies and many other people in between are not going to meet all of those criteria. And that's just the reality of the world. And we should offer options for everybody, trying very hard to move them up the technical competence journey so that we aim for always everybody self-custodying, but recognize that we don't do nothing until that point.
Yeah, I think the overall theme is that different people need different solutions, right? And so that's why we have so many people, so many great people like you guys building these different options for these different people. I think one question that I have for you, Paul, is that oftentimes, and correct me if I'm wrong, but oftentimes Drive Chain is just touted as the upgrade to end all the upgrades, pretty much. How would you see a world with Drive Chains? How would these other solutions play a role in that ecosystem? Or how do you envision, if that comes true, what happens to these other options? Do they come into Drive Chains as Drive Chains, or do they?
No, I think we should be pluralist and we should try all things. I do think that Drive Chain would already work very well. I mean, you might think of it as like a meal where you have like appetizer, then the main course, and then desserts, or maybe hors d'oeuvres that are before the appetizer. It's sort of like I do think of Drive Chain as like the main course. I may be wrong about that, of course. I think that like there's not as much of a marginal improvement over. So, for example, the ZK Sztorc trustless bridge. Every proposal requires that it be supported at least indirectly by the L1 miners. So, because they can shut down and destroy any L2 by either just blocking how you get in or out, or even in much more direct ways, often, since they often rely on some kind of thing being put back on L1, the unilateral exit. The unilateral exit is never unilateral because it's gated by the miners. So I think that often, like, the miners already have this kind of veto power, so either the miners hate your project and it's dead and nothing can save it, or the miners are enjoying the project and they're earning money, they're earning the transaction fees from the L2, and in that case, BIP 300 is sufficient to make it trustless, and since there's no additional assumption needed. So I think that it already offers quite a bit. I don't think I'm skeptical that other things improve upon that, but of course, people should absolutely be free to do whatever they like. I think that's.
Wait, but I think you're implying that like ZK rollups are incompatible with miner incentives because they can censor the ZK proof. But in the same way that miners collect fees from Drive Chains, you have all these transactions and all this activity that happens on the layer 2. It's compressed into a zero knowledge proof. It's posted onto the Bitcoin L1, and so the miners are in fact like benefiting hugely from these ZK rollups. I would argue that ZK rollups will like be the primary reason why the security budget is not an issue moving into the future.
Well, I think we definitely agree that I think the merge mined L2s, or anything that passes, any L2 that passes the transaction fee revenue down to miners will eventually be like 99% or more of the miners' revenue. And I said in my little opening statement about like hundreds of billions of dollars a year. And of course, this is actually growing. It doubles about every 11 years, as far as I could tell, the total number of transactions on Earth. So I completely agree with that. I just think it's easier to just have, I mean, Satoshi already invented merge mining. We already have, a lot of this stuff already exists, and we've been merge mining Namecoin, which is very, very small, but we've been doing that continuously since 2010. And in 2010, Satoshi had a very interesting saying that I wanted to remind everyone here of. He said, I'm sure that in 20 years there will either be very large transaction volume or zero transaction volume. And he said that in 2010, so 2030 would be when he, if you take that very seriously, that would be the time when it would either go big. I mean, if we want to live in a world where everyone is using Bitcoin. That is how we maximize the chance of getting to this tens of millions of dollars per coin price, and we don't want to go the other way to zero.
One additional point it's a meta point, regardless of the specific path that the community decides to pursue, the key to then actually scaling that solution and using it to bring users on board to Bitcoin is by making really user-friendly software, right? That is kind of table stakes, especially now in a world with, well-funded competition. And so I think, making software that's very friendly for developers, getting developers to start building products, making sure that those products are user-friendly for users, and allow kind of a simple and intuitive interface for whatever layer of Bitcoin that they're operating at is table stakes. And I think that's one thing that we have always been blown away and amazed at the Bitcoin development community. I mean, we launched this new Taproot Assets upgrade on Tuesday, and already have people tweeting out new projects that they're building, new additions to the protocol that they're making, and ways to kind of bring the protocol itself to the world in a user-friendly and easily digestible way. And so just want to make sure, and know all the folks up here are well aware of that's something that the community always keeps top of mind, because the best technology doesn't always win, but the technology that solves the best pain points that users are asking for has a much better chance.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, Fedi as a company, I say we make this community super app. What we've done is try to make something which is incredibly simple to use, but uses all these technologies. It uses Lightning, it uses Fedimint, and if in future, when you launch, and it reaches adoption, we'll be using those as well. It also uses Nostr, etc. But there's another thing that's really important. Beyond making an incredible experience, it's actually having users who are not just in the Bitcoin ecosystem, but it's the 99% of the people on the planet who are not in the ecosystem, and getting them into the ecosystem using this technology. Which is why, for example, we were about to announce there's a major international NGO, Save the Children, for example, who is a 100-year-old company, organization, who we are partnering with to trial and roll out these technologies like Lightning, Bitcoin, Nostr, etc. And they are and Fedimint, of course, and they are using it because after analyzing all other blockchains, they realize that this is the one that solves the problems for them.
Awesome. Yeah, we are already running a little bit over here, so I wanted to thank you, our panelists here, for an amazing panel, and thank you everyone who showed up, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Next year, we are bringing the Bitcoin conference to the American West, Las Vegas. The brightest minds in the world will converge to deliver Bitcoin history. Buy your tickets now at b.tc/conference/2025.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor at Bitcoin Magazine. You just heard the best path for scaling Bitcoin. We've got a packed panel to talk about the path ahead for the Bitcoin conference. That announcement just that we're taking the show on the road on the backs of Donald J. Trump, making history at the Bitcoin conference. His quotes: "The danger is not from crypto, it is from Washington, D.C. Quote, Bitcoin will go up." His commitment that the U.S. government should continue holding 200,000 Bitcoin and that you should never sell your Bitcoin. Obviously, it's safe to say This panel has high expectations for Bitcoin 2025. I'm introducing my guests here. Brandon Green to my left, Executive Director for the Bitcoin Conference. To his left, Charlie Schumacher, VP of Corporate Communications at Mara. And last but not least, Mike Germano, President of Bitcoin Magazine. 2025, Las Vegas just announced. Brandon, how are you going to top this?
Well, that's a good question. Well, you know, first and foremost, we have presidential candidates this year. It's an election year. Next year we might have presidents. Who knows? You know, Bitcoin is also a global movement. It's not just based in the U.S., so trying to expand the leadership shown by our U.S. candidates and push that message abroad. Find leaders, find presidents, find candidates all around the world who are, you know, Bitcoin candidates, like RFK said, an orange candidate. We want to find those. We want to highlight those names. We want to spread the movement to every government, every city, every municipality around the world. And U.S., you know, we just happen to kick it off.
Well, I just want to read some of the names that were in the audience for Donald Trump, not even speaking. Michael Saylor, Kathy Wood, Vivek Ramaswamy, Kid Rock, Jake Paul, Laura Loomer, Cameron and Tyler Winklevoss, the billionaires. Mike, what was it like in that room?
Well, I think the room was excited. They were waiting. It was just packed. It seemed a little bit of a party, but everyone was a little bit nervous. Obviously, when's this going to happen? The wonderful pause. So in that room, it was just silent. As you were making up time up here and just trying to say what's happening. Secret Service, we couldn't even talk and communicate with each other. So it was very exciting until obviously, well, when Trump came on, I was already running over here, so I didn't get to see it and get back to my family.
Well,
so
Charlie,
no.
maybe you had a better vantage point. What was it like to be in the room as history was happening?
Yeah, it was actually really exciting, and that was the thing that I was most curious to go to the speech. Partly to hear the content, but honestly mostly to be in the room and understood like what the feel was and the energy was, and it was pretty extraordinary. It was extremely exciting, and I think obviously there's part of that that's like around the celebrity. Every time someone walked in, like the Winklevosses walked across, you know, from us, you'd see people get up, they pull their phones out, and you're like, oh my gosh, who's that? And like, you know, who's this high-profile person? But I think a lot of it is also just the fact that you have these really kind of mainstream, extremely high-profile people who are now talking about Bitcoin. And I think that's the thing that, for me, feels like very unique about this year and very unique about having not just one but multiple presidential candidates speaking about it is it's kind of like if – I think actually someone brought this up, but it feels almost like this tipping point, right, of Bitcoin has been this fringe thing. It's been this, like, interesting, quirky little industry. Every year it's gotten a little bigger. It's gotten a little more professional. And now all of a sudden it's like it's on a national stage.
Did Bitcoin crack into the cultural consciousness this year? Brandon, you were looking at the media reports, all the headlines streaming in. It looks like the impact was huge.
The impact was huge. I mean, you know, you're seeing headlines that we've never seen before around Bitcoin. You know, presidents quoting their strategic plan around Bitcoin. I mean, it's an incredible world that we're in today. And truly, you know, the leadership of President Trump, RFK, many of the senators who were here, you know, they're all pushing this message. Bitcoin is important. It is important to intersect Bitcoin with the political conversation, the cultural discourse, and you know, I agree. We're at a tipping point. Like, this is the beginning of Bitcoin being part of everyone's everyday understanding of the world around them, and that's truly how adoption begins.
Well, before we go to Las Vegas and talking about next year, Bitcoin 2025, of course, you can buy tickets b.tc/conference. Find more information about Vegas. Next year, don't sit at home and miss it. This year, Nashville, Tennessee, still rocking and rolling. We've got stuff going on tonight, parties all night, people out late. Mike.
Yeah, look, one of the reasons we picked this town is this is one of the best towns to party and celebrate in. They call it Nash Vegas for a reason, so this was a trial run for Vegas, but more important, the conference is so big, the event's so big that the after parties, almost every bar is booked with some type of a Bitcoin event. Right outside the park, we have a huge block party. It's the airplane words there. We have a huge block party that's sponsored by, you know, Robinhood. They did a great job. There's music, there's food, really a chance for everyone to come together. Because what we've always seen from these conferences is afterwards, everyone's so excited, they're so amped up, and there's nothing better than being surrounded by a bunch of Bitcoiners and sharing a good celebration. So it'll be very non-alcoholic drinks. Everyone's going to, everyone's going to be very calm. They're going to be hydrated with our sponsor here, this water, and no one's going to drink. But if they choose to drink, they might be drinking and celebrating all night. And the people who do deserve that, Brandon being one of them who put on this whole conference, I think you'll be out all night. I think you've been at this desk for how long, Rizzo?
They'll never let me leave. Well, obviously we've seen on Bitcoin Magazine's X, we've seen the lines around the conference center. Charlie, want to go to you. Your first experience with Nashville? Have you been to Nashville before? You're a native?
No, I haven't. I live in California. I've been to the conference 3 years in a row now, so did Miami twice and then came here. I love that you guys have it here. I'm super excited for Vegas. I think it's a huge step up. That is the mecca for hosting conferences and events. But I kind of wish there was one more year of Nashville. It's been so much fun.
Well, obviously, little known secret for people who maybe haven't been to the Bitcoin conference before, our ticket pricing is actually better to buy in early. Brandon, maybe you want to talk about the pricing structure for Bitcoin 2025. Of course, now 9 months to go before the big show.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we really lean into the number go up mentality of Bitcoin, and we try and adopt that in our prices. So we start low. Tickets, I think, right now are like $210.
Really?
For a festival pass. That's
and what
pretty
were they
cheap.
day of today if you came to Nashville?
$700. I mean, you know, and that's for a festival pass. Whale passes were all the way up to $21,000. Wow. Right now, that they're $3,125. That's not too bad. You know, that's less than what industry passes were at the door. So certainly, it's a great time to buy your ticket. You don't want to wait. You don't want to pay these high prices. You don't want to wait for the number to go up. Buy now, much better to buy now. And, you know, I'll say, too, to Nashville, you know, Nashville's my hometown. I'm born and raised here. There's a reason why we brought it here. It's because I love this city. And I think that, like, we came into this town thinking this is going to be a nice halving year event. You know, we're not in the mania crazy phase of Bitcoin. We're going to bring people to an authentic city where there's this level of freedom, this authentic adoption of Bitcoin happening. Bitcoin Park's here. Our headquarters are here. We want people to come enjoy it. This conference exceeded our expectations through and through. We were not expecting it to be this big. We obviously weren't expecting the president to be speaking here. And so, you know, really, I think we were busting at the seams here in Nashville. It's going to be a fantastic night, but we are poised to enter 2025 to Vegas, where it can really explode the number of people. We can see a true bull market event, and I think it's going to wow people. So you don't want to miss that. You didn't want to miss this. You know, everyone watching at home, we got 300,000 people across our channels right now watching this live stream. I know you missed the conference.
That's 300,000 watching the live stream. This is being broadcast, I think, in about 8 different countries, countless media outlets. If you looked, our stream alone, I think our stream was surpassed by so many other media outlets to watch Trump. So it was really exciting that we gave out that feed to everyone else around the world. I mean, this was really Trump bringing that to a global size. This is just the 300,000 of our most loyal people that want to come see us in Vegas now.
Well, Mike, I want to stick with you. Talking about local flavor at a conference, Nashville this year, did we feel pressure to incorporate the local flavor? How did we do that, and what did the people miss at home?
Yeah, once again, Bitcoin isn't owned by anyone, and I guess the Bitcoin conference shouldn't be owned by any city. So the fact that it was on the road, our job is not to just show the world Bitcoiners. Our job is to show Bitcoiners the world. And there's a lot of people. We have the kids camp. There's a lot of people that this is their summer vacation, right? Sure, there's industry passes and fun. These are people's summer vacation. So to give them a new chance to see a new city, so many people came in. They were excited about that. This was something new for them. And I think that that's a chance for a city to put its best foot forward. We had both senators here on the desk. We had so much, help from the city. They really wanted us there. When we announced it last year, the bars were putting the Bitcoin logos all up. I mean, so we felt the pride there. We just saw the Bitcoin logo go up on the Sphere a couple days ago. Maybe that jumped the gun on our announcement. So thanks, Crypto.com. But, I really think that the flair that we had here, everything is cool to have cowboy boots and hats. This was a freedom town. But more importantly, we want to try to set the standard that the towns get excited about hosting us, that we can see what makes that kind of town or city special. And once again, everyone we've talked to, all the companies, like, wow, these Bitcoiners, this is really good. They're, they have a good time. They pay. They're nice.
And Bitcoin, too.
And Bitcoin. So I would say that the Nashville spirit here was good. I hope that maybe we don't get the gambling spirit from Vegas, but more of the...
Well, let's talk about that spirit. Obviously, coming up on the heels of this, I think people's expectations are going to be high. Quickly before the break, let's talk about Vegas. Have we disclosed the venue? What can we share about what's in store?
Yeah, we've disclosed the venue. We're going to the Venetian. We've got the dates on the website. It's going to be a fantastic event. I mean, this is a beautiful venue, a wonderful city. Believe it or not, I've never been to Las Vegas myself. I've only heard the most wonderful things. Mike tells me all the time we got to get over there. So this is going to be a great opportunity for me, for other people my age who maybe haven't gone to Vegas yet.
So that's
come hang with us.
Here's the key. Ready? Do not party with Brandon in Vegas if it's the first time, okay?
Of course, Las Vegas, the capital of conferences. Sending it over for a quick message from our sponsors. We'll be back. Stick with us. Still more to come. Not much. Winding down here at Bitcoin 2024.
See you soon.
Next year, we are bringing the Bitcoin conference to the American West, Las Vegas. The brightest minds in the world will converge to deliver Bitcoin history. Buy your tickets now at b.tc/conference/2025.
Welcome back to the Mara News Desk, powered by Bitcoin Magazine. Once again, I'm your host, Pete Rizzo, editor at Bitcoin Magazine, winding down here at Bitcoin 2024, talking about Bitcoin 2025. And, of course, our sponsor, Mara, of the Mara News Desk, here, Charlie Schumacher of Mara. Charlie, your thoughts on next year in Las Vegas and what we can do to make it even better than this year?
Well, you guys have set the bar pretty high this year. But I'm super excited for Vegas because every year that we've done the conference, it's just gotten progressively better and better. The first year that I attended in 2021, and when we first started supporting you guys, it was, well, actually, if you go back to, the first year you did it, you guys were the first conference, I think, in person after COVID.
Right.
And I think it was super overwhelming, and it was a little bit
Some would
chaotic.
say during COVID.
During COVID, yeah, exactly, right? Yeah, and then the year after that, you stepped it up, super professional, a lot of preparedness, and then just it's gotten progressively better. And if you look at this year, this has felt like the most professional, sophisticated event that's gone on, but also the most fun event. I think you guys have done.
Well, Brendan, how did you raise the bar? What are you particularly proud of for the people who are still at home on their couches eating popcorn and not here and want to come next year? What are you proud of?
Well, I mean, what I'm proud of most of all is my team. So, we got a tremendous team here, 50 people working on this event day and night for the past 14 months to make it happen. So truly it is, no one can compete with us on that regard. We have the best people. What do I think to the people who are sitting at home? Get off your butts, right? Come to the Bitcoin conference. This is a huge opportunity for the industry. You have hundreds of companies that are hiring, that are looking to build business deals, that are trying to get you to come participate in our industry and participate in the movement. And so please, you don't attend a conference at home. You don't attend on your phone watching, this live stream right now. You got to be here. You got to come witness history. You got to be part of the moment. Were you there when Donald Trump announced the strategic reserve? Were you? No, if you're watching right now, you weren't here. You have to be part of that magic. It is truly something that people will remember for the rest of their lives, and I want to see you here. I want you to be part of the movement, part of the action, and truly part of the history.
If I could actually just tack onto that, I totally agree. I go to every event basically throughout the year, all throughout the Bitcoin space, and the events that you guys put on are the best. And I love the event in Amsterdam. I'm super excited for the event in Mina that's later this year. But the flagship event is by far my favorite. And every time we get to bring new employees here, I'm super excited because I feel like until you've been to this event, you don't necessarily understand or get the full picture of what the culture of Bitcoin is like. And here you really, really feel it. It's really exciting. There's a ton going on, and I think it's like the epicenter of the Bitcoin culture.
Well, b.tc/conference tickets on sale. Pays to get in early at the current prices. Mike, want to go with you over to just your final thoughts wrapping up here on the desk.
Well, one, I want to thank the Mara Company. You support us on every one of these live streams. We've tried to make just the live stream itself better and better. We tried to do some remote cams. We weren't expecting the Secret Service for not letting us move cameras around, so we tried.
Well, we had some great roving camera footage of the image of Q Gahimi bouncing in the kids center in the big inflatable balloon. Will stay with me.
Inspired.
Haunting, really.
Right. Q, yeah. Q did an unbelievable job. I also, looking back at this, it's not just the staff that put in, it's the volunteers. There are so many people who volunteered for this. There's so many companies who believe in this that do it. I also want to give a special thank you to Spencer, who's over there. This guy, who is the live director on the show, did an unbelievable job. I mean, I don't think anyone's actually slept yet. Frank, Allen, everyone in the team who went from writing blog posts to now somehow being a live stream director or trying to manage a conference.
Well, that's a good point, right? The Bitcoin industry is fast and growing. There's room to get on the ground. Maybe, Charlie, you can speak from an industry perspective of what it means to be in the Bitcoin industry now.
Totally. I mean, I think it's a fantastic place to learn. It's a fantastic place to grow. Like a lot of, you hear a lot of people when they're talking about price, like, oh, I wish I bought 5 years ago, 10 years ago, I'd be fine. But it really feels like this is the point where the industry is like professionalized and like taking off. you know, we're hiring a ton. We as a company, I was the 7th employee at Marathon. We're 124 now. We've doubled in size over the last year.
Incredible.
So I think there's tons of opportunities in the space. And if you're interested in getting into it, this is a perfect place to do it because every company is here that you would want to talk to.
B.tc/conference. Get those tickets for Vegas. Brandon, back to you about you. I know you've hired people from this conference yourself. Maybe you can talk about what you look for out there in the crowd amongst these passionate Bitcoin enthusiasts.
Well, absolutely. I mean, business is all about relationships, and there's no better place to build a relationship than in person. So, you know, the people who join our company, a lot of times it starts with a handshake in person. It starts with a conversation, and there's no better place. You know, the whole point we build this conference is to create places to do conversations and to meet people. And so, absolutely, you can't do much better than coming to a Bitcoin conference, and especially the Bitcoin conference. If you want to come work in the industry and you want to come grow with the industry, you know, Charlie points out we're very much getting more sophisticated every year. The mining space, especially, has just grown up. It's crazy over the past 4 years how much the Bitcoin mining industry has grown.
And so maybe with support of the government even growing further. Charlie, your thoughts on some of Trump's statements today?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that stuff's really exciting. The mining industry in particular has had a little bit of negative pressure and, let's say, some hurdles it's had to overcome in the last few years, especially with the last administration. So whenever you hear people talking about being pro-Bitcoin, pro-mining, pro-energy, which is so important for human flourishing, regardless of whether you're into Bitcoin or not, I think that's like a hugely exciting thing.
We've got to ask these veteran Bitcoin conference attendees. We've got 300,000 people plus, maybe millions watching at home. Why should they come next year? Give them the hard sell, Brandon.
The hard sell? You don't want to miss history. It's really that simple. We make history every year at this event. Yeah, we can try. We can try it. We'll try it if you guys show up.
It's Vegas, baby. Here's the problem, right? Brandon hasn't been to Vegas. I will tell you why you have to come. Vegas is a wonderful time. I did marry my wife in Vegas. I won't lie.
But Mike, don't I want to hodl my Bitcoin in Vegas?
No. Let me tell you something. You want to hodl your Bitcoin, but Satoshi, he wrote an email once to Pete Rizzo and said, listen, spend a little bit of your Bitcoin in Vegas. You'll never forget it. And I think that's extremely important. Because once again, it's not just about hodling your Bitcoin. You spend a little bit to know why you hodl it, right? And if you're surrounded by people, you go, this is why I'm doing this. I watched people send their parents. They brought them here. I saw parents who brought their kids here. Don't do that with Vegas. It's a whole different atmosphere, right? But like, I think that Vegas, what you're going to see is people who are excited to kind of show off that city and have a ton of fun. I'm a little bit worried that maybe some of the panels might have to start a little bit later in the day, right? Or maybe do some by poolside. But we have some unbelievable things planned. But you know what? Vegas is a great reason to come. Bitcoin will be probably doing pretty well. And more importantly, come to see, Pete Rizzo here live in person, not just, on the TV screen.
B.tc/conference. Get those tickets. Get them early. Got to ask, only a few minutes left here, who's on the wish list for speakers headliner next year? Brandon, what can you share?
Oh, absolutely. There's a few folks that we almost got this year that maybe we can pull in next year. A couple of those names for sure.
Well, we heard Kamala Harris.
Well, Kamala Harris, depending on, what position she's in next year, for sure. Nayib Bukele, president of El Salvador, is one we've always loved to invite back. Javier Milei of Argentina, someone we talked about very, very closely, tried to get him here. There were a lot of rumors flying around of a spaceman who makes cars and rocket ships, and he almost came. I can tell you he almost came, but he didn't come. So, we'd love to see him next year.
Mike, who's on your speaker wish list? Or Charlie, who do you want to see? Who's your dream Bitcoin conference lineup?
Oh, man, it's hard to say. That's probably why it's your guys' job and not mine, right, to figure this stuff out. I mean, had, Elon
Well, I just got to say, Warren Buffett still out there. Still never been. Jamie Dimon, never been to a Bitcoin conference. Some big names.
Well, Jamie Dimon, if Trump gets elected, Jamie Dimon.
Well, we've heard, he's warming, right?
Look, I think Ross would be the #1 person to
wow.
come, right?
Good.
Absolutely.
So if he's pardoned on day one, I think if Ross shows up, now he might be running the Bitcoin
and of course
magazine
Ross
store.
Ulbricht, founder of Silk Road, we're talking about here.
Yes, sorry about that. He'll run the conference store. We'll have Ross at the conference store, but we will also have him. I think having him on main stage. Would you put him on main stage? Would you put Ross on main stage if he was
and absolutely. I'd give him the whole main stage all day for sure. Well, you mentioned Warren Buffett real quick, and I just want to give you a quote from Warren Buffett. This is a legendary quote, and I think it tees us up for Vegas pretty well. Quote, "Something like Bitcoin, it is a gambling token, and it doesn't have any intrinsic value," Buffett said. But that doesn't stop people from wanting to play the roulette wheel.
Ooh. So sounds like he's a perfect match for Vegas. B.tc/conference. Get those tickets. Las Vegas, the Venetian, 2025. Guys, winding down to our last minutes here as Bitcoin 2024 ends. I've got to ask, where does this rank amongst the conferences? Your conference veterans. Charlie, I'm going to throw it to you first. Myself, I've been to 10 years of Bitcoin conferences, but curious for your take. Is this the best Bitcoin conference of all time?
Yeah, it is. It really is. I travel, I think, 3 times a month, maybe a little too often, and I go to every event in the space. I love really small, intimate events where you get to meet a lot of people, and I love really giant events that have everyone in space, and you really get a sense of all the big, fun announcements and what people are doing. This dominates the latter category by far, and I think every year it's done that, and I think it's just gotten better every year.
Mike, gonna put you on the spot. Bitcoin 2024, Nashville, Tennessee, the best Bitcoin conference of all time?
I mean, Bitcoin 21 was really great. There's inflation score, so unfortunately the inflation score. So technically this one would be the best, but if you were to for inflation, it might be tied with 21.
Falling out of your chair to get out of that question. Brandon Green, Executive Director of the Bitcoin Conference. Is this the best that you guys have done?
This is the best conference we've ever done, hands down. I mean, it was magical. It made history. And it certainly blew our numbers out of the water in terms of attendance and everything. And so, you know, I'm so proud of the team. I'm so proud of what we accomplished. I'm so proud of you, Rizzo. You really did a tremendous job up here, and we're really grateful for you.
Of course, the industry will be digesting for days. We've seen Donald J. Trump. We've seen Robert F. Kennedy. We've seen Russell Brand. We've seen Kathy Wood. We've seen Michael Saylor. Some of us saw Kid Rock, b.t/conference, Las Vegas next year, the Venetian. We'll see you later, and this has been Bitcoin at 2024 Nashville, the conclusion here, the period at the end of a very exciting sentence. We'll be back next year for Bitcoin 2025.
This is Mara, leaders in Bitcoin mining with global energy solutions and advanced proprietary technologies. Mara sets the digital gold standard. To learn more, visit mara.com.
Next year, we are bringing the Bitcoin conference to the American West, Las Vegas. The brightest minds in the world will converge to deliver Bitcoin history. Buy your tickets now at b.tc/conference/2025.